Are you absolutely kidding me?
4 seconds left, 3. There is enough time. They put the points on the board.
There's more points going in. Spraggles, what is happening out here? That's 4 KOs. Oh, the Spirit Shackle coming in from behind. They're in, they're going deep. They're trying to push. Oh, they're trying to UNITE catches 3.
Yeah, but this is going to be the Rayquaza last hit.
The Gardevoir comes in. They try to side shock it down. They do. Mangu, you legend. I think that's it.
Hello and welcome to the Pokémon UNITE Aeos Cup for the EU region. My name is Zoinks and I am joined here in studio with Wonder Chef. How are you today, Wonder Chef?
I am unbelievably excited. Look at this studio. Look at everybody's here in person. We got a few other people kind of hidden back there we're definitely going to see later. And honestly, everybody's excited for the return of Zoinks. The return of Zoinks. We're all so pumped.
Thank you so much. I am pumped to be here. The competition today looks incredible and I cannot wait to get into it. But let's take a look at how this season is going to look total in format going forward from here.
Hello trainers! As we're gearing up for the Aeos Cup, let's take a look at the season thus far and what's left on the road to the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan, and teams' chances at the $500,000 prize pool. At this point in the season, some monthly qualifiers have already come to pass. Championship points are still available to be earned through the remaining qualifiers, as well as the fast-approaching Aeos Cup and regional finals. So it's still not too late to count out any teams on their road to Worlds. Let's cover what remains in the season. At the Aeos Cup, the stakes will be raised in this mid-season event. Top teams will be organized into groups for a round-robin competition before squaring off in a double elimination bracket to the finals. Competition is in abundance here as the best teams are pitted against each other for even more CP than in the monthly cups. To make it even more exciting, top finishers will also be going home with a share of their region's $25,000 prize pool. Towards the end of the season, teams will have one last shot at qualifying for the World Championships. This opportunity opens up with the regional finals. The regional finals consist of grouped round-robin competition, with the top teams entering a double elimination bracket. The winning team from each regional finals will represent their region at Worlds with a guaranteed slot. There's also a $50,000 prize pool per region at stake. So expect some of the fiercest matches to happen here as it's all on the line. With the season nearing the midpoint, we're already witnessing some teams stand out in the competition. From here, who will make it to the World Championships? Will any other team surprise us in the upcoming cups? Be sure to follow along and catch all the excitement of Pokémon UNITE.
Aeos Cup is going to be the biggest event we have had so far this year, but to set the stage, we have to talk about the last one. March Finals was also incredible with some really interesting games and some great teams rising to the top of the competition.
Oh, this season in general has been amazing so far, but we would be remiss to not talk about Bobo Believers, the ultimate titan sitting here in the European region, going undefeated in the March Cup. And by that, I mean not losing a single game, going all the way through, and of course, winning both of those monthly finals so far.
Amazing, probably the best team in Europe. A lot of people's choices for the best team in the world, but close behind them is Woof Woof, coming all the way from the losers bracket and challenging them in the grand finals. Bobo Believers still coming away with the win, but Woof Woof still has something to prove.
Oh, and there is a lot to prove. They are so close to being able to take down Bobo. They have been before, making second place in the previous March Cup, and there's a lot that can happen today, especially with a few roster changes, which I think we may be talking about a little bit later. But between both of those teams, it is so great to see them both back in the bracket that we're going to have today, as they are some of the best talent that we have seen, maybe even ever in the European region.
Yeah, Europe is so strong right now, but that isn't just within the top two teams. It is across the board. We have 16 teams to play here today. Let's take a look at the format and how the group stage is going to look.
And we heard a little bit about it earlier, but it will be 4 groups of 4 playing in a round-robin bracket. 2 of those teams will be eliminated, and 2 of them will advance per group for a top 8 that will be playing the finals at the European International Championship in London, which is going to be the first in-person event of the season. I'm so excited for that to happen.
Yeah, an in-person event for Europe is fantastic, but what are these teams playing for? And that is the $25,000 prize pool. First place is going to be taking home the lion's share of that with $10,000, but $25,000 divvied out to the top 8 is a nice cash prize to play for.
Oh, yeah. More than that. And a ton of championship points as well. But let's take a look at the groups, how they're going to be playing out today. We're going to be seeing some matches from each of these groups throughout the broadcast, starting, of course, with Group A, and that does have Tally Bobo Believers. We just saw a whole bunch about them. It's got Off Meta Gaming. We've got Fleeg Hen Fleeg. We've got Fly Squad. Group B has Noun, Sentient, Summerhouse. There's so many strong teams, Bubble B, throughout these groups.
Yeah, Group C and D stacked with talent as well, but I think the one we really want to focus in on is that Group C. We're calling it our knockout group. So many incredible teams there. One of the strongest groups. We're going to see some upsets, some great games from that one. Time to shine. Zephyr Esport, Warlords, and Vegetable Garden. Everybody knows and loves these names already in the EU region, and they want to be on the top.
Oh, and they've been close. They have been close, absolutely. Time to shine. And Zephyr Esports in particular have been right on that bubble. 2 of the teams who feel like they have some of the best chance to be the one who inevitably kind of makes the crack in the armor for Tally Bobo Believers.
Yeah, let's focus in on Zephyr Esport right now and talk about the featured player from that squad, which is going to be Eichels. This is a world's caliber attacker player flexing between the path and the central area when they need to be, and has some of the most powerful picks in the meta game right now of Gardevoir and Espeon. This player is looking to turn some heads.
Oh, yeah, this is such an important role in the current meta, and having these strong, really special attacker, ranged specialists, you could even say, is so important to creating the core of that team, and Eichels is, of course, one of the best that we've seen at it. There are so many of these Pokemon currently, like Delphox, for example, or like Gardevoir that we saw earlier, that you have to land everything, otherwise you are just sitting there basically doing nothing, and it is entirely down to your skill, entirely down to your aim, and Eichels just does not miss anything.
I love that. Eichels never misses. Truly one of the best skill shot players in the game. And Delphox also has that benefit of the Flame Charge to deal some extra damage as well. But it's not just this player we want to feature in on. It is also some powerful Pokemon that have been defining the metagame. And one of those is the defender Pokemon Slowbro, boasting an incredible win rate of over 50% in the qualifiers that happened just last week, and a pick rate of 73%.
73% pick rate is pretty wild, but for very, very good reason. 302 total games, but this Pokemon is so flexible. It has the ability to use multiple movesets, which of course not every Pokemon really goes to that super often, but we can see the Surf, we can see the Scald. It has the ability to just play this perfect flex role, and it's in that perfect spot where it may not see quite as many bans. I mean, if it was seeing a ton of bans, we wouldn't be seeing it with that 72% pick rate, but it's just in that perfect spot where it is so game-changing to have it without it constantly being gone from the game.
Yeah, one of the most powerful Pokemon indeed, but let's take a look at what our first game of the day is going to be. Off Meta Gaming versus Fleeg Hen Fleeg. 2 great squads, and noticeably, these are the number 8 versus the number 9 seed. It could be a very competitive game. Off Meta Gaming causes Alex Kidd, Volto, Ware, Dragonval, and Aishi. They are looking to try to take an upset as the 9th seed over top of the 8th.
I think they very much could. I think recently they did make a third place placement in a tournament over Zephyr, who's another one of our best to watch, but their opponents will be Fleeg Hen Fleeg, who is another extremely strong team. And like you said, 8th and 9th seed, it's so cool to see them right off the bat. What an amazing match to actually see, but that is going to be the players here, Auto, Chroma, Alk, Jumid, and Young Leon on that tank. And this is a team that I'm really excited to see because they did not place in the February Cup. In the March Cup, they did manage to qualify. They got that 7th place, which is right on the cusp, but now it just seems to be one of those teams that's getting better and better, and this might be their breakout performance.
Can't wait to watch it, but so can the casters. Let's give it away to Doobsnacks and Spraggles to take over our first game.
Here we are, the Aeos Cup. 16 teams competing to get whittled down to 8 to see who goes to London. $25,000 on the line, and the only April Fools here are these two gentlemen. Hi, I'm Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw, and I'm joined by the one and only Dupe Snacks.
Dupe Snacks, that me. I'm glad we got our pre-match calisthenics in. A good stretch is the only way we can cast Unite. We're already in the game, so let's go. We got off-meta gaming in purple, Fleeg Henna Fleeg in orange.
That's right. The first match of the Aeos Cup starts right now. The two closest seeded teams, 8 and 9 here for off-meta gaming, and Fleeg, Henna Fleeg, the first bans, Dodrio and Hoopa, actually, a Pokemon that has been seeing a ton of play, but I'm surprised to see it banned out because, of course, if you ban Hoopa, that means someone can grab that Espeon.
Yep, Espeon often going to be locked in first if it's not banned because it is so powerful. Young Leon going big with the Slowbro. That's another powerful Pokemon. It was our Pokemon that we just featured because of its pick rate, because of its strength, because of its versatility. No exception here.
Here we have the Delphox also being locked in. You're going to see a lot of special attackers locked in for the teams today. The newest item entering the game, the Slick Spoon, has just been such a game changer for these special attackers, and they can do a ton of damage to these big, tankier defender Pokemon like Slowbro, and there they are, the big mean tree, Trevenant getting locked in for off-meta gaming.
It's going to work incredibly well with the Urshifu and the Espeon, of course. And just taking a look at what FHF, also pronounced F, is looking to do here. Akroma, a player that we saw a lot during UCS Season 1, might be grabbing the Eldegoss here. Taking a look, Rapid Fire Scarf, might be looking to do some work there.
Ooh, here we go. We've got the Mew locked in, another huge special attacker, and then, yes, that beautiful Eldegoss, the Muscle Band, the Rapid Fire Scarf, just auto-attacking for days, slowing down their opponents. Oftentimes, you'll also see a team pass that red buff in the center off to this Pokemon and just make it an absolute powerhouse in path early.
I like how Delphox was locked in by FHF here. Yes, you see some powerful healing factors on the side of OMG off-meta gaming, but that Delphox Unite does a great job stemming that recovery tide, if you will, and allowing the rest of the team to take over the fight as we see them rearrange their characters. And Blastoise, something we've seen quite a bit in March, looking to have a resurgence here at the Aeos Cup.
Yeah, Blastoise is such an amazing Pokemon. And look at the bulk on the side of FHF here. Blastoise and Slowbro, and then you've got the heals from that Eldegoss. And like you were mentioning before, Delphox is an amazing Pokemon to stop teams that are healing a lot, to stop teams that are super bulky, but they've got that on their side too. So this is going to be a really tough lineup for off-meta gaming to fight into.
Yeah, they're going to have to find some unique picks their way to get into that Delphox, taken out early, and then kind of work from back to front, which historically you'd work, obviously, front to back.
And here we go, taking a look at our trainer cards here. Obviously, holding a cake, Alex Kidd might be the winner right there, but there are a lot of great ones here.
Yeah, Volto's profile here, crisp. Very clean. Not a lot of static there, but just looks sharp. I like it. I like it.
Fun fact, I actually modeled all of these poses.
That is not true. April Fools.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, the truth is I modeled them, but they said, I don't know why you're sending me these.
Fair enough. Here we go. Off-meta gaming. We're seeing the Espeon going to be jumping right into the middle there. Volto, Glaceon, they're actually tandem, doing a dual job with the EVs. Going to split that up. Important for both those Pokemon to hit level 4.
Yeah, this is just such a fun choice. With these Pokemon that evolve so early, you're able to sort of share this central area experience, head into path, and then really do some damage here. And look at them both, just hanging out, a couple of cuties.
Forging a strong friendship early is OMG EVs. Of course, Jumid, not about that action. They want everything for themselves because that Delphox is going to be the key to success for the Flying Hens.
And we actually have both of our EVs evolved and heading down to this bottom path right now. We're going to see what they're able to do. Pushing forward right here, the Psyshock not able to grab him, but Mew is just in a lot of trouble right here. The Kubfu with just a little kick taking him down.
Yeah, it's easy to kind of cover the weakness of Kubfu early in the game when you're sending two powerful EVs come down to really force the tide forward.
And just what an incredible place in this meta right now for Espeon. Already level 5 here in this bottom path, and there isn't a lot that FHF can do into this because if they get anywhere close to that, they get a huge amount of damage and a massive stun. 4 Pokemon in this bottom path, but it looks like FAH maybe had a good time in that top path with off meta only having 1 Pokemon there.
Yeah, they really have to have done work up there. Didn't get a lot of points, but hopefully a lot of the crop of experience. But Dragon Ball looking to chase down Jumid, just going to have to jump onto this buff here. Let's see if they can steal the red buff. They do, actually. I don't even think that was a steal. I think it was just like, hey, I'm going to take this and just going about my way.
This is mine, I think is what they said, and that's something that this Urshifu, the rapid strike style, the water bear as they call it, is able to do. And look at it, moving in, taking a chroma, making sure that they get pushed back. It looks like they're actually going to try to make a bit of a defense here, but I don't know. This Pokemon is just so incredibly strong here at level 6. It's continuing this fight, Doomsnacks.
Unfortunately, it couldn't find an opportunity. Turns right back on top of a chroma. You want to talk about silky smooth. How about moving like water? Single strike, not today. Rapid strike is where we're at. Dragon able to do some work in that top path, which we mentioned was so critically important. Off Meta Gaming here, rolling back down to the bottom path, going to try and put their work in there and see if they can push back a Fleeg and a Fleeg so they can hold this down, this bottom path. As a Fleeg and a Fleeg, it's not about getting in that action. They're going to wait for those birds to posture up. But off Meta Gaming, 4 players here. That Trevin is going to be able to lead the charge, get in the face of the Mew. And now, bird time. Let's see how this thing shakes out. Glaceon's all over. Woodhammer comes through. Big solar beam. I think they actually picked up a couple. Fleeg and a Fleeg in the face of 4, able to do a little bit here for themselves and really keep this over-pressurized bottom path by OMG at bay in the early stages.
And here we go. 3 seconds now until our Reggie-spawn top and bottom. And it looks like this Urshifu still putting the hurt onto FHF here as both of our teams getting Reg Ice spawning here in the bottom path. And it is starting right away. Off Meta Gaming putting a ton of damage on it. They have incredible secure with this Psyshock. The Trevenant goes Pokemon before it gets secured, but of course, it's the Espeon with that massive Psyshock. Big secure here for OMG as they push in for this fight. Delphox is down. Slowbro's in a lot of trouble, but they're looking at the Mew right here. They're going for it, not able to make it happen, still pushing this fight. Here comes Glaceon, the Icy Wind. Do they have to back up right here? They could take it. No, they end up pulling back. Urshifu heading back to this central area. A great fight and a great exchange for Off Meta Gaming as we head towards this central area right here to pick up some experience. Off Meta taking our first big objective in the match right here. Regieleki in the top path, but you can see no one is hanging out with it. They don't want anything to do with it right now because we've got a big fight here in the center, Doomsnacks.
Well, the Trevenant's leading the charge. It looks like it's buying space for the rest of the squads to come through. Delphox kind of bubbled up, you on top of him, but we got the engagement. Rapid Spin Water Spout, it is an endless wonder, and it is all over that Trevenant. Water's like, you know, just dousing the tree, no problems. Those, see the big fanciful fireworks come out. Nobody's really caught in the middle of it, but what that allows is the rest of Fleeg and a Fleeg to push forward into the face of Off Meta Gaming. We're going to look for some opportunities here. Glaceon forced to jump back. We see a little shot in from the Delphox long distance. Volto's forced to retreat. Here comes the tree, going to try and cut them off, and Fleeg and a Fleeg finally peeling back.
Now we have this little bit of a reset, but there's still this huge objective in the top path. Regieleki essentially an extra teammate for whichever side is able to pick up the last hit on this Pokemon. But right now we're just poking each other. A little bit of a pain split, a little bit of a mystical fire. As this is taken down right here by Off Meta Gaming, Fleeg and a Fleeg completely zoned out.
Yeah, and a great focus by OMG. Oh, Trevenant Unite right on top of the goal pad. They're putting the siege on. Glaceon Unite comes out. They're playing forward. They're trying to deal damage. Look at all 4 players sitting with that Trev ticker above them as they're pushed back. That's another push back the other way. Fleeg and a Fleeg gets 2 KOs for the Eldegoss, but that goal zone is still down, and the rest of OMG is just going to peel back and say, hey, our work up here is done.
You have to really wonder, was it worth it with so many members of Off Meta Gaming going down, all the experience shifting to the side of Fleeg and a Fleeg, but the scoreboard shows Off Meta ahead right now. So the question is, was that a good push or not from Off Meta Gaming? I'm sorry, Espeon, did you just get 3 KOs?
Yeah, not a bad look for the Espeon there. One of the most powerful Pokemon going in the game when it's not banned out, of course. But we have another objective. That basement Reggie is up and where is wondering where the rest of my team is because there's something down here and I can't deal a ton of damage. We're moving forward. We got the gravity down by the Clefable. They're buying space and they're looking to get on the Blastoise. The Icy Winds are going in. Hydro Typhoon chips up 3. Are you kidding me? Rapid Spin Water Spout and the pressure is on. They're pushing forward. Give them 1 KO. Can they find another one? Glaceon, fanciful fireworks right on top. Going to stem off Meta Gaming again. Fleeg and a Fleeg's got a real opportunity on this Registeel, but that's another Glaceon Unite. They are getting those so quick and so rapid. Hyper Beam out of where? Can they seal up with the Hyper Beam? No, it's the Delphox again, taking it down. Coming through, pushing back forward again. Silky Smooth is the Blue Shifu, but they get KO'd, no problems. OMG has 2 players down. Fleeg Hand of Fleeg has a real opportunity to get some points here if they want to keep persisting. Trev Unite again. We keep seeing that thing come out, Spraggles, and it's forcing all of the hens to scatter back to their gold zone.
What an incredible eject button from the Mew. I don't know if you saw it, but it was surviving just on a sliver of HP right there, barely making its way outside of that Trevenant Unite. Incredible fights from these two teams, so incredibly close. Less than 100 points separate them. Level-wise, these teams are very close, and it seems like at any moment, whichever team has better positioning is going to be able to take these fights. Obviously, FHF did a great job in that last fight of pushing off metagaming away from this objective. The question is, can they do it at Rayquaza? Because in a minute, we're going to need to find out.
Yeah, right now they have a Regieleki to contend with, as Fleeg Hand of Fleeg still has a lot of wild Pokemon on their side of the map that I'd like to see them clear up in the next minute or two. Well, definitely not 2, in the next minute, so they can get ready for this Rayquaza fight. Because Off Meta Gaming has some decent power spikes here. We see Espeon at 13, Delphox at 13 on the other side, and those are the 2 players that you want to be at that stage.
Yeah, the real question is what's going to be the big difference maker in this fight right here. As it's coming up, Glaceon doing some work. Another 50 points going in. Now Off Meta is sure that they are ahead on the scoreboard. This puts them in a great position. 25 seconds now until Rayquaza hits the map, and they know they are ahead on points. I'm sorry, ouch, are you putting in some points? 47 in the top path. How close does this make it? 202, 236. At this point, any team could think they're ahead. I think Off Meta still knows where they are at right now, but this means that both teams are going to want to have a big fight here.
Yeah, Blastoise has a good idea of where Alex Kidd the Trevenant is, and that's going to be their player to watch because they've been very good at getting in front of the rest of the team to engage here. Little Rayquaza throwing some whirlwinds up, making sure everybody knows where each other is at, and we've just got a positional thing as OMG is chipping into Rayquaza just a little bit, forcing the hens out of their cage.
Yeah, and this is the moment where you're just waiting to see who is going to kick this thing off, what is going to light this powder cake. Both teams just trying to figure out where they are. All the while, Rayquaza is almost at half right here, just being chipped up by little bits of damage. Nice big Solar Beam, Mystical Fire coming in. There's the Unite move on Urshifu.
Trevenant Unite comes back, and the Hydro Typhoon catches the Blastoise, uses the Blastoise, and they're chasing down the Espeon, forcing out their Unite move for just 1 value. There's a Moonlight down here by the Clefable, but they're around nobody. That Mew gets engaged on, and they catch the Silky Speed of the Blue Shifu. They get KO'd. There's 2 players down for Off Meta Gaming. FHF is just looking for more targets here. Can they find him? They see that Clefable, who is just trying to heal absolutely no one there near anybody in the team. Dragon Ball's like, I'll take some of that. Clefable, can you get over here? They're trying to stun them down, locking them up. As look at the Delphox peeling upstairs to cut off the Blue Shifu. Glaceon doing work, though, taking down a Chroma. 2 players down now for FHF, and Off Meta Gaming is coming off Spun.
It looks like this fight is just going to be restarting right here. A couple members going down for both sides. No one taking a decisive victory. Delphox barely making it out. Urshifu barely making it out right here as both teams have to get ready to fight again. Again, they are not exactly sure who is ahead. Off Meta should know that they are up by now. Only 30 seconds left, and it looks like FHF needs to make a play, and they're mobilizing towards this top path.
Yeah, if they can take out the Blue Shifu for Rapid Spin, Water Spouts all over them, they're going to try and smother him down. Espeon jumps to the middle to cut off the Blastoise, actually forces it to retreat. And look at Delphox, they're doing a little movement, pincer maneuver. They're trying to get some points in, but not today. They get buckled here. A little bit of pressure pushing down on the hens, and they're getting cooked up. They didn't get any points in. They made a scramble to score, but they are getting KO'd, no problems. The whole team is almost rinsed. Everybody's on the chase for Mew. Can they scrub all 5? That's the big question here. 4 seconds left, and I think this is it.
Yeah, chasing that Mew down in the bottom path. Off Meta knew that they had the advantage in that moment. FHF coming in, trying to make a heroic score, but they weren't able to zone out Off Meta Gaming, and they take a big win here in game number 1. Rayquaza not even going down.
Yeah, we rarely see that in these types of circumstances, and when FHF, the decision to go score was interesting to me. When they really just had the opportunity to throw everything in the kitchen sink into the middle, we could actually see on our screen, obviously casters get to see this, the Espeon was literally just sitting on the jump pad, waiting for an opportunity to protect a goal zone or jump to the middle, and they forced the Espeon right into the middle and gobbling up the Blastoise. So, you know, an interesting look here, fall just shy. They realized they probably didn't need that many points to go in, and that's why they made that move.
Yeah, incredible plays there. Off meta, really zoning them out there at that fight. You know, if it would have gone just a little bit more on either side, just one KO more for either side, and you would have seen a very different outcome right there. Take a look at these numbers. Glaceon, we saw them with the KOs in the end there, 108,000 damage dealt.
What an amazing product of the 4 down into the bottom path that off-meta gaming did so many times. Just that engagement, able to put the pressure on, not only ranks up those damage numbers, but of course got a couple crucial KOs, allowed them to get the score lead early. They maintained it the whole time. And at the end, hey, you don't have to take Ray. You're up on the board. That's how the game is won.
Yeah, absolutely. Those scores early and often, making it sure that they did not need to secure that massive objective in the middle, just zoning their opponents out. And honestly, it was perfectly played there by OMG.
Yeah.
OMG.
OMG. We did it. Off Meta Gaming. They sealed it up, 34-point window. We're going to take a look at how they got it done here in this game. And just this is that early invade. We can't even call it an invade, but bottom tier pressure that they were able to put on with a 4-on-2 right at the beginning.
Yeah, just something so difficult for FHF to deal with right here. We also saw this big fight, and of course the Psyshock is what secures it right there. Not only can Espeon do a lot of damage to enemy Pokemon, but the secure is amazing. Incredible range, able to take out wild Pokemon, enemy Pokemon, secure big objectives like that Regice.
Yeah, this is a Regieleki that goes into the hands of off-meta gaming as well, sealed up by the Glaceon, and a decent little push here. But as we saw, they close out this goal zone, but this is an opportunity where FHF could really rally back into the game because of the KOs they were able to pick up.
This match was so incredibly close throughout it. I mean, every fight would just go back and forth between these two teams. Right now, we can see that siege onto that bottom goal here for off-meta gaming, always keeping a point advantage, and that really was the biggest deciding factor here as FHF needed to push in, tried to make something happen here in the end, but just completely cleaned off the board by off-meta gaming.
Yeah, the late stage push, the thought that occurs to me for FHF, they were thinking, okay, we know this thing is a razor-thin margin. Do we have a couple people with light pockets that can get those quick scores and get those double points and see if we can barely eclipse the other team? That being said, that is maybe a strategy that I would have employed maybe somewhere at the tail end of kind of the first engagement at Rayquaza, because you can send somebody off as everybody's trying to reset, heal, reposition, all that stuff, and you can kind of get lost in the shuffle in that way. So FHF needs to go to the drawing board because that last-minute scramble did not pan out for them.
Yeah, they're going to need to figure something out. They might have to change up their strategy. Again, an incredibly close game, but it does feel like OMG kind of dominated throughout that match. As we take a look at the player of the game, have we talked about Espeon enough here? My goodness, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, you mentioned Psyshock sealing up objectives, great amount of points, tons of damage, 5 quality KOs, and really showing off the power of Slick Spin.
Yeah, just an incredible Pokemon right here. And the question is, are they going to ban it out? Because I think we're going to see this Pokemon banned out a lot today. I think Espeon, one of the most powerful attackers inside Unite right now. Whether you have it share that central area or you put it in path, really anywhere you place this, it is devastating. It's so difficult to deal with. As I head over here to my thinking snares, Doob Snacks, I have to wonder, if I'm FHF, what am I going to do in this next match?
Well, I'd hit the drawing board, like I said, and come up with a plan. So the double EV, I don't think they can let off-meta gaming have that again. It was so intrusive to the early stages of the game when they poured down into the bottom path and went 4v2, 4v3. And with the power spikes that the EVs had at level 4, of course, that's where a lot of this scoring snowballed and allowed them to take the lead and stay in the lead. So if I'm FHF, no EVs on the other side.
Although clearly they are worried about this Hoopa. They didn't want this Hoopa to make it into the game. At a support that feels like it's always on the cusp. It's always on the precipice of being just one of the most difficult things to deal with. And you have to wonder if your opponents are used to playing this Pokemon a lot because it's such a huge difference maker. They banned it out, so I assume they know that off-meta gaming wants to bring this Hoopa in. If they ban Espeon, do we see this Hoopa and then are they more dominant?
That's exactly right. We have a little roadmap that we'd like to throw up here and cover for the folks at home so they know exactly how to get to Worlds. Spraggles, break it down.
Take a look here. The top regional championship points earner qualifies for Worlds, as well as the regional finals winners. They qualify as well. But today we're in the Aeos Cup. Look at those championship points for the Aeos Cup. And I've heard that there is money on the line and they wouldn't let me compete. What's that? I would have lost? Okay, fair enough.
We're on the stage, Spriggles. We know that. They gave us stairs just so we wouldn't compete. They said, here's some stairs. Please don't queue up and compete and ruin the integrity of this game. So that being said, tons of championship points on the line, and a big change from last year to this year is the fact that the highest CP earner in each region auto-qualifies to Worlds. That's a big deal. It really helps teams out that have, just strong performances across the year and don't, maybe they duff up a month. For example, Zephyr Esports, right? Didn't hit top 8 last month, but if they have a consistent rest of the season, they might have a real opportunity of just qualifying on the CP basis.
Yeah, you want to see the regional finals and have that team, of course, qualify. But at the same time, you want your more consistent team to also make it to Worlds. And that's what we get to have happen this year as we head into our draft right here off Metagaming. Your purple team, Fleeg, Henna Fleeg, your orange team.
Espeon banned out Hoopa as well. A lot of fear in the Hoopa today. They don't want the Hoopa to be unbound and get the Avengers through the portal and really kick off those fights. Espeon, no surprise that got taken off the board.
And look at the priority. I mean, we talked about this Pokemon at the start of our broadcast right here. Slowbro is just crushing it right now. And then right on the other side, we see that Trevenant and Delphox coming right back into this thing.
Chroma looking around, great support player. They were the Eldegoss before. Are they gonna lock in Comfy? Are they gonna go into Eldegoss again? It looks like Eldegoss is their comfort, and that's where they want to stay.
It looks like actually they might be staying with that Eldegoss. I felt like, when you have a match that's that close, you have to say maybe a couple decisions would have changed it here, but our composition, our team was actually really, really solid. We were playing the way we wanted to play. We just didn't have the fight we wanted near the end of our match. And we are actually seeing a Dodrio hovered right now.
I'd love to see Dodrio, and maybe since they already have the Mew, Glaceon's kind of the other nemesis to Dodrio, so that's a way to keep that off the charts. Late minute switch, no 3 hats this time around, at least for Fleeg, Henna Fleeg out of them, so they're locking in Blastoise, and I'm hoping what is going to be a central area Gardevoir.
Sadly enough, we do not have a Dodrio with 3 different hats, something that I would say, correctly obsessed with. The fact that it has 3 hats. A lot of people think it's crazy, but you know what? It has 3 separate hats, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not impressed by that, I don't know what to tell you, Doob Snacks. We've got Zarina locked in, and I'll tell you, I did not expect to see a lot of Zarina today.
I expect to see exactly none. As a Pokemon that was incredibly strong at Worlds, it has fallen off in the kind of the off-season at this early start of UCS Season 2. So listen, there's no person that'd rather be wrong about Serena than myself. I'd like to see it get in there, put the boots on, get to work.
Yeah, get some stomping done, and we'll see if they're able to make it happen here in game number 2. We've got Dragon Ball once again on that Urshifu. Felt like a dominant force there in game 1.
Yeah, using that Rapid Strike Urshifu was really able to dart around the map, lay in tons of damage, set up some quality KOs for the team, and really help leverage those team fights for them. So I agree with you completely. Volto, with the cleanest trainer card out here, going to be picking up Zarina, and like I said, shades of Zarina from last season would be nice to see.
Well, I mean, if they could, that Pokemon was just absolutely dominant, as you said, at the World Championships. You saw so many big plays with it, but we haven't seen a ton of it here in year 2 of the Championship Series. Off Metagaming right now, looking to close this thing out.
I'm taking a look and just kind of running through the mental here. Delphox out of Fleeg Henna Fleeg did not quite have the result that you and I expected it to in the face of the heavy healing that OMG brought. So I kind of like this switch up here. They're going to give a different look and see how they can leverage the Gardevoir and the Blastoise into this composition.
Interestingly enough, we also don't see Glaceon in this game. So obviously they said, hey, if we can't have Espeon, we can't have Glaceon. The 2 are a pair. They need to go together. FHF right now clearing out this central area with their Gardevoir, looking for that level 5 so they can head down and do some work, as Dragon Ball also looking for that 5, looking for that evolution to turn into that Rapid Strike Urshifu and really put some hurt on FHF.
Big KO by the Gossifleur, and that's all product of Fleeg Henna Fleeg allowing the Gossifleur to take the red buff and then move into Path and be able to put the pressure on there, and it worked exactly as they thought. They got some points in, they got a quality KO early on Volto, and that's where you want to be. Alex Kidd, poor little Phantom, getting beat up a little bit, and with just the Delphox support shots over the top, but this Mew is big, and Auto is looking to do some work with that Slowpoke as well.
And here we have the Gardevoir hiding in this tall grass in the top hat. There comes the Psyshock. They're just looking to take all of this experience away from off-meta gaming. If they can make sure that that Serena does not hit level 6 anytime soon, does not evolve, that would be huge, because the power spike once that Pokemon hits its final evolution is amazing.
Wartortle getting a bunch of stacks and off looking good in the early start of this one. Got themselves a quality KO and, of course, some stacks. That's exactly what you want in these early exchanges. The fact that they might make it out here pretty unscathed is a good look. Putting pressure back the other way, they're jumping all over Clefable. Where forced to go back to the goal zone a little bit, pick up some heals as we are rolling to the middle of the map, and I wonder who's going to contest for the birds. Look at where Dragon is.
Well, here we go, making their way to the top path, sneaking around here towards this goal. It is already being sieged by off-meta gaming, and here comes that big combo pushing them off right now. The question is, are they going to move in on this Wartortle, a very tanky Pokemon, but this is Rapid Striker Shifu. They're actually moving down. They found a Chroma.
A Chroma peeling up to support the Wartortle, and now they're getting the pressure put on, and the brakes getting beat off of them right now. A Chroma gets KO'd. Clefable shows up just too late, just to say they forged a friendship or tried to, a Dragon Ball there. But Auk forced back onto the goal zone, and they're just going to hang out. Volto looking for an opportunity to maybe get some stacks in. Their stuff there. Wartortle, a lot of work to do up here. They're having all the pressure put on them.
And take a look at this. Volto did evolve after putting in that 10 Aeos energy, not only getting a stack, but getting that huge experience bonus. And now we have Zarina. Once Zarina evolves, the combos are just incredible as it moves in towards a Chroma. Chroma just getting caught out possibly again. No, Chroma, you just can't go near this enemy team right now, buddy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, a little spinning back kick by Volto sorts out the cotton ball, and now they're all over the birds. They get tons of experience. Off-meta gaming making Zarina something to contend with here as Dragon Ball's pacing around the map, and I think they're going to go try and steal some stuff out of the central area of Fleeg and a Fleeg.
Call me crazy, but they might be looking for a Chroma because it seems like they are targeting that Eldegoss. Regirock getting chipped up here, already down at half, and it looks like here comes the Trevenant trying to make this fight happen.
That's a quick sorting out of the Regirock. Those rocks fall down and actually opens up the opportunity for the Delphox to get KO on the Gardevoir. Meanwhile, the Gardevoir, while getting taken down, takes down the Regirock.
And here we go. Slowbro now. Look at this. Level 8 on the side of FHF with that blue buff, and they are just pushing towards this goal.
Yeah, well, I mean, the fact that the Slowbro can just stay in pocket auto, just doing the best they can to try and keep off metagaming off of these wild Pokemon, is a Trevenant having a pretty easy time getting in there to get their points in and taking over to level 8. That's a very great place for them to be this early in the game.
You know, you can see Trevenant just grabbing little pockets of points anywhere it can and putting them in the goal, stacking up its stacking items. I know we saw an attack weight. It might have both an attack weight and an Aeos cookie. We see that a lot on Trevenant. This just makes it bigger, tankier, stronger, more difficult to deal with for FHF.
Yeah, and they got 3 right in a row in pretty short order without too much contention, but it's Gardevoir show in the top path as that again a KO streak of 2. And that Zarina we were just talking about. Hey, it's time for you to clock off of work. You ain't stopping here today. Go back to goal zone. Now, Fleeg ahead of Fleeg. 4 players. They're contesting this Regieleki. They've got some decent spacing. Blastoise playing very far forward.
Let me tell you, both of these teams are not giving a lot of priority to this top objective here. There are only 7 points in this top goal, so even if FHF secures this, off-meta gaming really doesn't lose too much if they even just let it walk into their top goal.
Yeah, I would just let it hit if I'm off meta gaming. They're trying to score before it went in, but that didn't happen. Fanciful Fireworks are out. This is Arena Unite right on top of the Fairy Singularity, and we're going to see what sorts out here. The pressure's on. Eldegoss takes the skies. They crash land. Gardevoir gets KO on the Blue Shifu. We're pushing back the other way. That's 1 player down despite 3 Unites being used. Fire Spin coming through, and we're going to see where the Rapid Spin ends up. They're all over the Clefable. They're putting the pressure on. The Fire Spin catches the Blastoise, pulls them back, and that forces out the retreat. FHF, not about that action anymore. They peel back, but a good little exchange.
Yeah, OMG able to push them out right here. And this is a very different Delphox than we saw in game number 1. That was the Mystical Fire Flame Charge. This is that Fire Spin Fire Blast Delphox. A very different Delphox, very different Blastoise as soon as its Unite move comes out. There's the spin. They lock down the tree. Are they going to keep going? This Urshifu could be in a lot of trouble right here as a massive Solar Beam comes out from Mew.
Yeah, the Solar Beam went wide, but Gardevoir gets a KO on the Urshifu, no problems. They're all over this goal zone, and Rapid Spin Water Spout buys tons of time for the team to score, but the Fanciful Fireworks from long distance keeps that goal zone intact. A good little play despite the pressure that they were under, and now FHF converts onto this Regirock. They're going to see if they can get it. Trevenant comes out, catches 4, but the Gardevoir seals it up, no problems. And now FHF is looking for some picks. Can they get another one? They're putting tons of damage on Trevenant, and yeah, you're a stalky boy, but we got you cut down. You're a tree, son, no problems. Gardevoir KO streak at 2, and the pressure continues. continues. Where is peeling back? They're scalded down. They're moonlighting themselves. They're trying to do their best. Zarina, help me! They're stomping through. They getting the KO on the Blastoise, but we've got more action in the middle. KO streak of 3 for the Gardevoir. It's coming unglued out here, Spraggles. This siege is continuing, but Off Meta Gaming finally able to stem that tide.
And look at this Sarita coming in, taking a Pokemon up into the air with its Unite move at the perfect time to avoid that Gardevoir Unite right there. Off meta coming back in this fight. Big triple KO for the Delphox. This match is so incredibly close. Only 2 points separate them, and level-wise, they're just right there. Once again, neck and neck between these two teams.
Well, that Blastoise getting another KO is going to help them get in that experience lead, but can't understate Off Meta Gaming's Delphox. Aishi coming through, our player in game 1, came through, got a quality KO streak of 3 Hydro Typhoon. For value, question mark, Rapid Spin, Water Spout, they're going to try and find a target. They're not going to get one just yet, and hopefully they have that Energy Amplifier. They can get that Unite move back for the tail end of the game.
Yeah, I'm thinking that was possibly a mistake, or they thought that Off Meta was pushing a little further than they actually were. But if they have that Energy Amp, they KO a few wild Pokemon, they will have a Unite move here again, because in 40 seconds we have Rayquaza hitting the map. And the question is, how are these two teams going to fight at it? We've seen back and forth fights from both of them. Either one could easily take this fight.
Yeah, it can't be understated. Both these teams bout that action, dog. They want each other in a bad way, so they're going after each other, no problems. I like the grouping here of Off Meta Gaming. They're finding the opportunities where they can. 20 seconds left until Rayquaza, and the big question mark I have is it is even going to be taken in Game 2.
Yeah, that is the real question here. I think FHF is going to have to do something, because OMG in game number 1, not taking Rayquaza, able to hold them down. And in fact, even though only 2 points separate them, once again, Off Meta is ahead heading into this Rayquaza. It has hit the board, and now the question is, when does this fight start? FHF just continuing to look for some experience, getting their buffs right now. Nice big boosted here, but all this is just a little chipping back and forth, throwing a little fire at each other, a little special attack damage here and there. The question is, what is the big moment that kicks off this fight? As we actually see Zarina heading this top path, possibly trying to sneak in 100 points.
Yeah, they're cut off in short order, and now Auk is working through getting their buffs, no problem. Akroma cut that off, and Off Meta Gaming still just kind of positionally hanging out.
And here we go, Rayquaza just being touched a little bit by both teams. You just put a little damage here and there. You let everybody know, hey, we could take this at any moment, so you've got to come in here and fight. But once again, the time is just draining down. Off Meta Gaming, though, puts in points. 100 points.
Unite move by the Slowbro on the Blue Shifu, pings them down very low. They're on the verge of getting knocked out. They try to do some work, but it's the Mew that sorts them out. 1 player down for Off Meta Gaming. This could be FHF's chance if they push forward. Eldegoss takes to the skies. They're going to see where they can land. Can it be anywhere? Gardevoir gets KO on the Clefable. 3 players down for Off Meta Gaming. Here we go. KO streak of 2. The Gardevoir heating up. Understatement. They're on fire. Zarina getting one back the other way, and it is on the Gardevoir, but the damage kind of been done. There's 4 players down for Off Meta Gaming, but what does FHF do? They're ripping this thing. They're all over the Rayquaza, but it ain't going down too quick, Spraggles, and look at those respawn timers. Everybody's coming back.
They are so close. Delphox is here, ready to try to steal this away from FHF. They want to close out this series right now. They are ahead on points, but they're being zoned out by this Blastoise. No, not able to get the move off. Here comes the Urshifu. Did the Urshifu actually steal that? Are you kidding me? With the big old jump kick, taking it down. Come on. Off Meta Gaming steals that right from FHF after the perfect zoning and the amazing job they did taking out that Delphox. They are still not able to get it, and OMG takes game 2.
Grand larceny out of the Blue Shifu. They jump right to the middle. They run in. There's, let's get a couple buttons in here. You guys have been working on for a bit, but let me cash in all your hard work. Takes Rayquaza for the squad, gets some points in, and turns a game that was razor thin into one that was convincingly in their favor.
What a heartbreaking finish there for FHF. Now, of course, they're not done for the day. We're in our group stages. They're going to continue battling it out. But OMG, I mean, with the heroic steal of Rayquaza, the rapid strike, the big old jump kick coming in and securing that incredible play there for OMG.
Yeah, Dragon Ball really understanding what their role was, which is get to the middle as quick as possible, throw everything I got in the kitchen sink at Rayquaza, see if I can steal one for the team, and that's exactly what they did. You can see the point board. You can absolutely see the straight line that goes up after you take Rayquaza.
And look at that, 95-93 until that moment really pops off here. FHF looking great today. And, you know, there was a reason that we wanted to bring this matchup as the first of the broadcast. These two teams were seated right next to each other, 8 and 9. And without question, I mean, those were razor-thin games. At any moment, it could have gone either way. But Off Meta securing the win twice there.
Yeah, taking just a quick look at some numbers, Chroma, tons of damage healed out of that. Eldegoss did a great job. And of course, Ware with 85k of healed of their own. And Jumid and Auk, tons of damage for Fleek and Fleek. The highest metrics on the board for both teams are those two players. However, that's not where you win the game.
And look at that Blastoise, 97,000. It really felt like FHF had their moment right there. They just were not able to seal it up. Heartbreaking, but again, they are not done today. These group stages are going to continue to play out, and we are going to see what 8 teams make it to London.
Yeah, I mean, you have to kind of think hindsight forever is truly 2020, but when the Blastoise decided to chase down the Delphox, that is just a bunch of rapid spin water spout damage that isn't going directly on the Rayquaza, which meant it took just that much longer for it to go down, and of course, unfortunately, that gave just enough time for someone on OMG Dragon Ball to come in and take that thing.
The question was it going to be the Delphox that stole it or the Urshifu, or was FHF going to be able to take it down? They were not. What an incredible start. We are going to throw it back to our analyst desk. Zoinks, Wonder Chef, take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Spraggles and Duke Snacks, for casting an incredible game. What a finish to our first match of the day. Honestly, what a highlight reel level of finish. An amazing steal from Urshifu. I mean, they're known for doing that. Not often with that build, but hey, when you make it work, you make it work.
Yeah. I mean, what an incredible moment to end. Just in general, what an incredible game to start things off. We were talking about how this is, of course, Seed 8 versus Seed 9, and I feel like even though, of course, this was a 2-0 set, I feel like the games were so close. We were within maybe 30 points of each other for, I would say, the majority of both games until these final moments happened, and that's where the clutches came in.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 and 2 were very similar storylines, right? The back cap at the end really made things shake up a little bit, but the scores on either direction ended up being so close throughout the match. And when it really came down to it in that game number 1, which is something that we really want to talk about, is an incredible defensive effort from Off Meta Gaming. Off Meta Gaming able to shut down an offensive attempt from Fleek Henofleeg, but where it started was from the beginning of the game with this 9-10 crash, 4-player bottom path attack.
Oh, yeah, and that's so perfectly covered for the weakness that is early game Cubfu, and we do know that this play throughout the entire set just became such a key part of their gameplay. I wouldn't be surprised to see that maybe even potentially banned out in further sets throughout the weekend.
Yeah, and this was the final moment. So Rayquaza is finally becoming the target of people's attention. Off Meta Gaming is just trying to defend this. Delphox does have a pretty powerful move within the Fire Blast, is looking to try to secure the Ray. Blastoise has to play a bit of defense, but you can't forget about the melee hero that is Urshifu, who swings in and steals that at that last moment. Off Meta Gaming boasting almost a 100-point lead at that mark, but they just really secure the victory with that Rayquaza buff and all of those shields that come along with it.
Oh, so incredibly clutch, and I feel like we can't underrate as well enough the play at the end of the very first game with that incredible pullback to defend. That was just in the same way the end game clutch is just too powerful.
Volto here, the player of the game on Serena with 6 knockouts, 13 interrupts on the Serena, utilizing those Unite moves to knock people into the air and various varieties around with this Pokemon. We were talking about the draft from Off Meta Gaming is a very melee-focused team composition, which actually paid off a lot in terms of the defense. We saw 2 teams with under 100 points headed into that final stretch, and a lot of that is because of how powerful these melee Pokemon are and their own self-sustain and healing, especially when fighting on their own goal zones.
We also have to talk about the flexibility of Volto. Also, I just have to mention, over 100k on Glaceon in the first game into the Serena. That is just a level of, you just do not want to mess with that player. You love to see it. Their team all together showing incredible promise for their further matches in the group.
Yeah, sometimes you want to just get your play-making players on some of the most powerful Pokemon in the game, or the ones that they are most comfortable with, and you'll find a lot of success from that. Let's take a look at our group stage graphic to get a bit of an update with where we are at for today. Tally Believers winning their first matchup 1-0, and Off Meta winning as well. So now Off Meta and Tally Bobo Believers, your leaders within Group A, and Tally Bobo Believers, I'm hearing, won 2-0 versus Fly Squad.
I find, we kind of almost have to assume if anything is not a 2-0 for Tally Bobo Believers, then that's going to be some pretty big news. But again, I'm so excited to see who can take them down. But with just the level of play that we saw from Alpha Metagaming and Fleeg throughout this set, I mean, this could be a challenge, as we're probably going to watch them play in a little bit in the future.
Yeah, Off Meta Gaming showcasing some versatility within draft and in gameplay. Maybe they're the ones to challenge Tally Bobo Believers. I mean, we are looking for anyone to sign up for that task, because Tally Bobo Believers is also looking for anyone. They are challenging every single team. But hey, if you want to compete within your own region in the UNITE Championship Series, you can register at battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite if you want to play in the future monthly finals or your regional, and of course have your chance at qualifying for Worlds in Yokohama, Japan.
Oh, I am so excited for that. And of course, if you do not have a team, you can go into the Discord. It is very easy to find somebody to play with. There are a lot of players out there still looking for players. The official UCS Discord, definitely the place to go for that.
Yeah, make sure you check in there. And don't check out, everybody. We are jumping to a very short break. Do not go anywhere. More Aeos Cup action for the EU region right after this.
Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series here for the 2023 season. I am Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw! And today we are talking about the battleground where all of our competition is taking place this season, Thea Sky Ruins. Remote Stadium is no more. For 2023, all of our battles are here on Thea Sky Ruins. Zapdos is out, Rayquaza is in. So, what's different? What's the same? And what is the strategy on this brand new map? Let's talk about it. First off, what is the same? This is still Pokemon Unite. You are scoring in goal zones. There's a big fight at the end of the map, and we have objectives top and bottom, as well as buffs and berries and all the things you expect in a match of Pokemon Unite. Now on to what's new, and a short answer could be everything, and the long answer is, okay, here we go. The final battle is very different. I mentioned that Zapdos is gone and Rayquaza is here. Not only does scoring change near the end of the game, but your ability to position around this final fight is very different than it was before. Not only that, we have different objectives that spawn in the map. Rotom and Dreadnought are gone, and the Regis have taken their place. The bottom Regis, each one providing a different buff, and the top Reggie Alecki, is now this powerhouse of an extra team member that moves towards enemy goals. The strategy is very, very different on this map, and you're going to see some incredibly exciting matches on Thea Sky Ruins. So what is the strategy now, and how does this affect competitive play? One of my favorite things about this is that teams from different regions are finding different ways to play in this map. Some teams are prioritizing the bottom path, while other teams are prioritizing the top path, using that Regieleki to get them a huge point advantage. All the while, teams are figuring out that with so many more wild Pokemon on the map, there are many opportunities to mess with their opponents and invade their central areas. One of my favorite strategies that we're seeing is that Pokemon are now not really confined to either the top or bottom path. They are moving all over, putting pressure on the enemy at every single point they can, while we are still finding a way to fight in the center at the 2-minute mark. So now you can see how the new map is going to affect this championship season in some really exciting ways. But of course, we have new Pokemon and new updates as well. It's going to be amazing. Make sure you don't miss a minute of the action, and that you are subscribed to Unite Esports on Twitter and Pokemon Unite on YouTube. And also, if you're watching the broadcast in Spanish or Portuguese, make sure that you are following Unite LatAm and Unite Brazil on Twitter for all the latest Pokemon Unite Championship Series news. This is Jake, your resident content cowboy, saying, I love you, and goodbye.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Off-Meta Gaming winning their first game of their group stage, but now they have to go up against the region's best. Tally Bobo Believers is their next matchup in our group stage.
Hey, you know, as Wonder Chef, that's what I love to see, out of the frying pan and into the fire, but this is going to be a pretty hot fire. Tally Bobo Believers, the Titans to take down. But honestly, the play that we saw from Off-Meta Gaming in that previous set, I'm really glad that we got a chance to see that before we see this one, because we got to see some great stuff out of them.
Had any tally marks in that bingo board.
Well, I just love seeing the rap. An incredible play, but of course our opponents are going to be Tally Bobo Believers, Zervis, Klaus, Yutao, Megu, and Toon Slim, just the absolute titans. I know I keep saying it, it's because I can't stress it enough, but I gotta say MVP here, look at the player cards, the matching mirrored player cards from Yutao and Megu. That is absolutely next level. The player card, I think, is maybe the most important meta of Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, I mean, they are a duo that has played even before this roster. Yutao and Megu have played together for quite some time, and that synergy is relevant when you see it within the server. This team is working so hard to become the best and stay the best in the EU region, and Tally Believers has been doing fantastic so far in that regard. I mean, if you look across this roster, all 5 of these players are really an all-star squad. Every single one could win you the game, but let's get into this match. Dew Snacks and Spraggles, take us away. Let's watch this next one.
You see that off in the distance, Dew Snacks? That's London, and that's what these teams are fighting for right now. But the question really is, can anyone take down Tally Bobo Believers? I've been told to read this. Don't use the stairs unless absolutely necessary. Okay, we are back.
Well, it's easy to see that the ones that sit on the throne are clearly Tally Bobo Believers, and everybody is going to be going for the king. And if you go for the king, you better not miss. That's what they say. Not me, Spraggles. Somebody else said that. Made it popular.
I believe that was me, and here we are, your purple team, Off-Meta Gaming, Tally Bobo Believers, your orange team, the winners of the March finals, the winners of the February finals, the winners of our hearts. And the question is, even after seeing such an amazing start from Off-Meta, can anyone stop the champs?
It's going to be tough sledding. Tally Bobo Believers really is tough to ban them out of anything. They say, Blastoise, we don't want to deal with this. But Off-Meta Gaming, again, really leaning into that Hoopa, not wanting anyone, one more time, anyone on Tally Bobo Believers to have that Pokemon.
Anyone, and here we are. Blastoise actually getting banned out, which I'm kind of surprised by, but they must know that Off-Meta loves this Pokemon. As Zervis looking to possibly grab, oh, no, Toon Slim switching up there, grabbing the Mew right away, and there is that Slowbro, the first pick, the first snapped up defender every match that we've seen.
It's so strong. I mean, just the slow beam, able to lock down a singular character on the other side and have the rest of your team burn them down is pivotal here. Sableye might get locked in. You know, I would love to see that. We're going to see where Klaus ends up as well. But Toon on the Mew, or even if it goes over to Yutao, 2 incredibly strong players on that Pokemon.
Dodrio possibly being hovered here by Tally Bobo, and this is a Pokemon they are very familiar with. The first time we're seeing the bird today, will it have the right amount of hats?
That's the true question out here. Comfy quickly locked in. Dragon Ball going around. That Urshifu is still on the table if they want to go that direction again. We saw how much work it put in that second game previous, and that's exactly where they want. Their comfort level is there, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Rapid Strike again.
Yeah, without question. I mean, they're just so incredibly good with that Pokemon. And ooh, we've actually got ourselves possibly a Scyther coming into this game. No, moving over to Glaceon right here. Another extremely popular pick inside of this meta, and it is locked in.
The movement you get out of Glaceon, it's sure hit attack in that Icy Wind. The fact that, you know, they've got the Slick Spoon, they've got the glasses, they got the Shell Bell. We got a little bit of cooldown reduction there. Eject button to get deep engaged in a great Unite move. Solid pick for your anchor.
And the question is, what can you do against Tally Bobo? I mean, if we keep Toon Slim on this Mew, he's one of the most dominant Mew players in the world. But also, you know, they could switch it over to the other most dominant Mew player in the world, Utah. So, I mean, they are just so incredibly, I want to say gifted, but I think talented, skilled, practiced on these Pokemon.
Those are all words you can use to describe things. So
I'll see if I can find more words. Are there more words?
My eye right here is on Klaus on that Dodrio and getting into that backline on Aishi onto the Delphox. Going to have to kind of try to contain them and keep them down. And if you're off metagaming, you need to lean into Dragon Ball big plays. You need to lean into Aishi as well as the Delphox. And Volta was all over the map in those first 2 games we watched. Definitely to keep up that pressure. On the backside, though, you see the best friends lined up next to each other, Utah and Megu. And I don't know if you heard, Megu, you legend. I've said it before, and it's not something that I'm going to be afraid to say again.
Look at those trainer cards. Just absolutely beautiful. Maybe you and I could do trainer cards like that one day.
Okay, in. Once they put our suit hollowware in, or like our trainer costumes in, you know, then we can do that.
Here we go, off meta gaming, your purple team. Tally Bobo Believers, your orange team. If off meta can take some matches away, in fact, if off meta can win this set, this would be a massive upset right here. And they are looking to do just that, make a statement against the current champs.
Yeah, and the current champs are not allowed to, not going to let anybody make a statement about them, that's for sure. Doduo coming in, getting some easy stacks. That's the point. That's what they like to do. As Spragle says, that's a stack. And of course, Sableye there with the support, just giving so much static to the Fennekin early is pivotal as well.
Yeah, look at this Sableye, already level 4 right here, so they are just so incredibly mean. Whether they're going Shadow Sneak or Knockoff, a lot of people playing Knockoff, and there are those huge stuns pushing this Delphox back. It gets KO'd. We do have the Urshifu up here, but it is not ready to fight yet.
Yeah, that Icy Wind be able to sure shot through the rest of the squad and get that KO for them is a good start for Tally Bobo. Mego not afraid to play forward. Big time Surf. You know I love that move set. Here are the birds on the map. Alex Kidd is trying to use these to get their level up. Decent spacing by Dragon Ball here, who is not on the Urshifu. They picked up the Espeon. Big surprise there. I would have loved to see them on the Urshifu again. But off metagaming, they're cooking something.
Oh, take a look at this. Tally Bobo making their way into this central area right here, picking up a KO. Comfy not able to save them right here. We actually have the Wicked Blow on this Urshifu, so it's not going to be fighting the exact same way. Utah in a lot of trouble, picked up by the Comfy. The big old Vine Whip for the secure on that KO.
That is high quality, comfy play right there. I'm looking at off metagaming, great secure between Wicked Blow and the Espeon as well. So maybe that's what they're leaning into, their opportunity to swing objectives, not necessarily have to take a big team fight, but take the objective out for the nose of the Tally Bobo Believers.
Well, take a look at this. Espeon actually playing a different Espeon than we've seen in a lot of these games. It is not the Psyshock builds, not that big secure. It is stored power. And a lot of Pokemon, a lot of players use this Pokemon when they are running into a Dodrio. Just able to make sure that no matter where that thing runs, you are hitting it with all of that stored power damage.
Yeah, Toonslim taking a ton of damage. Alex the Kid trying to get them with the Comfy. They picked up the Hula Hoop. They're putting the pressure on. Only one flower on the Comfy as they peel back. The Comfy hops off the ride there. But off metagaming, almost getting a decent catch on a big-time player in Tim.
Ooh, take a look at that massive Solar Beam putting insane damage onto that Delphox. 7 minutes, 20 seconds. That means these birds are spawning here in the center. Another huge Solar Beam as this fight is breaking off. Huge knockoff, and they're going to push this Delphox back. But no, both teams actually going to pull back from here. And once again, we have that Fire Spin, Fire Blast Delphox.
Really just trying to throw a wrench in all of the Tally Bobo Believers' plans here. Huge drill back coming back down through, darting through the Comfies off the ride because that ride has broken down and the Comfies next on the chopping block. KO Shrika 2. Hey, no picking daisies out here. We eating Comfies. 3 heads for the bird, 2 KOs. Just wish they had one more to keep everything symmetrical. And all that time, Registeel, it's gone.
Registeel is gone. It doesn't have the right amount of hats, but it's got the right plays here as Dodrio absolutely running through off meta gaming. It looks like they have so many Pokemon to try to stop this thing, and it did not work. The Fire Spin couldn't catch it. The Stored Power couldn't catch it. Dodrio catching all of those KOs, putting points on the board, 144 to 17. Tally Bobo Believers in control.
Yeah, in control for sure. Good little drill peck, going to keep the Urshifu almost from scoring. They're pushed off. Now that Wicked Blow's charged up, it's right in the face of Zervis, but that KO goes to the Dodrio as they jump through. Aishi's the next one they want. The Fire Spin comes through, almost catches them. Fanciful Fireworks, but the Dodrio's too quick. They peel off. Comfy's looking for a ride. They pick up on the tree. Flowers, tree, makes sense. They get a KO with the Stored Power Espeon in tandem on Zervis, but that's not who they're looking for. Klaus is still standing, half HP, and they might make a move here on off-meta gaming as soon as they poke their head out.
This Dodrio just absolutely amazing for Tally Bobo believers. Off-meta has not figured out a way to deal with it. Big boosted coming in. The Trevenant is getting low on health, but Trevenant can survive with low health for a very, very long time right here. Utah just continuing to throw those Icy Winds. Big old Solar Beam right here, and here comes the Dodrio.
Icy Wind gets a KO and shorter on the Espeon, which means Dodrio's kind of unlocked. They can make some big-time plays, but off-meta gaming doesn't want to step up their goal pack. Glaceon Unite is out, stabilizing the mix. They're knocking off. They're picking everybody's pockets. Comfy Unite, everybody's fighting in the tall grass, and we got a little, was that a Unite for the reset? No, that's a score, of course. Glaceon closing out the goal zone. Regieleki getting peeled on. Toon Slim's already been working on it. Regieleki going to Tally Bobo Believers for the price of 3.
Wow, Tally Bobo, I mean, just showing you why they are the champions right now. 19-257, and I don't know if you've been brushing up on your numbers, Dupesnacks, but that is not incredibly close. Tally Bobo controlling this thing, showing everyone why they are heading to London.
They are fighting in a big way, and they're all over off-meta gaming. Fanciful Fireworks comes out. Dodrio finally goes down for the first time. Urshifu charged up that Wicked Blow. They're trying to sort out this Regieleki, but meanwhile, off-meta gaming, meanwhile, Tally Bobo Believers everywhere else on the map doing whatever it is they want.
Yeah, Tally Bobo down in the bottom path, taking this objective. It looks like we have the Glaceon just able to get it. Nobody even making their way there. Off meta, probably celebrating that first big KO, however, on that Dodrio. If they can find that Dodrio in some of these big fights, they might be able to make something happen here as we've got the Slowbro Unite onto the tree. Unfortunately, the Solar Beam misses there for Tally Bobo as they are continuing to push. Tree with that Comfy on it, very difficult to take down.
Yeah, Trevenant Unite comes out, but not able to find any ground as the Dodrio hops through. They're looking for their target. Fire Spin goes straight towards Megu as they're covering for the Dodrio, and everybody's peeling downstairs. Can they make a goal zone move? But look where the Glaceon is. Utah, cheeky scoring in the background. Urshifu's going to try and cut that off. Meanwhile, can they get some points in for themselves? Megu's trying to hold it down. Klaus is engaging. Trevenant can take a lot of damage, but it is taking a ton right here. And you know what? You can overwater a tree, and I think that just happened.
I actually don't think you can. We're going to have our stats team look into whether or not you can overwater a tree. But while this is all happening, Sableye also putting 37 points into the top path goal. Right now, 19-294. Even if Tally Bobo Believers don't win a big fight at Rayquaza, they are still up in a huge way. Off-meta needs to put a ton of points in to even come somewhat close. And this is a great position for Tally Bobo. They can kind of do whatever they want as this match starts to wind down.
Yeah, they're so strong that they can contest on the opposite side of the map and actually fight off-meta gaming while they're standing on their goal pads, which is typically a very hard thing to do. But the strength of Tally Bobo Believers, not only as a team, but as their levels indicate, they're ready to go. That stored power coming through, almost doing its job on the Dodrio. They're forced to retreat. Can they get a pick here as the Magical Leaf lights them up? The Wood Hammer comes through. The Pain Split lands as well, and they get a big-time KO on the Dodrio. That's a decent-sized respawn timer. Is off-meta gaming going to be able to take their first objective here? That's the big question. Bang, Trevenant again. They're heating up. Alex the Kid, Alex the man, they feeling it.
Yeah, this is looking incredible right here for off-meta gaming. I mean, you need to win a few of these fights. Even putting 100 points on the board puts them in a much better position as they head towards the end of the game right here. They're just deciding how the score is going to happen. Trevenant putting some points on the board. Delphox as well. Really amazing scores. 129 to still 371, but they are right back in this thing a lot closer than they were. 2 minutes, 10 seconds right now. Rayquaza is incredibly close, and off-meta needs to win a big fight. And obviously, all eyes are on that Dodrio as, oh no, Espeon caught here.
They're coming through. Oh, Trevenant Unite catches them both. Zervis and Megu trying to find a different path in here. Tally Bobo Believers do have that buff from the Registeel, so they're going to see if they're going to be able to leverage that. Grass is tall, and they're fighting in it. That's tons of heals back the other way, but it doesn't matter. 3 players down. Dodrio's finding them all. 3 KOs. That's 1 for each head. Can they get a 4th one and start working in surplus? Delphox gets one back the other way, but guess what? Spraggles 10. Jack, Queen, King. That's an ace. The whole team is rinsed. OMG. Off-meta gaming got beat.
That's right. Off Meta Gaming is now off the map gaming. They are gone as Tally Bobo Believers takes this in commanding fashion. Game number 1, they're ahead by over 200 points, and now they are going to just continue to rain points in their goals right here. Trying to fight back here. Nice Unite move from the Urshifu, looking to take down Utah, and they do, but we have Sableye and Slowbro scoring in the main base.
Yep, guess what's on the menu, Spraggles? Hundo Burgers. And Tally Bobo Believers, eating good, that's for sure. When we're under 2 minutes, the points are double. You got 50 in your pocket, times 2, that's 100. That's a ton of points. Off Meta Gaming trying to cobble together a comeback here, but they need exactly 300 points, and they got to do it in the face of the Believers that are getting tons of KOs. Megu playing very far forward. They still got their shield. We've got Pain split a little bit of action. Big Surf separating Volto from the rest of the squad, but Volto's going in deep. They're caught on the backside. A big light screen blocks back Volto, sets up a KO. Sick business out of tune. They're looking good here, and Off Meta Gaming is just racking stats up.
Yeah, absolutely. Too little, too late for Off Meta. Tally Bobo controlling this entire game, controlling that big fight. And, you know, Off Meta was right to try to deal with this Dodrio. The big triple KO in that final fight really just put it into a position where Off Meta could not do anything in those final moments.
Well, it's safe to say the Tally Bobo Believers, they're in peak form. They're operating where they need to be. OMG took a big win previous against Fleeg Henne Fleeg, so they need to find some of that magic here again. Maybe it's Dragon Ball back on the Urshifu.
Yeah, it could be. They need to change something up, that's for sure. But it's really hard to change up enough to deal with the champs. Tally Bobo winning this match. 271 to 713, really ahead the entire time. One pick that I got to say I love, seeing that Sableye there, just so difficult for Off Meta to deal with.
Yeah, Zervis was going around picking everybody's pockets, knocking all that Aeos energy off of them, giving them tons of static, tons of difficulty, able to just get in the way and allow the rest of the players, Toon Slim, U-Town, to come through and clean up the trash. Klaus as well, mean game, 10 KOs, come on.
And take a look at our scoreboard right here. I mean, they held Off Meta to almost no points throughout a lot of this match. Finally, around that 8-minute mark, we had, or around the 2-minute mark, I should say, we had that 129. So Off Meta got a little closer right there, but still hundreds of points in difference. The entire match controlled by Tally Bobo.
Yeah, we see the big difference in this game than the previous ones we watch is look at the damage dealt. It's a little bit more a parity across, no major spikes, but that's usually, there's either indication of your team performed very poorly and you didn't really get in there. On the other hand is what we're looking at here, which was concise, calculated team fights, which just doesn't lend itself to bunch of damage being dealt. But when the damage is dealt, they are landing in KOs and finishing in KOs, and that's exactly what you want to be doing at this stage in the game.
Yeah, Tally Bobo Believers, obviously they've made a believer out of everybody in the EU region, everybody in the world. They might just be the best team in Pokemon Unite right now. I don't know if anybody can touch Tally Bobo.
Well, we certainly haven't seen it yet, right? The closest thing we saw was in February when they're squaring off against Nouns in the finals. You know, that was down to the wire. But, you know, we were talking about it before. They absolutely hit a brand new gear in March, and I don't think they're looking to lay off the gas pedal here.
And here we go, just some of the big moments in that match. We had that big Comfey KO right here, but Tally Bobo Believers taking that opportunity to go ahead and score, stack up in that top path.
Yeah, I mean, and these objectives we're taking, Tally Bobo Believers, you know, they pretty much just had Utah on, shredding them down. The rest of the team was positioning in front of Off Meta Gaming, making sure that they couldn't contest those objectives, and it really, really worked out for them.
And take a look here. We got that big Electro Ball coming in. And here's Dodrio, just doing Dodrio things, waiting for its moment, looking for that big Drill Peck, and it connects, taking every KO it can, jumping in on her Shifu. Comfey going down. Tally Bobo with another convincing fight in the top path.
Yeah, that Glaceon Unite right in the middle of that fight helped leverage the Dodrio and be able to cut through, kind of skating on ice, cutting through, and be able to get a bunch of KOs there and close out that goal zone. Here they get a Regieleki for pretty much the price of free. It's flying in the face of Off Meta Gaming. Meanwhile, Tally Bobo Believers everywhere else on the map.
Yeah, Tally Bobo just absolutely dominating right here. 371 to 19. This is really the only moment that Off Meta had where Tally Bobo was on their back foot. They have a great fight right here. Great secure, not able to get that surf secure on the side of Tally Bobo. And now, of course, we have the Rayquaza fight, where, as you said, they completely wiped them. Ace, King, Queen, Jack, and I'm sure there are other cards too.
Yeah, mainly the ace, which is when the whole team is gone, and that's exactly what happened. Tally Bobo Believers getting tons of points in there. Of course, really trying to make a statement early in this event. You know, this is kind of the winner's stage of this group because Off Meta Gaming and Tally Bobo Believers both entered this 1-0, and the other two obviously 0-1. So the winner of this takes a clear win in the group and is able to kind of skate the rest of it.
Yeah, I think Tally Bobo really wants that. I actually have an exciting word here from our production. These are our chances if we went up against Tally Bobo. Oh, why is it blank?
Mine says Zoinks.
We have no chance? Yours says Zoinks?
Yeah.
Maybe Zoinks could beat Tally Bobo, but right now it looks like Doob Snacks and I could not. And you know what? I think that's fair. I actually think they might beat us in a game of Pokemon Unite.
Now that we've revealed that there's nothing really of importance on these cards, we have to admit that our hands are awkward and we needed something. So there you go.
My hands are not awkward. I am actually awkward, but I like holding this card, and I'll continue to do it, and I will also continue to use these stairs. The question is, will Tally Bobo continue to steamroll the competition? Woo, that felt like it flowed pretty good.
Yeah, well, you know what? You did all right. I'm going to give you some credit for that. It sounded pretty good. Let's talk about OMG and what they can do to have less of an oh my god in that game when they got the break speed off them, and a little bit more of a oh my god where we just beat Tally Bobo Believers.
Yeah, I mean, I think the question is when you're going up against a team that feels like they are outperforming you, when they are beating you at all of these big moments, what is your strategy in some of these big fights and towards these big objectives? I see a lot of teams when they know they're going up against a team that fights a little better than them, that maybe has the skill advantage, maybe has the positional advantage, they go for some bigger flips. They start to take objectives right in the face of their enemies, and that could be the play for OMG.
Yeah, I thought that's the direction they were leaning when they went the Urshifu with the single strike, you know, with the big Wicked Blow, had the secure. And I was assuming the same thing with the Espeon with the Psyshock, which you saw has obviously a great secure tool in and of itself. But they went with a stored power Espeon. So I agree with you. I'd like to see them lean back into like, hey, flip it and rip it and see where we end up, because it's not really working on the other axis of the game. We saw it successfully happen last year in the UCS at the Aeos Cup when Full Send literally just fully yeet every single time those Zapdos hit the map. They got in there and they were all about burning it down, and it worked to pretty good success for them. That's something I'd like to see OMG employ.
Yeah, it could be a great strategy for them. We're actually going to take a look at our roadmap of where we're heading here. Let's take a look. We are in the Aeos Cup Finals right now, and today we are deciding who is going to make the live event at EUIC in London. After that, we have the April Finals on May 6th. We have the May Finals coming up on May 27th, and then regional finals here, June 10th through 11th, and of course at NAIC. We've got the live in-person for North America for the regional finals. That is going to be an exciting event, Doobstacks.
I mean, where's the road lead, though? Yokohama, Japan, Worlds. Here we go. Right? That's where all these teams are trying to get. But first, we got the Aeos Cup in front of us. We're going to settle out the top 8. We're going to settle out the top 8 here for EU. NA, we'll sort out our actual Aeos Cup winner, because EUIC, we're doing it live, which I cannot wait for. And I know both of these teams want to be there for that.
Absolutely, and if Off Meta can take a game or even the whole series off of Tally Bobo right here, they will almost assuredly punch their ticket to London. We're going to have to see what they can do in game number 2 after Tally Bobo Believers absolutely dominated game 1.
Yeah, you got to think the team that wins this match here goes into the bracket 2-0, and I don't know all the math, but I'm going to say they're pretty clear favorites to go to EUIC to contend for the top 8. So this is a great one to win, so you can breathe a sigh of relief.
And take a look at that. Both teams don't want to deal with this Espeon. Banned out as Off Meta is looking to pick up their first 2 choices right here. Mew on the side of Tally Bobo, and there's the Delphi. There is that Hoopa that nobody wanted to see earlier.
Well, I want the Hoopa to play, and I want to see what everybody's so afraid of, because that is not a Pokemon we've seen banned too often here. But you go back the other way, and Megu's lining up Trevenant, maybe peeling off the Slowbro, and their Slowbro is stuff of legend, but now it's the tree, so maybe Megu's just going to see what the kind of wood hammers they can do out of it.
Well, the question is, I mean, is this the pick that they want to use because they think it's the best strategy, or are they trying to flex a little bit right now, show them what they can play? Are they also trying to try something maybe a little different that they wouldn't run against a team like, say, Nouns Esports, but they feel like they can run against Off Meta Gaming?
Well, Zoroark might be an indication of that. We don't see Zoroark out of the Tally Bobo Believers too often. We've seen it out of other teams in the EU, but not really a place that the Believers end up. And UTAO picking up Sylveon in the last spot is going to do great work, specifically in the face of that Snorlax.
Yeah, that Sylveon could be amazing. We've seen Toon Slim on the Sylveon a lot. I'm wondering if they're going to switch it up. We'll see UTAO possibly on that Mew, but we also have that Zoroark. The question is, who is going to be picking up this Pokemon? It feels like such an incredible counter to some of these ranged special attackers that we see from off-meta gaming. Really able to dive in there and get this huge burst of damage.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Toon locking in the Sylveon. We're going to be on Hoopa, and I hope they flex out of control here because I want to see, again, what everybody was so concerned about and why off-meta gaming was banning it themselves, because that is not something the Tally Bobo Believers have queued up with at all, really.
Yeah, this is gonna be exciting. This team composition from Tally Bobo, I feel like it's either, again, a flex. They want to show how good they are right now, or it's something that they've been preparing and we're just going to see some domination here in Game 2.
Volto being on the sword is exciting. We haven't seen a lot of sword play in a while, specifically at the end of UCS. Aegislash was really peaking, and then it kind of fell off, similar to some of the other Pokemon we've discussed. So a lot of off-meta throwbacks here for OMG. They're looking to get it done with some unique picks.
Hey, I don't know if you noticed, but Off Meta is also the name of the team.
Genius.
I mean, come on here. Did that just work out, or did you plan that? Unbelievable. And you're right, Aegislash has not seen the kind of play that it did last year. Still an incredible Pokemon, but we were just not seeing a lot of teams find the great position to put it in as we head into game number 2 of our Group A here. Tally Bobo Believers, off-meta gaming. Tally Bobo, like we said, they're looking at London right now, and they want to secure their spot.
Yeah, UTAO going through and taking the central area is Mew. Another thing you and I were discussing before the game is Mew's just so good in path because of how strong it is, and it has such great movesets early on that it really has the opportunity to put pressure on the opposing team. But look at this little invade Alex the Kid going for it. They want to take some buffs. They got their swim gear on. They're ready to go to work. UTAO going to have to try and hold it down and get this red buff as Alex the Kid spacing pretty well here. Let's see if they end up with it. Solar Beam locks it up.
Yeah, Solar Beam takes it, switching over to the Electro Ball right now. It looks like he's doing a little bit of dancing right here. He just knows that this KO is his. Snorlax is going to have to run very far, looking for some berries right there, but they are already gone. Tally Bobo Believers just taking a nap in the tall grass. They're doing everything they can. Finally, the Snorlax goes down as Mew makes it to the top path.
That is a good KO early for UTAO and a great way for the Tally Bobo Believers to snowball. The birds have populated, big Solar Beam comes through, crop of those go to Mew. They're working through, Klaus is engaging, zipping through everybody. Mew gets credit for it. Klaus's low chip shot comes back out of the Hoopa. They get a KO. Now, excuse me, the Glaceon gets credit for that KO. Not a bad look there and a good exchange for them.
Yeah, decent exchange there for off-meta, picking up a nice big KO, and really good for Tally Bobo, obviously. The invasion from the Snorlax did not work. It brought its floaty, but it didn't bring anything else it needed to deal with UTAO as they were able to push this back. And now we see Toon saying, oh, we can do this. We can just head to the central area of our opponents. I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, darting out of the hyperspace hole, but there's tons of damage being rained in. A good engage, Icy Wind seals that up, and another KO to off-meta gaming. So whereas Tally Bobo Believers had a decent start, they're finding some of their own and finding their way back into it. So off-meta gaming, decent look in the early stages.
Yeah, so far, both teams trying to make something happen in their opponent's central area, not able to do it. 0 for 2, both of them right now, as we see this just being ripped up by Zoroark. Almost a level 7 Zoroark right here, as we maybe have something breaking out in this top path right here. They're looking for the sword.
They get the sword. They break it in half. Nothing legendary here. Might even be rusted. Who knows? Sylveon gets credit for that. Can't hit the hyperspace hole for the reset. And now it's 3 in the face of 2, but the hyperspace highway is open. They're going to see who they can pull through. Oh, Daily Dollar short as Mew gets a KO on the Glaceon. Tons of points are going in. Klaus putting in more buckets. 20 left, and we're getting some good stacks there, Spraggles.
Yeah, huge stacks right there. Sword trying to make something happen. Aegislash fighting right now, heading back to this portal, not able to make it home. The burst damage from the Mew and the Zoroark has just been so difficult for off-meta gaming to deal with right here. Incredible between the Electro Ball and that feint attack. Huge pop at the end. They are just deleting members of off-meta gaming.
Exactly. They can't even get to those hyperspace holes for a decent reset. We've got a Registeel on the map. The hyperspace highway is open for OMG. Are they going to peel down? No. They're looking where they're fighting all in the central area. They're trying to deal with a Tally Bobo Believer invade, and that leaves Utah free reign to start ripping this Registeel down. And off-meta gaming can't even get close to this objective. Megu's just farming up. Toon Slim burning up so much time and energy. Zervis there for the pickup. KO streak a 2 for Toon. Don't give him 3. Sylveon does go down. Mew takes the Registeel. Zervis makes it out scot-free. Are you kidding me, Springers?
I mean, while this was all happening, Tally Bobo had the perfect opportunity to take that bottom Reggie with not a single member of off-meta gaming able to do anything. Not only that, Toon, the Sylveon, picks up 2 KOs in the central area of off-meta. Just incredible plays here from Tally Bobo. And off-meta now finally scoring their first points of the match, 140-9.
I mean, take a look at this level disparity between these teams. Tally Bobo Believers are absolutely skyrocketing up this level lead, and they are not looking to relinquish here. As you know, they're taking the body, but they're also doing very well at taking all of the wild Pokemon off the map, and they don't even care about this Regieleki because the bigger they get, the stronger they feel, and then they can take the body and go as deep as we're seeing right now as the Zoroark gets a quick KO on the Glaceon, their highest leveled player. They're engaging on the Delphox, give them 2. Is the Hoopa the next one? Where is just where am I running to? Where can I hide? Nowhere from Klaus. They chasing you down. You put the hyperspace highway on the portal, and I'm going to send you back to base.
And here we go, possibly a 4th KO here. No, stopped by the sword, and they need that. They need all of that catch-up experience. When you're behind and you KO a higher level opponent, that is huge for your Pokemon. Massive experience gains. They really needed something here. 210-9. The match completely being controlled by Tally Bobo. Once again, Toon is just jumping around with that mystical fire, making it really, really tough for anyone on off-meta to survive. They're trying to punish him right now, but look at this Sylveon, almost full health still.
Great work by Zervis to keep Toon on its feet, to be able to get that retreat. Deep engaged by Volto. That is a coup de grace that goes wide, and they get broken immediately. Mew getting a KO on the Hoopa. Good look out of Utah. I mean, this team is moving collectively, cohesively, and they look strong.
You know, when production said you and I didn't have a chance against Tally Bobo, I thought maybe they were wrong. But looking at it right here, this team is insane. They are clearly one of the best, if not the best teams in the world. And I don't know if anyone can hold a candle to them. Off-meta is giving it their best shot right here, but we are just watching a clinic from Tally Bobo. It's a 2-on-1 in this top path, continuing to fight them right here. Zoroark just looking for some KOs. They might be able to get them.
Yeah, if I'm Zoroark, I'm just peeling back because your team just picked up another Registeel. Trevenant Unite catches a couple players. They're going to look to leverage that. Megu trying to flex that they don't just play the bro, they play the tree too. Alex the Kid taking a nap, and they're meeting back the other way. Toon Slim's pretty low. We might engage on the Aegislash, find some. Mystical Fire comes through. The tree still stands. Big Wood Hammer coming through. Can they take them out? Yes, the Sylveon. Toon Slim takes down the Aegislash. Eldegoss takes down the Chonky Boy Snorlax, and Zoroark sorts out the Glaceon. And now we have a Hoopa that is truly unbound, but send them back to space because you are space dust. You are off the planet. Sylveon getting 2, and holy smokes, Tally Bobo Believers looks like they're evolved into something completely different.
Yeah, Tally Bobo just absolutely dominating right here. Once again, another coup de grace looking for a KO. The Trevenant survives on absolutely nothing right here. Glaceon trying to make it home, and they do, luckily, through that hyperspace hole. They might even take a second in base and go, okay, you know what? It's really safe is our home base right now.
Yeah, the way Tally Bobo Believers are playing, I wouldn't be surprised if they found their way in there somehow because they are taking everything. They're like, listen, you might rent here in the Thea Sky Ruins, but we own this thing, and rents do right now.
Here we go. Snorlax once again in some trouble. The block coming up. They're not able to get out of there. No, Eldegoss picks it up. There goes down Aegis, a double KO for the Eldegoss on Tally Bobo Believers. I think I said Eldegoss for a second there, Dupe Snacks.
Well, it's glossy and flossy with that KO Shriek of 2. Nice pink ribbons. Decent hollow wear on that Pokemon. Zervis looking good. Tally Bobo Believers, another objective. Huge curveball as the rest of off-meta gaming is peeling up. They do have some presence, but they're getting spaced out very well just by Toon and Zervis existing in the area.
So now look at this. They are holding this Regieleki. They are not going to hit it until exactly when they want to send it towards off-meta gaming. This means it's something that off-meta is going to have to deal with right here, or it's going to walk into that top goal. Toon is right there to follow it in, so it can score a big 100 points at the 2-minute mark, meaning the Bobo Believers is going to be up so much, 370-9, and even though they're up, they're going to continue to take this fight.
Fanciful Fireworks comes out. Zorak gets buckled by the Aegis Slash. One player down for each side. This might be an opportunity for off-meta gaming. Never mind. Muse heating up. They're getting tons of KOs. Yeah, give them 3 for OU Tau. They're making it happen here. Snorlax Heavy Slams doesn't hit anybody. Look where Toon is going. They're going on the hunt for more bodies. Never mind. They're going to score points. Snorlax is bubbling around the Rayquaza pit. Bobo Believers doesn't even have to touch this thing. Snorlax going for a cheeky score in the back, but they're not holding a lot of points, so I don't see this disparity shrinking as much as they'd like.
The light is fading here for off-meta gaming. They do have the Unite move here from Hoopa. Beautiful use, too. Able to actually have invincibility during that solar beam right here, but it looks like Bobo Believers is pushing in and going to try to wipe them off the board once again. Double KO for our Zoroark as we pick up another 3 members down here for off-meta gaming. Now make it 4, make it 5. 5 is the most, I think.
That is the most. All 5 players were down there for a fraction of a second. Hoopa, the first one to walk out of the Pokemon Center, asking, where am I? Bobo Believer says, you're at Thea Sky Ruins. We just took Rayquaza. Duck it time.
I think Bobo Believers is asking, where are we gonna be? And the answer looks like it's London, because they are absolutely dominating right here in Group A.
Lots of Hundo Burgers going to be reined in. Glaceon uses their Unite move. Now we're just trying to pad the stats here. You know, get some confidence building KOs if you're off meta gaming, as I like to call them. On the other side, Bobo Believers, they're trying to make their numbers look impressive here on stream. KO streak of 2 for Klaus, getting another amazing game out of them. 10 KOs the first game out of Dodrio. A Vagillion here in the second game as Zoroark, and it just looks good. Snorlax popping out of base. Mew using their Unite move. Are they going to get this KO in the next 6 seconds? They sure as heck going to try. They're chucking all the damage in this Snorlax. Are they going to seal it up? Big block coming through, stepping on the goal zone. Trevenant Unite and buzzer.
And there you have it, Bobo Believers, the champs for a reason. I mean, off-meta gaming, they really couldn't do anything against this squad. 1,032 to 59.
That is large numbers. We're taking a look here. Klaus 12 KOs, Utah 14, Toon with 10. Toon was just living in the central area of the opposing team, so much so that he was getting KO streaks of 2, KO streaks of 3, while just literally absorbing the attention of OMG so that Bobo Believers could press their advantage everywhere else in the map.
Yeah, it felt like off-meta gaming was fighting these fights that they really didn't want to deal with. They did not want to deal with Toon Slim that entire time, but they had to. They had to fight it in their central area. As we can see, you know, the point difference here is pretty stark throughout this entire game, holding them to 9 points really until basically the end of the match here. 59 to 1,032.
Let's take a look at the battle numbers here out of these players. Toon Slim 109, Klaus 98, so literally 96 out of Utah. So literally what I said in the first game where we had some cool collected, this game was pure chaos, and that was out of intention from the Bobo Believers. They didn't want off-meta game to find their footing anywhere. They were playing in their face. They were taking the body as much as they could. They were sending 1 or 2 players to objectives, and that allowed them to have huge damage numbers because they were all about taking the body, and holy smokes did they find some on their hunt.
Yeah, unbelievable here. When you look at the numbers, when you look at the KOs, when you look at what Toon Slim was able to do, when you look at what Utah was able to do, I don't know if any team can beat this. I don't know what you can do to stop this. And we're seeing it's not only just a few Pokemon that they're good with, it's not just a few strategies. They have a ton of different tools in their toolbox, and we're actually going to hear a little bit more about this. We're going to hear a breakdown of what you just saw by the incredible Zoinks and Wonder Chef. Take it away, gentlemen, at the booth.
Thank you very much, Spraggles and Dew Snacks. I can't wait to look more into this game, but truly, Bobo Believers proving to everyone yet again that they are the World Championship caliber squad. Let's take a look at how these games played out.
Oh my gosh, like you said, well, almost how can we even go over this? It was just a constant, amazing, I don't want to say steamroll, but kind of a steamroll from Bobo Believers throughout the entire set. Every single moment was almost a highlight for them.
Very much playing in form. Klaus on again, another very aggressive Pokemon. Dodrio in game number 1, Zoroark in game number 2. Klaus loves these Pokemon. They can play with these high speed values and get in the enemy's face, but also get out. Now this is that fight that I really wanted to showcase from Bobo believers at this minute mark. They had a great play in the central area to push them out. Hoopa responds in kind with the Delphox Unite, but they're so quick to escape from that damage and immediately double back and swing it. Look at Megu, amazing Woodhammer placement, the Horn Leech pulling the enemy away. Every single time Bobo believers positions well and still makes it out.
Right, and not only they position well, but they positioned well, they move forward, they moved back, they moved forward again, they moved back in that entire fight. It just shows how strong they are at continuing to reposition every single time that they need, and that is just why they have such a dominant score here. We saw them win with about 1,000 to 60-ish. We got some stats as well that Fly Squad versus Bobo Believers, an off-stream match before, both of the matches in that one went a similar score, and it's not to say that any of these teams are weak. I think Off-Meta Gaming played extremely well, but Bobo.
I mean, and when you have to go up against players like Toon Slim and on the Sylveon as well, playing that Mystical Fire Draining Kiss, Choice Specs, Wise Glasses, Shell Bell being their options of choice, along with that Potion. I mean, a lot of sustainability, both Shell Bell, Draining Kiss, and Potion, all tools that can pump your HP back up. Very useful when you're playing a lot of the game within the enemy central area, and when you're headed into a composition that really peaks early, like Off-Meta Gaming's was, and they don't really scale too high, I think headed into that enemy central area is not at too much of a risk. Even if you get knocked out, what are you really giving the Glaceon? One more level, half a level? I think that reward is a lot better than that risk, and Toon Slim knows how to measure that out perfectly.
And I mean, of course, we're highlighting the player, but I know you did make a little bit of a hot take earlier, I think, with the Sylveon, right? So that's just going to continue to help prove your point. I know you're going to be happy about that. I'm always a big fan of seeing Sylveon do well ever since release, but of course, we can take a look at the groups to see how everything has been updated. We do have, of course, Bobo Believers with the 2-0. They will be our next match on stream as well, I believe, so we might get another chance to see just how everybody in this group can do against them. But second place in this group is going to be huge to make it to the finals, and currently we have two teams at a 1-1 score. There's some chances for some potential maybe tiebreak situations.
Yeah, I believe Bobo Believers has clinched their spot for London with that second game going in that 2-0 scoreline when everybody else does have a loss in their loss column. So congratulations, Bobo Believers, making their way to London. Your first team confirmed for that. But yeah, it is now a race for that second spot. But with Off-Meta Gaming winning our first game of the day, they are in a great position to do so. The rest of this group stage is going to need to go out in a way for them to hope for the best results. Now, we do want to just remind everybody, if you want to play in the UNITE Championship Series, you absolutely can. Battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite is where you need to go and sign up, find a team, head and try to challenge some of the best teams across the world. Pokemon Unite's a great game, and when you're playing in a competition level, you just find a whole new experience to really experience the game with.
And this is the best time possible to get into this competitive experience. I love this meta. I love just how things are playing out, which we're going to be continuing to see later on in the day.
Yeah, that's true. Also, I'm pretty sure all of these cards say Zoinks on them. That must be some mistake. Either way, we are going to be going to a very short break with more EU Aeos Cup action right after this. And welcome back to the Aeos Cup for the EU region. Some amazing Pokemon Unite already, and we're going to have even more incredible matches. Wonder Chef, our next one up is going to be Fleeg Henafleeg versus Tally Bobo Believers.
Yeah, this is going to be the end of the trifecta of these three teams, basically all getting to play against each other in a row on broadcast. I love to see that. Now, of course, we've seen Talibobo Believers in that previous match, but Fleeg Henafleeg, we saw 2 matches ago, and I do think they are a very strong team from just what we've seen in that first match, right? I believe, really, in my thoughts, that they do stand a chance, but currently it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I'm excited to see J-Mid versus Utah as my favorite matchup of the 2 attackers, but we'll have to see it live because it's time for Spraggles and Deuce Snacks to take over. Have a fun one, boys.
What's wrong, champ?
I don't know. You know, I had so much fun seeing Tally Bobo Believers. I'm just disappointed we won't get to see him again today.
It's all right, little buddy, because we got Tally Bobo Believers coming up right now.
What? You're kidding me. Come on.
Let's go.
Is it Christmas morning? Let's do this. Here we go. Tally Bobo Believers is back at it.
April Fools, but this ain't no joke. Tally Bobo Believers closing it out with Fleeg Henafleeg, and we're getting right into draft.
Let's go, Doob Snacks. Tally Bobo Believers, your orange team. Fleeg Henafleeg, your purple team. Now, we saw FHF have a tough time against OMG Off Meta Gaming earlier when Tally Bobo actually cleaned Off Meta Gaming's clock. So we're going to see if FHF is able to do something that Off Meta was not able to do, that many teams are not able to do, and that is take down the champs.
Well, it's going to start in the ban phase. Tally Bobo Believers last time gutted a Blastoise first, and they don't want Blissey in the mix. Tally Bobo Believers truly choosing something that they don't want to face into whatever composition they want to build. Banning out the Mew from both Utah and Toon because they're so flexible, not a bad look out of Fleeg Henafleeg. However, if they didn't choose that Espeon first, Spraggles, I thought we were kind of doomed from the beginning.
I was thinking the same thing, but that's a perfect first choice. And yes, they've taken away that Mew that Tally Bobo has been so effective on right here. We're seeing 2 Pokemon hovered here, possibly picking up the Slowbro and Eldegoss start. Eldegoss seeing a ton of priority in this tournament, but you know what? Last second, that switched over to a Delphox.
Yeah, and the reason we're seeing a Delphox switch here is because they're choosing Slowbro, which prices FHF into the next best defender, which is Tree, and Delphox naturally plays very strong into that. So this is a way to kind of hedge against what your opponent might be doing, trying to force them in a specific direction to give yourself a strong advantage.
And actually not picking up that Trevenant, surprisingly enough. It felt like they really were pushing them in that direction. But, you know, FHF here maybe deciding that Delphox is going to be a nightmare for us. That's throwing some fire on a tree. We're going to switch it up. We're going to bring in the Snorlax. And once again, we're seeing a team, when it's not banned out, Hoopa is coming into the game.
Yeah, so these 2 picks are specifically in the face of the Delphox. Snorlax is much better into Delphox. Hoopa, it resets. The way it heals is not conducive to what Delphox is trying to stop with its fanciful fireworks. So being able to send everybody back to base and pour back onto the map with full HP, it kind of works around Delphox there. So very intelligent strategic picks out of FHF, not willing to play ball with what Tally Bobo Believers is teeing up for.
And here we go. We've got that Scyther being locked in, or Scissor being locked in for the side of FHF, as well as that Blastoise. And once again, Tally Bobo bringing out this Sableye. I gotta say, I love to see it. It is such a sneaky pick, and it's so difficult to deal with if you're not used to fighting a great Sableye player.
I love where Tally Bobo Believers has structured their draft here. Just a lot of high-octane picks individually. And Fleeg Henafleeg is strategically approached their draft to kind of fly in the face of what Tally Bobo Believers is bringing to give them the best opportunity. And we saw that again in the Snorlax and in the Hoopa pick.
I'm not even fly in the face, maybe even Fleeg in the face, which I believe is fly. I'm honestly not positive on that. Here we go. Lucario actually also being locked in for Tally Bobo. This is a Pokemon that we saw dominate year 1 of the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series, and we're not seeing a lot of it either being brought back out. We see the attack weight weakness policy, muscle band there. To me, that feels like we're going to be seeing the power-up punch version of Lucario, but you know what? I could always be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, that offers great secure for this team. Taking a look across the board, Otto, Akroma, Ak, Young Leon, and They're going to have to put together a heck of an effort here in the face of Tally Bobo believers. They drafted well, which sometimes is where these games are won and lost, but now they just got to execute.
Yeah, now we need to see what they're able to do. Look at young Leon there holding that little Lechonk, the event going on right now inside of Pokemon Unite. If you haven't logged on and got your Lechonk sticker, where are you? What are you doing? Get your priorities straight as we head in here to game number 1. FHF, your purple team, Tally Bobo believers, your orange team. Can anyone take down the champs? We're going to find out.
Scyther is such a good start. I'm glad we're getting to see it early in the game. Now, it might evolve to Scissor or it might stick as the Scyther. We'll find out here in short order. But getting that Pokemon fed up, it's a great damage-dealing Pokemon to be able to jump on top of some of the Believers players. Yeah,
that's true. We have not seen a lot of it here, but Scyther is really, really strong. Its Unite move is incredible at getting towards those backline special attackers, as you said. Akroma trying to stop them from just stacking and scoring in their face, but really not able to do too much here in this top path, as it looks like this Blastoise trying to pick up the KO on Zervis. Big headbutt. Can they get it? No! Picks up the berry. Come on. Just barely missed it.
So slippery. Akroma with a great Astonish to open up that opportunity. Couldn't quite close down on it, but here comes the Scyther. They're jumping on the wild Pokemon. I would have liked to see him engage with Klaus, help the team out a little bit. There's Akroma that goes down. Auk is getting low. Klaus peels back, but here we go. Jumid wasn't really able to flex on anybody there, despite being the highest level Pokemon in the group. And now the birds are up. Dual Wing Beat comes through. They get some of that experience, but they're getting low on HP. UTAL keeping the pressure on. FHF trying to pull up and help out their central area player.
And we did get to see that Lucario on the extreme speed build, which is exciting to see. Obviously not what I expected, and I'd love to be pleasantly surprised by that. Toon switching it up too. There's the Hyper Voice instead of the Mystical Fire that we've seen them playing. Nice big eject button takes down the Snorlax.
And Megu playing forward. They're surfing. They're going straight to the berry to cut off any heals. And look at poor Otto, still an Eevee. And that is so much pressure that's going to be able to put on them. Big Surf chips them up. Hyper Voice tandem combo. And that's 2 KOs. This Snorlax is going to be too late to stop these scores, and Toon Slim going to get protected by Megu so that they can retreat out, be in the safe distance of the heavy slam. Good execution by Tally Bobo.
Wow, I mean, you really don't often see a situation where we're at the 8-minute mark and we don't yet have the Espeon. It is still level 3. They have just been dominating them in the bottom path, doing pretty well in the top path also as they're pushing towards this goal, looking to score once again. Here comes the Delphox with the Mystical Fire sliding in for some more damage.
Yeah, Zervis playing very far forward as well. They're trying to just grab Akroma's attention. Akroma's on the hunt for that KO. They want it in a bad way. They do get it, but at what cost? I mean, that allowed Klaus, and it allowed UTAL to do whatever they wanted, get some points and get some stacks, get some experience, and peel back safely. And all you lost is your Sableye, who's your support player anyways.
How is this still a level 3 Eevee right here at the 7-minute, 20-second mark? Tally Bobo completely controlling this fight. Finally, we have the evolution into Espeon, and I don't know if I've seen an Espeon held back this much in level ever inside of some of these matches here. Incredible from Tally Bobo, just taking every bit of experience on the map, as that Sylveon's already level 9, and this Reggie is just being taken without anyone from FHF even coming down to fight it.
Yeah, now they're going to be able to pivot and take some big-time KOs. Snorlax engaging there is a unique choice, as Megu's kind of caught out, but they're pushing pressure on Scyther's on the chase on the Delphox, on the Sableye, and they're going to try and keep them down. They do. That's 2 KOs. It's not a bad look for Jumid. Is this the opportunity that they have to rally back? Forcing out the Sylveon Unite Toon on the retreat. Megu surfs in to cut that off. Otto looking for a KO, but it's the Slowbro that gets it back on the Scyther. That's a huge pick for them, and just fading back out of range, able to get a KO on the Hoopa. Great little movement out of Toon Slim. And is Megu going to get KO'd, or are they going to get the surf, or are they going to retreat? Now they say it's time to backpedal.
Wow, what an amazing play from Tally Bobo. FHF, we had them get just a little too greedy right there. Amazing double KO from Scyther, but they pushed in a little too far, going up against Toon Slim with that Unite move, and they are not able to get out. A great fight for FHF otherwise, but unfortunately, they just pushed a little too deep.
Yeah, big heavy slam doesn't hit anybody, which might spell disaster for Otto, and it does. That's a KO credit to Megu as they're moving forward. They're chipped up with the Surf, and just wait till this thing hits Surf Plus, one of my favorite moves in the game, favorite things going on. It's going to be able to cause so much static in the face of HHS. Fanciful Fireworks on top of the goal zone. Tally Bobo Believers is watching this Reggie Alecki. Is it going to hit? That's the big time question mark, because they want to rein in some points. KO Shriekadoo for UTAL. Hyper Voice all over the pad, and this thing is going to be done in short order. It hits, and all those points are raining in. Bang.
Wow, Wow, 341-8. Tally Bobo Believers picking up KOs, putting down points, and just making it look easy out here. Again, they have their eyes set on London, and it looks like they are already packing their bags.
Yeah, Megu pulling up. They're seeing where Zervis is. Zervis is like, I reset. Megu, you play far forward. But this is good screening. Big Surf chips up too and really drags all the attention. But look what that allows. Toon coming topside. Going to be able to get an easy shot on the Espeon. They actually have to eject button out. No problem. The reset comes through. The Surf almost chips up the Snorlax and Hoopa to prevent the reset. Snorlax pours back through for that action. But the next Reggie is done and gone. Another Regice for the Tally Bobo Believers. And they are looking so... Regice has appeared and it's already gone. It's already gone.
Yeah, the graphic is coming up, and Tally Bobo says, no, we already took care of that, all right? Regice is done. We take it off the map the second it's there, and then the rest of the time we spend scoring on the side of FHF. Again, the point difference, the level difference, the play difference, the champion difference from Tally Bobo Believers. They just look amazing right here. Scyther coming in with the Unite. You know what? We're just going to shut that down. We're going to shut that
and
down.
that's what's crazy about Slowbro and how strong it is. I mean, Jumid is FHF's best chance to claw back into this game. They've had some decent pop-off potential already in this match. However, when you do it in the face of Slowbro and Slowbro has its Unite, you're getting slow beamed to dust. You're getting buried 6 feet under. It's ridiculous, and you can't even let them have any opportunity to try and get their team back in it. Tally Bobo Believers got it all covered.
And look at this here. FHF saying, no, we're going to take this siege in the bottom path. We are very well aware that they could take this Regieleki, but I didn't think they would expect this from Tally Bobo, as 2 members of Tally Bobo are actually scoring in their main base.
Yeah, I mean, the siege, air quotes, continues until Utah pulled up for the smoke, and when there's smoke, there's fire, and that's a Delphox, baby, burning it down. KO streak of 4, and the only reason it's 4 is because that 5th player didn't show up.
Yeah, it could have been higher. Might have been 6, 10, 12. It just depends on how many players would have actually been able to make it to that fight. More points rating in 5-35-8. Tally Bobo controlling everything in front of them. Scyther jumping in, looking for a KO. I don't know. Give him a little mercy, it feels like. Come on, Tally Bobo.
Yeah, not today. Not when they're trying to punch their ticket to London. You said it best. They've got their eyes on the prize, and they are not looking to give up or put any relaxation into their efforts today. They want it done in a big way, and holy smokes, they're doing it.
Yeah, take a look at this, and they've just been ripping objectives off the map with this. This Hyper Voice, and then the Mystical Fire here from Delphox. They take down another. Reggie Rock is off the map. Once again, another Reggie easily taken by Tally Bobo, as FHF moving up towards this top goal, looking to make something happen.
Yeah, and now that Megu has Big Surf Plus, this is going to just make their engagement so much stronger. I mean, the Surf Plus coming into fruition right there. Triple knockup. Blastoise can't catch the reset. Now Klaus is catching all the bodies. Jumid wants... Oh, where's this? Oh, it hits both of them. Are you kidding me? From right field, smokes you all the way home. Absolute cannon on that Lucario, dealing tons of damage, forcing them to scramble. And guess what? Another objective for the Believers.
Yeah, another objective, and it's also the Regieleki pushing towards their central base at 2 minutes. There's almost nothing FHF can do here. They need a miracle to pull this thing out, as Hoopa goes down right now. Tally Bobo is controlling every part of this map, and FHF is going to have to deal with this Regieleki, or they essentially have their Zapdos in that central area coming back from Season 1 somehow.
Yeah, fanciful fireworks straight into the Blastoise Hydro Typhoon, but that doesn't really find any footing, as now Tally Bobo Believers are on Rayquaza. Literally Toon Slim not moving, just clicking Hyper Voice over and over again as they're letting their players bubble out. Megu doing all the work there. Bang, that thing is secured, and duck it time.
Here we go. I mean, Tally Bobo just walking these points in. Regieleki still on the map, by the way. They want to get this in just as, you know, kind of a point of pride, showing them what they can do, showing them how good Tally Bobo is, proving to everyone once again why they are the team to watch in EU, maybe the team to watch in the entire world. It's a lot of points. I know what you're thinking. It's a lot of points. It's a lot of points.
It's 1,100 points difference here. We've, yeah, that's the Believers. I might have lost words. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I think Zervis, the Sableye, if I'm right, I think he's running around the map looking for more points. I think they're just going to see how high they can get this scoreboard right here. It might be a record-breaking scoreboard. I'm really not sure, but it's insane.
It's very high. We're going to have to get the statistician to check the numbers out on that. This thing is massive. Megu getting pretty low. They're on the retreat. Maybe they can get a little confidence-building KO here as Utah's literally playing with a sliver of health. They're about the points. They just keep raining it in. Look at where Klaus is playing. They're playing on the shield to the goal zone. They're firing chip shots, big surf plus. Chroma's not even moving anymore. So I think we know where the hearts of FHF are right here, and we certainly know where the intentions of the Believers are.
Finally picking up those KOs, and like you said, maybe getting a little confidence boost there, saying, hey, we actually can KO them. We thought it was possibly some sort of glitch or bug inside the game. No, they actually can be KO'd. We just weren't able to do it.
Yep, that was that one was a little tough to watch, Spraggles, but if I can tip my cap to FHF on anything, they adjusted, they drafted well. I like how they drafted in the face of what the Believers were doing. That execution part didn't quite come to fruition here in game one, but it's a best of three. You have the opportunity to bounce back in a big way, and I hope they can. Looking at the Tally Bobo Believers numbers, they're big. All of them are large.
Yeah, all of these numbers are kind of insane right here. Even the slow bro doing as many KOs as almost the entire team for FHF. You're taking a look at the point graph right here, and I mean, you all saw the points. It's a lot of points. When you look at the points, there are a lot of points for Tally Bobo.
Well, taking a look at the battle data here, good damage numbers out of Auk and Otto on the side of FHF. Despite Otto evolving into that Espeon fairly late in the game, they were able to rally back and find some opportunities to crush in some decent damage. But you look across the way, Tally Bobo Believers, 111, 99, 82. Not a bad look, and you Slowbro sitting at just a shade under 60. You can't be upset about that either.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Tally Bobo, I don't think you're upset about just about anything at all that happened inside that match. Maybe they're upset about those 3 KOs in the end. Maybe they're thinking, you know what, we really made a mistake. When we were fighting them on their base, we actually didn't need to give up those 3 KOs. They might be at that level right now.
Yeah, it's hard to see them be too frustrated at that particular exchange. At that point, they were just egoing out. We know that's what they were doing, padding the stats, as we like to say. Can you talk to me a little bit about what FHF can do in this game to bounce back? Obviously, whatever was written on their whiteboard, you got to erase it.
I think at this point, we're talking trick plays, Statue of Liberty, something, the annexation of Puerto Rico. Like, we are figuring something out that I guess Tally Bobo might not play against. They need to rip some objectives from him. Or if they do pick up the Espeon or something like that, we need to make sure we get some experience on these Pokemon.
Yeah, that Espeon not evolving early is definitely a story to be written in this one, as Toon Slim and Megu were able to hold down this bottom path in the face of 2, 3, 4 players in FHF very, very well, getting crucial KOs.
Taking a look at this, Tally Bobo just continuing to score in that top path, continuing to get their Pokemon up there to stack. At the same time, bringing Utah, the Delphox, up to just do insane damage as they push onto this goal. I actually thought the Scyther had some really big moments throughout the match, but just constantly not able to close it out. Very, very close to big KOs.
Yeah, I mean, they had the KO streak of 2 in the bottom path right after the first objective. Great start by them. A decent attempt at a siege here until old Utah pulled up for the smoke and threw down some fireworks and says, look at me go. KO streak of 4 for them here.
Yeah, here we go, just continuing to push there. And now we are in their main base, and this is where Tally Bobo is really just having some fun, playing with their food, if you will, just scoring at will, trying to get that Regieleki to push inside their goal. They just took Rayquaza, and right now they are just, as you say, padding the stats here.
Yeah, we see the score lead. It looked like Everest, every pip is a base camp, and then the summit at the top at the 1,200 points they were able to rein in here. And of course, giving up the last KOs that you mentioned might be a point of like, I wish that didn't happen. But they've got to be happy with their performance here. And there's going to be no surprises when we bring up our wonderful player of the game.
Yeah, I don't think so. There's Utah on that Delphox, 111,000 damage, 15 KOs, making it look easy out here, but I can tell you, I wouldn't have had as easy of a time. I think that player's actually pretty good.
Yeah, they are pretty good. A lot of sticks in that damage number, a lot of ones. When you're lining them up at the front end, that's 111,000 damage for Utah. And in their minds, I'm gonna spitball, whatever. In their minds, you know what they're thinking? Okay. How much higher can we make that total? That is what Tally Bobo Believers is thinking right now. FHF, on the other hand, are thinking, how do we never let that happen to us or anybody ever again? And you mentioned a little bit getting your experience early, leveraging that, being able to be a little bit more impactful in path early stages of the game. But are there any draft picks you'd kind of like to see them lean towards?
As I said before, I kind of would like to see them try something completely unexpected, something that maybe Tally Bobo hasn't played against, because the expected, the meta, if you will, the Pokemon that they know that how to play against, obviously they completely dominated that. So yeah, I would want to see something very, very different here in game number 2. I don't think bringing that strategy back in is going to help them very much at all.
No, I mean, I do like their approach to the draft. Like I said, they did reactionary draft to what Tally Bobo Believers was showing them very well. The execution was a little off. So we need to hit a seam, in my opinion, between them that is unique, but also properly reactionary to what they're being shown at the Tally Bobo Believers, because they seem to have a pretty good bend of understanding the interactions between which Pokemon are theoretically favored against others.
Absolutely. I mean, and they had some big moments. They really had some big moments. That Scyther had big moments, and I think had that Espeon not gotten shut down so incredibly hard, they could have had more moments there as well. And then here's the big question. What do we ban out if we're FHF? They ban a Delphox. Yep, they're banning that Delphox. Well, it was pretty difficult to deal with here. Tally Bobo, now they might just be able to bring out another really exciting composition, or they could just bring out something tried and true that they know they can shut them down with. Hey, if you're giving us the Espeon, we're going to take it.
Yep, and them banning Blissey again is really just a nod to, like, we don't need a Bliss assistance on, Jew mid, for example, allow them to take over the game or have a big pop-off moment and rally back. And look at this, Espeon getting locked in. Zervis continually hovering the Eldegoss, but switched to Sableye at the last moment last time. Megu locking in the tree, which they looked great on that Pokemon. And, of course, Utah taking Mew. I mean, these are the building blocks of key meta players right here that Tally Bobo Believers are bringing to the Thea Sky Ruins.
Yeah, without question. I mean, we've got some extremely strong Pokemon as well on the side of FHF. Slowbro, Hoopa, Gardevoir. I mean, that Urshifu, we've seen a lot of play out of Urshifu today. It's had some really impressive moments here, so I'm wondering what kind of Urshifu they're planning on bringing into this match. Maybe they could be looking for some secures with Wicked Blow, because they weren't able to take any objectives last match.
Listen, when you're throwing out hands like Naruto, you know what's better than 2 hands? 4. You know what Machamp has? 4 hands. They're about to chuck those fists in the face of this other team. The fact that it's so good at moving through hindrances is going to be the crucial line of attack here for them, as they're going to try and get to that Gardevoir in short order.
Oh, take a look at this. We got the Buzzwole coming in from FHF. This is going to be an exciting match here. Obviously, Machamp, one of the funnest Pokemon to watch after it gets its Unite move, because it can be the most devastating Unite move you have ever seen, and I'm looking for that from Tally Bobo Believers. And look, FHF is in kind of an incredible position right now. I know it doesn't seem like it, but if they are able to win this game, would feel like one of the greatest comeback moments in the history of Pokemon Unite. After getting absolutely dominated like that in Game 1, to come back and win Game 2, you have to be rooting for them at home.
I certainly am. We want games to be exciting and really showcase Pokemon Unite and everything it has to offer. And yes, sometimes the big blowout wins are fun to watch, but so are the nail biters that go down to the wire, that work on razor-thin margins. FHF do that for us.
Here we go. Tally Bobo, again, looking to punch that ticket, finish packing their bags. They might have actually, between matches as they were waiting for draft, they might have just finished packing their suitcases, getting ready for London right now, because I think they're feeling pretty confident right here. FHF going to need to make some big plays to take them down right now.
Yeah, that is true. I'm looking at somebody with kind of historical experience in the UCS at the highest level, and that's a Chroma that really needs to rally the troops here on FHF and say, listen, that was rough, but we got to erase that from our memory, because we still got a shot here. There's 2 more games to play if we win this one. We got 1 more. So let's make a statement. Let's rally back and say, hey, we can't be pushed over that easy.
Here we go, Tally Bobo versus FHF. I'm hearing from our team that Tally Bobo is routinely beating teams by an average of 909 points in this group stage. That's a lot of points.
That is, yes, that is plenty of points. A Delphox ban rate, 12.6%, 55.6% win rate. It has looked great. Blissey ban rate 1.5% and a 46.8% win rate. That ban rate is probably only there because of the old believers.
And here we go. The old believers pushing in right now, picking up 1 KO. Machamp looking to grab some stacks. Zervis looking to score as well in this top path. Big karate chop secures that wild Pokemon KO. More points being put into the top path right here as Utah makes their way up top. Big Electro Ball here, and Machamp has evolved. We've got the level 5 already.
I mean, they are moving quickly. Normally, Buzzwole incredibly strong in lane, but finding itself having a bit of trouble in the face of the Tally Bobo believers. Jumid, though, level 5, going with the rapid strike approach, trying to get, they got kind of get suplex submission out back the other way. They're forced to retreat, but Buzzwole is able to cash in on the Machoke. That's a good little exchange for FHF, showing they still got a little fight in them.
Now, I can't actually wait to see this from Tally Bobo. They are playing Machamp with submission. I am a dynamic punch believer, but if anyone's going to make me a submission believer, it's the Tally Bobo believers right now. So I actually can't wait to see how this Machamp plays throughout this match. Hoopa coming down to this bottom path, trying to defend this bottom goal against this big old tree, throwing those big old hammers.
Yeah, and just catching multiple players at once. Espy on there to clean up the trash like a little street sweeper, saying, if it's here, I'll collect it up. Slowbro getting credit for one. Young Leon gets it back the other way. Not a bad look from FHF. They're exchanging 1-for-1 at this rate right now. Much better than where they were at the start of game 1.
Absolutely. The 8-minute mark right here, we can see that FHF was actually perfectly positioned in that central area. They took all the experience there. Once again, Machamp maybe in some trouble picking them up, but no, not able to slam them down and make sure they didn't make their way back through that portal. As Mew is coming up here to take down this Buzzwole. Nice big Electro Ball. Machamp running back in. Can they take it down? The big suplex, and Eldegoss gets the KO.
Yeah, the Buzzwole just kind of getting caught out, a little bit too hungry on the chase for that KO. They get suplex, shot, bang. Holy smokes. Are you kidding me? They get submission, light screen back, chip up, stun, solar beam through the solar plexus. Bang, that's a sick KO.
That's awesome KO right here. Urshifu in a little bit of trouble, trying to chase down the street, actually able to get it, but Toon Slim got that big side shot, barely misses right here as the Mew is pushing in, and there's the Unite move from Toon to pick up that Urshifu Guard of War as well, and they're just continuing this push. 7-minute mark right here. Doomstacks, Tally Bobo picks up 2 right before Regice hits the map.
Achroma peeling down, Young Leon looking to make a play. They're both level 6 in the face of Zervis level 6, but that's 2 players that are level 9 and about to tick over to level 9. Tons of pressure is on. The KOs are going to start raining in. Young Leon kind of caught out. They do Scald 4 with that approach. They're able to amnesia up a little bit, maybe hit a potion. That's another solar beam coming through and a KO for the Eldegoss. As now Curlia shows up just to get hammered like a whack-a-mole type situation here. Jumid putting the pressure on. They're trying to hit the movement. They're trying to find as many hits as they can rack in. That is 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and I'm KO'd. Gone.
They did get a nice KO there on Eldegoss, but boy, I mean, we're just seeing the same thing play out over and over again. If you are near Toon Slim, you're going to get hit by Psyshocks, and then you're going to get KO'd. I think a good strategy would be to stay away from this player altogether.
Yeah, well, it's kind of tough when the other side of the map sits Utah, who's always looking for that action. Of course, we've seen those solar beams put in so much work already this game. The Curlia, still being a Curlia, Narda Gardevoir here under the 6-minute mark, has to hurt a little bit for FHF. They need to find a way to give that Pokemon some experience.
It's just a Curlia, not yet a Gardevoir. Ooh, not able to pull them through. They actually do take that hyperspace hole home. I was hoping we were going to see another big suplex here from Machamp.
There we go, they're scrambling around, and they just missed the poach as they were trying to kidnap somebody off that goal zone. Can't quite get it, but decent spacing, a little cross chop in, going to engage on this Regieleki. Utah and company throwing in a ton of damage. FHF just looking for a way in. It's going to be a Jumid hero play, big question mark. Nope, they're just shy, and now the chase is on. Machamp cross chop, hits the submission, goes in for it, and we see Jumid see what they can square up. Big Unite move comes through, couple cross chops. We see some hits back the other way. We're getting silky smooth, moving like water, Bruce Lee style. 11 hits for Jumid, but it's Relentless Klaus and Utah that allow that thing to hit, the Regieleki to hit, and we get an overdunk there.
Great fight from FHF right there. Honestly, I mean, fighting off 2 of the best players in the world at that top pad. Really impressive stuff right here. As the score, you'll take a look at here, Doomsticks, 164-110, a lot closer than the last match. Tally Bobo, once again, just completely zoning out FHF down here at this Regirock, but they're coming in through the portal.
Yeah, big stuns here on Utah. Can they convert on some KOs? That's a big-time question. 1 player down for FHF. They still have an opportunity. Mew Unite shrouds the team a little bit, but Jumid gets KO'd for that. But there are 2 players down for the Believers. They are exchanging very well here. Megu is getting chased down. They get KO'd by a Skull. Espeon Unite hits the Hoopa, but they're low as well. Toonslim forced to retreat. They come through, they pick off the Gardevoir, and then they get the Hoopa back the other way. KO Streaka 2. FHF, the story of these exchanges is when they finally find a foothold, they push just a hair too far and lose it again.
Come on, Toonslim. I mean, just go down. Just get KO. That's unbelievable. Surviving on almost nothing. We're going to need to check the tapes. Tally Bobo Believers might be cheating this thing. That was unbelievable, able to get out of that situation. Here comes the big moves from the Machamp. Big old submission, and we do take down the Urshifu right there. You know, when that submission misses, it does look like a big old hug. It doesn't really matter right now as Gardevoir comes in with a huge Unite. Big fight here for FHF.
Huge move by FHF. They're able to get that Fairy Singularity on 3 players and a KO streak of 3 for Auto. This is their opportunity to get some points in. Yes, looked rough in some of the team battles, but look at this scoreline. They are winning right now, Spraggles. And that's how you win this game, by the number of points you score more than your opponent, and they've certainly done that at this point in the game.
Not only are they scoring more points than their opponent, but they are a completely different team. We talked about the comeback of the century, and they're looking to make it happen right now in the face of Tally Bobo. They're up by a little under 30 points right here. Regieleki just being dealt with by Tally Bobo Believers as FHF is continuing to move around the map and look for experience, and they're actually positioned really well for this bottom Reggie that's spawning here in about 10 seconds.
Chroma with a decent face check. They dart back through. Megu gets him with just 1 chip of the Wood Hammer, but at least they know where those players are now. Toonslim taking the bottom side. They're rolling downstairs. We're going to see what FHF can do. They would want this Registeel in a big way, but they're getting backdoored by Klaus, who engages on the Gardevoir. They get a free reign to him. They're moving through. The Phantom Force comes through. Doesn't quite work, and they get suplex submission. Jumid's looking for that hunt, though. Klaus able to retreat. Espeon Unite chips up and clips Buzzwole, and now they're flipping the script on him. Can they find any KOs? Everybody's standing for now, but players are getting low. Big Wood Hammers come through, catch 2, and that's a Trevenant Unite that's gobbled up. Espeon takes out the Hoopa. Very Singularity, where it hit 3 before, it hits none now. It's on the backside of a Nightmare, as here comes the submission cross chop KO bang. 3 players down.
Wow, look at this right here. We're at the 2-minute mark. The Unite moves are flying. That's a lot of our Rayquaza fight right there. Huge Solar Beam. Machamp coming in with a giant Unite. Taking down 1, chasing down the Slowbro. 2 members of FHF, one of them being Hoopa, by the way, with a Unite move. The only Unite move on the entire map is the one Pokemon that can bring their entire team to the center. Oh, come on, Jake. FHF still up right now, 190 to 164, and they can bring the whole squad to a goal, or they can bring the whole squad to a big fight.
Well, there's the Hoopa Unite right there, and Chroma's already low on HP as they're trying to find their mark and they're pushing forward. But the team rolls through, but where are the Believers? They need to convert. They need to do some of this Rayquaza. We're almost down to a minute here. Yes, they have the lead, but that's going to disappear in short order as they have a Hundo Banger going in up top. They're looking for the engage. Can they get a commitment out of Jumid to go into the Tally Bobo Believers? Megu's getting really low. Jumid's peeling back, and they catch the reset. Big time suplex by the Buzzwole, sorts out the tree. It's a close battle indeed as Toonslim's got the pressure on Auk. Can Auk close the door on him? Big side shot comes through. They push for service against the KO. KO trigger.
No way!
Back the other way. Eldegoss is down. They have the opportunity to score, and now they're scoring on the backside. Tally Bobo Believers raining in points, 294 to 296. Are you kidding me? The scramble is on. We still have 40 seconds left in this game. They're getting big time points in, but the reset comes through. Can the Mew stop any of these scores going? They don't stop any of them, but if they get the KOs, they'll be able to push back the other way, Spraggles.
Here we go, 30 seconds left, 404 to 416. Machamp right now looking for some points, but he's actually being pushed out right now, using his Unite move, pulling away, making their way back towards Rayquaza. 20 seconds left. FHF is up. If Tally Bobo does not peel off and score, or does not take this Rayquaza, FHF will make the comeback of the century right now. 28 points rated from Buzzwole. This match is over. This match is over.
It's on the Eldegoss. Eldegoss is on the base. Can they score plus 46? And we had 26 the other way. I think the Eldegoss did it. I think the Eldegoss did. There's no way. There's no way.
Buzzwole's points, it's so close. It's so close. I can't breathe. No way! No way! 450!
It was all on Zervis with those 48 points at the end. How 40, whatever it was. Fly has just had their wings clipped in the most gutting fashion possible. Tally Bobo believers eke out what would have been a miracle story for Fleeg and Fleeg. Are you joking? I can't even, like, these numbers hurt my heart.
Wow.
450 to 444.
I mean, one of the most exciting matches of Pokemon Unite that I've got to see this season. We almost had a team take down the chimps. Look at this. Look at it back and forth there right at the end. So incredibly close. Tally Bobo recognized that they could take Rayquaza that fast. They could make something happen. They do. Eldegoss is there ready to score. And even though Buzzwole puts in the points, it's not enough. Unbelievable.
That was a wild ride indeed. And let's talk about the real bounce back story. FHF get rinsed by 1,100 plus points in that game one. And they looked wistfully into the distance and said, never again. And you know what? They kept it close with what we've considered and what we've said to be one of the best teams on the planet.
That was amazing. FHF should be, holding their heads high right there, because that was just one of the most unbelievable performances I've seen. No one takes the champs to that level. The only other team I've seen even challenge them like that are Nouns Esports, and they almost win this whole thing.
Yeah, FHF really did it their own way, too. Yeah, they had some hiccups during the match, but they reined in some quality KOs the whole time and made it happen. To be quite frank, made it happen.
Just what a moment. What a moment here, Tube Snacks. I can't. I'm a little exhausted. I mean, that took a lot out of me. That was intense.
I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. What a good look, though. Tally Bobo believers, a 2-0 win. Heck of a bounce back game from FHF. That is a garbled mouthful, isn't it?
It really is.
League. But I'll tell you what. Do I think we need to pack it up, wrap it up?
I think we do. I think we need to send it back to the boys. What an incredible series here. Zoinks, Wonder Chef, take it away. We are exhausted. We're going to lay down for a nap after that one.
Sleep well, you two. An incredible cast. And don't worry, us here at the desk are going to break down math.
Oh my gosh, what a set. Unbelievable. I just could not believe. I mean, things were looking tough. Things were looking so tough, but I mean, I just got to preface all of this analysis by saying Fleeg and Fleeg should be so proud of themselves. That was one of the best showings we have ever seen against Tally Bobo believers, and they were literally like 7 points away.
They looked amazing, but let's look at that exciting moment, probably the best moment of the tournament so far. We got that final minute for you here, and right already the scoring has gone back and forth a little bit between 20 points of each other. Buzzwole has an incredible Unite move engage, actually comes away from this fight with a KO streak of 3, I believe. The superpower reset to take down the Espeon, and Eldegoss is in short order, and this is where it all started.
Oh, it did. This is where there were so many points on board, and this is where the huge split came, where both teams were really pushing the other side, just trying to get as many points in as possible. Of course, as we can see, there were a lot more points on the side of FHF, and there were a lot more able to be scored as the Machamp was getting chased away.
Yeah, I honestly thought it was over when they already started scoring that home goal zone, and Buzzwole is able to make it out. They just have to avoid Megu, but now the attention actually has to turn towards Rayquaza, because Tally Bobo believers, understandably so, starts trying to rip down this Ray. They know they have some great secure tools, but watch Zervis. Look at the Cotton Cloud crash on Eldegoss for movement speed of all things to go to the goal zone, and look where they are when the Ray shield is given. It is on the goal zone. I cannot think of a more picture-perfect moment for the Mew to knock out the Ray than when Eldegoss is sitting on this point that it needs to score. What a finish to a game.
And it all came into play, too. You could see that the Hoopa was on that goal, just able to defend it. If that shield hadn't been there, like you said, it was picture-perfect timing and just such an incredible play in what was, I mean, maybe the closest game of what we're going to see all weekend. I mean, there's so many that go still, but, I mean, that was my favorite so far by a huge margin.
Likewise, Tally Bobo believers just at a ridiculous level right now. I think we mentioned it, an average score of 900 points to defeat their enemies. That last game definitely going to throw a wrench in that mix for that particular statistic. But Tally Bobo believers, honestly, one of the best teams in the entire world, if not the best right now. Can't wait to see all of your power rankings on Twitter, because I'm going to be throwing up my own. I got them pretty high.
And another thing that I really point out about that game, I'm a huge submission fan. So I wrote one note on this card, and it says submission out of hyperspace hole, which I think is such an amazing interaction, right? We saw the attempt a few times to pull out, prevent people from going back, and it worked so well.
Great call out, because our player of the game is actually going to be Klaus, who was rocking that Machamp, getting the yeets from the submission, 55,000 damage, and then with a score of 202, which could not have been more relevant, by the way. That Razor Claw for that fantastic cross chop boosted critical hit damage. A great call out, and Machamp, someone just uses a lot of moves as well. So very impressed with Klaus on a lot of different characters. In that game number 1, running extreme speed Lucario as well. Not a super frequent pick anymore, but it fits the playstyle that Klaus loves, of that hyper fast, in your face, constant taking fights playstyle, and no one does it better than Klaus.
Yeah, seriously, I'm such a fan of submission. You know, I had a lot of good times early season 1 with the old submission Machamp meta. That was a lot of fun, but I love to see it coming out really strong in this way too. I mean, the fact too that we got the Machamp versus the Buzzwole, we got the muscle matchup, and they were both so key to their teams like doing well. I think that's what we gotta love to see it.
I'm the resident Buzzwole fan on the desk, so I will vouch for that side of the battlefield. I love watching the Buzzwole superpower resets, submission plays. I mean, both are exciting, obviously, but that is going to be wrapping up our Group A. So our Group A has finished. Tally Bobo Believers going 3-0. Maybe to no one's surprise, but I think a few results and how close they came may have been the surprise that team was receiving.
Yeah, I think well, of course, aside from the fact that it was so close in that last match, I think the real story here is going to be overall the Fleek versus off-meta match that we saw at the start of the day. You can see now they are second and third in that pool, and their matches were so close. I feel like they were playing so well the entire day. It's a shame we're not going to be able to see Fleek in Europe for EUIC, but they for sure were as close as you can be to earning that spot. Congratulations, though, to Off-Meta Gaming taking that second spot.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see more Fleek and a Fleek in the future, but I'm excited to see more off-meta gaming at EUIC. Also, Group B has already kicked off. Nouns Esports winning their game against Sentient. So Nouns Esports already starting off the press. So Tally Believers, Nouns Esports, Time to Shine, Woof Woof, all of these teams we really think are in such close contention. And in the group stage is one of the places that you need to prove it.
Oh yes, this is the spot. This is the first chance that these players are having to qualify for an in-person event. It is going to be so cool. I mean, we've only seen one group out of the 4 groups that we have for this weekend of just Europe, right? Then of course there's also North America later. This is just so much Unite within one singular weekend, and already we've seen such an amazing storyline. I think just within the first one, with those teams fighting for that second place spot.
It's the best day ever. It's absolutely the best day ever. It's my best day ever, and I'm really excited to watch more. I mean, Group A came to a close, but in an exciting fashion. I mean, start to finish, Fleek versus Off-Meta Gaming, really the placement match, 8 seed versus 9 seed to start the entire broadcast, and what an incredible way to start and bookend that Group A. Well, remember, if you want to participate within the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series, you gotta head over to battlefy.com/Pokémon UNITE, form a team, head into these tournaments and compete with the very best. It's your chance, and I know you can do it.
It is. Honestly, you never know when these players are going to come out of nowhere, and it's going to be their time to shine, which is great because we're actually going to see Time to Shine's group a little bit later. But we, of course, now are completed with Group A. We've got Group B coming up. Some great teams in there. I'm very excited to see it. So don't go anywhere because we're going to be back with more of the Aeos Cup right after this.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are in the Aeos Cup for the EU region. It's very exciting. Dupe Snacks, I gotta say, one even more exciting thing. Now that I'm on the desk, I transform into Analyst Spraggles, and that's gonna be really exciting to see. Will I get smarter? It's unclear.
It's going to be exciting to see, but now you can also see.
Yes, the glasses are also prescription. So we have some exciting, points to go over from our last matches. A little Tally Bobo believer talk, if you will. This team is absolutely dominant here. Tally Bobo believers, on average, wins by a margin of 759 points, the exact same margin that I normally lose by. Doomsdays.
Convenient? Coincidence? Who knows? Tally Bobo believers looking good out there, and actually their margin was a little bit higher until FHF just took them to the wire in that game too.
That's right. It used to be 909 points, and then they actually got dropped down by only scoring 500 or so in that most recent match. We have some really exciting matchups coming up for you as well. Nouns Esports is back, baby, and they're going up against Summerhouse.
Yeah. Summerhouse looks good. A couple players that you may recognize from their squad, Vazid and Internal, two UCS familiar favorites here that we have seen before, we've cast before, and I'm going to be looking to them to turn this Summerhouse into a vacation house in London here in a few short weeks.
Now, Nouns Esports, if you're not familiar with them, where exactly have you been? They were the EU champions from last year, although they have a little bit of a roster switch up that we're going to talk about here in a second. If you've been watching them this year of the championship series, obviously they have been taken down a few times by Tally Bobo believers, but always one of the biggest names inside of Pokemon Unite is Nouns Esports. Let's talk about this roster move.
Yeah, absolutely. So Sixies, who just finished second last month, jumps in for Redmaw, who is a very dynamic and balancing force on Nouns Esports. Sixies, the complete opposite. These looking to cause chaos, get in there, do some big damage, and play the game in a big way. So a unique personality shift here. Nouns Esports thinks that Sixies is the key to their future success.
Well, they need something, it feels like, because they're going up against Tally Bobo, and they're falling a little short. Let's take a look at what Sixies had to say about this switch-up, obviously coming off of their previous team. And it looks like, I mean, it's all good things about their team on Woof Woof, and it's all good things moving forward for Nouns Esports.
Yeah, a very amicable split, it seems like here. He's rooting for Woof Woof to be in London so they can hug it out. You and I, huge fans of hugs, hugging constantly. So we definitely feel how that can weigh into this situation, which is nothing but positive.
Yeah, without question, it's important to make sure that you are hugging a lot. We've been told that we can't hug on broadcast. There is actually a divider. You might not be able to see it. It's very clear, but it is right. Oh, production. Why'd you do it to us? Wow. Nouns Esports, I can't wait to see them today. I feel like it's been a lifetime since I've seen them play, and with this new lineup, I'm very, very excited.
Yeah, they're going up against Summerhouse, though, and we mentioned it's a little bit of a raucous upstart here, and they're looking to leverage Vizit and Internal, as I mentioned before, in a big way. Those are the players that we're used to seeing, we're used to performing, and are going to be the ones to elevate the rest of the team to success.
Let's take a look at our group stage here and see how things have played out so far. Obviously, the story at the start of our broadcast here, Tally Bobo believers going 3-0, making it look easy. Off-meta gaming picking up that second win here, so they are the second place there for Group A right now. And we are heading into Group B, where Nouns Esports has already won their first game, and so has Summerhouse.
Yeah, so Summerhouse actually beat Piplup 2-1, so that's worth noting here. And Nouns Esports 2-0 against Sentient.
So these are the two teams. These are the two undefeated teams inside of Group B going up against each other. I don't know if anyone can take games off of Nouns except for Tally Bobo, really. I mean, we are talking about just such an amazing team, but I am excited to see Summerhouse try to do it here.
Yeah, I mean, Nouns Esports, we found they had a little bit of a rocky finish last month as Woof Woof was able to come out of the losers bracket to go face off against Tally Bobo believers. So if anything, what that does is it gives everybody else the opportunity looking at Nouns Esports and saying, listen, they're not undefeated. They certainly get beat by Tally Bobo believers. Woof Woof was able to take them down. These are teams that we scrim with all of the time. This is our opportunity to shake things up, take over this group, get to London, and show that Nouns Esports isn't the end-all be-all in EU anymore.
Well, I would be shocked if Nouns does not make their way to London, but Summerhouse wants to be the one to shock them. They want to be the one to take them down right now and try to secure their spot. It's going to be a really exciting game. I cannot wait to see it. You and I will not be casting it, however, Dupe Snacks.
No, we're on the desk with the force field and all those things. So that's where we're at.
We are right up here, again, separated by a very, very thin wall. Let's take a look at some championship points right here, Dupe Snacks, and see what these teams are looking to earn today. 2,500 points for first place in the Aeos Cup. So not only are you taking home the big prize pool of some money, but you're taking home those all-important championship points. Again, the first place with championship points in each region will secure their spot to Worlds in Yokohama, Japan.
Yeah, CP playing a huge role in this season into the qualifying factors of how a team can actually get to Yokohama. And of course, when you look at the Aeos Cup and you look at the amount of points for first, that is 1,000 more points than we see during a monthly final. So this is a big one that you want to win and take down, not only for the cash prize, baby, come on, money bags, but also to get that CP as a nice ancillary backup plan.
Yeah, I mean, of course, when you're a team like Nouns, when you're a team like Tally Bobo, who has been consistently up top, and a team like Woof Woof also, who's always woofing and nipping at their heels, all of these teams, if they can secure one of these first place slots in, the Aeos Cup, that would be a huge leap forward,
Oh, I mean, it's without a doubt, there's multiple ways to get to Yokohama, but most importantly, we need to get through the Aeos Cup. And to get to the Aeos Cup, we got to show you some games. And to show you some games, got to pitch it over there. So, without further ado, Wonder Chef Zoinks, take it away. Get us into the next one.
Thank you so much, Spraggles and Dupe Snacks. They look pretty good on the desk, but I am excited to be casting some games. Wonder Chef, we have a great game, a winner's match, 1-0 for both of these squads, Nouns Esports versus Summerhouse.
I'm just trying to figure out how we got here. We were over on the desk like a minute ago, and then I just like my eyes closed and I woke up and suddenly we're here. But no, I'm really excited for this match. I'm glad that we're moving into another group. That first group was amazing, but we are already getting ready here to start the game. Summerhouse and Nouns. Nouns with one of the greatest storylines that we have so far in EU, especially now we get a chance to see how it's going to go with the roster change.
Yeah, let's see how 60s fills into this roster. I know the qualification process went very well for them. They are the second seed within our tournament, so obviously doing quite well there. When it comes down to ban phases, Nouns Esports is a tough one to play against. They have so much versatility in terms of their Pokemon that they are comfortable selecting, so picking a possible ban to shut down the enemies is a tough thing to do. Sometimes you got to think more about your strategy when you're actually going up with a ban against Nouns.
Well, so far we do have some pretty common bans, at least for the day. Hoopa, maybe the most that we've seen on broadcast so far. Mew on the other side for Nouns, and Nouns, of course, picking up that Espeon first. On the other side, the Delphox and the Trevenant.
Summerhouse taking both the power pick of Delphox and the solid, the power pick of Trevenant and the counter within Delphox. Delphox playing so well into Trevenant, just grab them both. You don't have to worry about that. Now Trevenant can kind of run around for free. 2 support hovers, but Mr. Mime being the frontline tank for the side of Nouns. Bruv is so well known for this pick. Honestly, I think they are probably the best Mr. Mime player in the game, and they have proved it so many times before.
I'm excited to see it, as well as we have just been seeing so much Eldegoss, almost a 100% pick rate on broadcast of Eldegoss so far.
Yeah, that is a really, really good point. Pollen Puff just doing so much healing right now, and Cotton Cloud Crash just resetting those HP bars is very important. Now, Vizid actually grabbing the Blissey for their squad is going to mean that their front line is incredible amounts of tanky. Trevenant is already great at self-sustain. With the support of Blissey, it's going to get absurd, but a Dodrio pick is certainly a lot of burst damage, and backing it up with an Adesu Decidueye, that's how you get it done.
A huge Decidueye fan here myself, so I'm excited for this bird team. That and the Dodrio, that is going to be a lot of potential damage. 1 pick left on the side of Summerhouse. Going over the Slowbro. Surprised almost to see it as such a late pick at this point in the game.
Yeah, that's really true. I mean, a great answer to the Dodrio. Of course, you have Glaceon, who plays very well into it, and the Slowbro. So great draft from Summerhouse to try to counter what Nouns is doing, but Nouns Esports coming at this from a very different angle. A lot of damage dealers, Espeon, Decidueye, and Dodrio all going to provide great amounts of damage, but also secure. You have Psyshock, Drill Peck if you choose that one. I know Gatlu kind of prefers Tri-Attack with their all-across-the-map playstyle, and of course Spirit Shackle from Adesu. I mean, it's got to be a very spread-out strategy from Nouns Esports. A lot of individual plays, but they're going to be counting on Geese and Bruv to really bind that team together.
The scary thing is just how low I would say the sustainability is on Nouns, right? I mean, there are a lot of potential picks there as far as anybody getting caught out at any given time, but we do know that Nouns is extremely strong. I'm excited to see how that playstyle does work out. They do have the range, they do have the damage by a huge amount. I'm excited to get into this.
I've described Nouns in many words before, but never once have I said they are a typical team. The strategies they bring are new, fresh, and exciting every time. And with 60s being added to this roster, and Dewsnack said it best, kind of a wild card addition. It can definitely win you games individually sometimes, big performances from them. And I think with 60s has played multiple roles in the past, it's just another multi-role player for Nouns Esports. On the other side, Summerhouse kind of sticking to what they know and love in this metagame where there is a lot of tanky and support Pokemon that are exceptional. Just lean into that one. Geese bringing the experience share to help Adesu in this early clear of the central area. They may even give up the red buff to Eldegoss to double down on that great slowing passive that the red buff and the Eldegoss passive provides.
And it does look like there will be a rotation back up to the top path just to help with potentially with that red buff. Oh, there's going to be a little bit of aggression. It looks like they should be able to get away. That will help them, of course, control that lane. Be a little bit more of that EXP towards that Dojo. And yeah, you can just see the harass there is so strong and it's so scary. Even when you have a pretty sustainable lane like this, you just don't want to have to deal with that fight.
Yeah, Eldegoss, one of the best A-button pressers in the game. Doduo getting 1 more score. Gatlu now on 2 stacks, but not quite at that Dodrio evolution. Adesu with a very early attack. They do have the blue buff for the cooldown reduction, and a full boosted stack means they do a ton of attack damage already. They are also stacking with that attack weight, so they're going to want to get as many scores in early, which I think really leads into these early attacks into the bottom and top half. Really lends itself to Nouns strategy.
I love this early aggression. I feel like with their team comp, if they do fall too far behind by, you know, some sort of like unfortunate situation in the early game, they're going to have a really tough time because they are depending so much on that damage. And if they don't have that damage versus a higher, level team, that can be really tough. So I love the way that they're playing this. It does feel like they're taking control, but oh, here we go. 2 players from Summer House in the central area here, and Adetsu's going to go down quickly.
Yeah, the Blissey Bop gets the KO. Red Buff is up next, and Giz is still on that Gossifleur, so no great last hit options. Obviously, Leaf Tornado might not even be the selection, but a Boosted Auto cannot steal that one away. They come away with a knockout onto Gatlu as well as a Red Buff. Very, very strong. They're going to push this advantage already into the top path, and Gatlu just has to retreat yet again.
I was talking about that potential unfortunate thing. I mean, luckily that was just one of many good situations for Nouns Esports, but we are going to see a little bit of this Altaria EXP in the middle. Well, actually, it looks like that may have been stolen on the side of Nouns as well, at least for that last hit. So they are going to take a little bit of control here, still sticking with pretty much what their paths were at the beginning of it, and this is still a very aggressive path on the bottom.
Yeah, so much burst damage. Psyshock and Spirit Shackle are just doing ridiculous amounts, but you're right, that goal zone is held true, so credit to both Solony and Internal for just defending that bottom path so exceptionally well against a very powerful bottom path of Mime and Espeon. So great early defense. Internal trying to take some early positioning, but you gotta watch out for those walls from Bruv. If you overextend at all, you are gonna have no escape route, and not even the Swablu and Altarias are finding that. Great play there by Bruv to shut that down.
And you can see the Eldegoss pick rate so far today is 50%. So many Eldegosses, you can see why. I mean, just being so successful in that early lane, helping throughout the entire game, getting that final score in that previous match we watched. But right now, this is going to be the first Reggie coming up, and that is going to be full space control for the side of Nouns.
Bruv soaks up a ton of damage. The Pollen Puff doesn't land on them, so they're actually going to be very low HP. Glaceon swings in with the Unite move, but not enough, as a Desu always finds those last-minute clutches. The Spirit Shackle grabs the Registeel for them. They started the rip early. Summerhouse just a bit late to that punch, and Nouns Esports comes away with one of the most important first objectives of the game.
That was actually pretty scary. Delphox getting low several times within that fight. Just it's pretty much the sole target of these Spirit Shackles from Adesu. That is such a scary, scary thing in the hands of somebody who is great at aiming those. And that's going to be a pretty tough thing to have to avoid. There is a lot of pretty tanky Pokemon on the side of Summerhouse, but if they can hit the right targets. Oh, and speaking of the right targets, oh, right there. I mean, hey, that was a little bit of a close one, though. That was a little bit of a give.
A great call by Nouns Esports to push that advantage, though. They know that the Z does not have the Bliss Assistance. The Unite move is probably the only escape tool they could have got out of this. So the perfect timing to push that team fight. A knock-knock attack is going to be sieging on this goal zone. They were just ignoring the fanciful fireworks, instead pushing forward. A Hornleech does bring Gatlu back, and they get stunned up for a moment, but a great showtime by the Mr. Mime takes some space, and Adesu capitalizes yet again.
Oh, this is just a walking highlight reel moment right now. I mean, I love Sin Spirit Shackles all the time, but that, of course, that last team fight is going to leave Nouns in a great position just to rake this Regieleki pretty freely, nobody close at all. And the fact that they're now on their second goal does mean that it's going to be pushing down a little bit further. Might give them some more free reign to go back and take some of their central area Pokemon, or actually, it looks like they're just going to continue to aggress.
We got 15 seconds until that jump pad enters into the base at the home base for Summerhouse, so they can do this without worrying about the reinforcements coming in too quick. Drill Peck kidnaps this Glaceon, but they dodge the Spirit Shackle, able to avoid it, and turns around and gets the knockout. A bit of revenge there from Bruv to shut that one down. Decidueye taking the credit for it, but fortunately for Summerhouse, they trade 1 for 1, and they're able to stop the Regieleki until they don't want to stop it any longer, I guess.
Yeah. At the moment you said that, they all walked away. No, there we go. Said, wait a minute, we let you get a little bit too close, but as they're having to deal with this Regieleki, Registeel appearing and immediately disappearing down on the bottom, this has just been such a story of controlled, I would say, objectives from Nouns Esports. They have just been in 100% position for 100% of the objectives.
Nouns just has so many Pokemon that have great individual 1v1 strength. Decidueye may be the most flimsy one outside of that, but both Espeon and Dodrio love being on their own on the map and taking these 1v1 team fights, and that actually allows them to force Regieleki in top path and then rotate down. They're just showing presence all over the map. Look at Bruv, the tank support for their team is actually threatening a back cap of 40 in the top, and Giz is invading the central area, or at least just playing for vision. I mean, Nouns Esports has a full coverage around the entirety of Thea Sky Ruins at any given time.
their vision right now, like you said, is so good. But here we go. A huge jump here, and that is going to be Gatlu going down. This is a first really amazing opportunity for Summer House. They're going to be able to push forward, but oh my gosh, look how fast that Trevenant is going down. Even as a Trevenant, however, it looks like they're going to be close to getting that pick on the Espeon. The Unite move from the Eldegoss will be able to keep everybody up. There are a few points in, but overall, it looks like Nouns will be able to fight this off and get the pick back.
2 Unite moves used to try to shut down Gatlu and the Dodrio, both the Slowbro Unite as well as the Delphox Unite, both of which would have been amazing in that attempted siege, but the fact that Nouns was able to bait those out with Gatlu's Dodrio initially meant that that team fight was so winnable, and Adesu pulling the trigger on that knock-knock, really doubling down on that. So all goal zones still up and available for Nouns Esports, and Summerhouse only with a measly 23 right now at the 3-minute mark.
And just again, I feel like a broken record. Another Reggie to Nouns, and that's going to be the Regieleki. This one will potentially get them some great overcap if they can get it in, but there's so many players here on the side of Summerhouse. I mean, okay, Brav is really going in there. I mean, this is like a 1v3 unless you count Regieleki, so kind of a 1.5 v3, and still just moving forward, saying, hey, hold on, I'm going to help this Reggie.
And you got to see why Bruv is doing so. There's 2 teammates from Summerhouse who are up there trying to defend that push, but that means that 3 members of Nouns Esports can take an even fight on that bottom pad and even get some scores in. So Nouns Esports just increasing their lead as well, and it seems like they're going to go 3 for 3 on Registeel. Wow, you're going for a collection. You didn't get variety, but you certainly got a type.
3 for 3 on Registeel, 2 for 2 on Regieleki. Oh, that one doesn't change. So that's a little bit of a cheat, but that is a 100% objective success rate on the side of Nouns. Now, the most important one is still going to be on the board. I mean, it's about a 300-point lead, not an insurmountable lead by any means. A very difficult lead to come back from, but there's only going to be one big way I think that Summerhouse is going to make it here.
And Summerhouse has to take the team fight here. They don't have any high-speed Pokemon that could truly threaten backcaps, but they do have a tanky front line. Big Unite move from Gatlu to try to come from behind, but it's Slow Beam puts that to a stop. Mr. Mime already finding 1 knockout as the Surf tries to get some knockouts, but they're making it out. 2 big KOs there as the Decidueye Unite move tries to get in the damage from outside. Now Esports is struggling to stay up in the sustainability department, but they're finding the knockouts. Trevenant trying to turn this one around, but it's not enough. Sustainability has to end somewhere, and now Esports knocks out everyone as the Delphox responds.
And I cannot talk enough about how strong that positioning was from Nouns. Oh, the attempt to steal right there. I didn't even see that coming in. Love the attempt. Not going to quite be enough, but they had everybody positioned so well. Dodrio was off to the side. We had Decidueye down in the bottom. It was impossible to engage on every single one of them. And like you said, they didn't have the mobility to even try anything sneaky themselves on the side of Summerhouse, so they just had to go into that fight. They had to sit in the middle of all the Unite moves, and there was just such an uphill battle to be able to win that. This lead is just going to continue to grow. There aren't even, I don't think, enough points on the side of Summerhouse just in their pockets to make this comeback. 45 seconds left. We could see a push, but this 650, 647 lead.
Now Esports playing that final team fight picture perfect. Honestly, Summerhouse probably thought they didn't even have to worry about Gatlu within that team fight. Dodrio's often taking last-minute scores, if at all possible, to threaten even more on the scoreline front in those final moments. But Gatlu actually returning for the fight, a big surprise, gets the Unite move, the Slow Beam on them, Internal fires that trigger. Very good reaction time from there, but still not even enough to win them the fight. Gatlu goes down, but everybody else from Nouns Esports put up the numbers, and they win this one handedly.
Very, very strong play. I mean, what else can you say? This was a little bit of a question mark for me. I mean, not that much of a question mark, right? About how Nouns was going to do with the roster change. Of course, everybody just wanted to see it. Sixties is a strong player, and the combination, it just had to be something good. But how exactly it was going to play out was the big question. So far, I think this is looking great, and I do feel like the overall style of this game was a little bit different than I'm used to seeing from Nouns.
Yeah, and the bottom path of 60s Bruv looks really good. I mean, we talk about new roster changes. Sometimes you worry about synergy, and the early game in that bottom path is a bit of a concern sometimes, but they were working together in tandem. Fantastic. Of course, Espeon and Mr. Mime, both very strong picks. Mr. Mime maybe fallen out a bit of a favor, but never with Bruv. Never with him.
And you can see why. You can see why. Even just that fight at the top where it was Bruv plus Reggie Alecki was honestly pretty hilarious. But you really love to see that. You love to see the players who are just specialists with their Pokemon, and they bring such unique situations to the table. A lot of times, there's just no way to really know how to fight it unless you have experience against that team.
A Desu with 123,000 damage, but honestly, I'm more appalled by that second number. 6,600 damage taken? That is it? Are you kidding me? A Desu was invisible. Summerhouse could not find this player. A Desu dealing the damage and not having to worry about even getting a sunburn on Thea's Sky Ruins. Impressive play from them. Summerhouse, they drafted a composition to try to withstand the storm of Noun Esports, and unfortunately, it did not make that work. So when we head back to draft, I expect a bit of a different strategy. Out-tanking the damage, clearly not working this time around. Sometimes you got to fight fire with fire, Summerhouse.
Just going back to that graph, I have to ask a question. I don't know the answer to this. Does the damage taken graph include damage from wild Pokemon?
It does not, I don't think. Who knows?
Okay.
Somebody surely knows.
I mean, if it does, it actually is pretty different within that, right? That 6,600 is probably a lot just from that. But I was just curious. Regardless, that is an unbelievably low amount of damage. We can see some highlights here from the match that we just saw. Nouns Esports, an amazing first showing on broadcast for this weekend, and so much of it, in my opinion, still too, was just the fact that they just did not let the backline of Summerhouse get away with anything, whether it be Spirit Shackles, whether it be Dodrio just coming in at the perfect moments, whether it be even just the damage from the Eldegoss, which we saw came into play so much.
Right. And just look on your screen right now, you see why Adesu was not touched whatsoever. Bruv is setting up a jungle gym of obstacles within these barriers for anyone to try to even get there. Adesu is able to just have a vacation while shooting Spirit Shackles, and I mean, the hit rate looking pretty amazing. Now, this was Summerhouse's chance to turn it. They had one Unite move. Treven Unite lands on two of them, but they just don't quite have the space or the firepower to truly push past this goal zone. They get a little bit of scoring in, but that's kind of all the scores they got for the entire match. And Nouns Esports puts up a great defense and a fantastic match of gameplay.
I do also just want to point out that I think Summerhouse played really well, especially early in the game. It wasn't like just off the bat Nouns was just like, okay, we're winning, and we just win the entire thing. It was a slow burn. Summerhouse was really fighting back, and there was this moment where it felt like Nouns Esports realized, like, oh, this is now our game. This is our moment where we can be aggressive, and then they just took advantage of it, which is such an important skill to have as a team to be able to make that call. And, I mean, Summerhouse was good up until that point, and then they just couldn't fight back because Nouns knows exactly how to take advantage of those leads.
Yeah, Nouns is incredible, and this player, we want to give a specific shout out to the player of the game, Adesu, on that Decidueye. Over 100,000 damage, 123,000 damage, score of 150 and KOs of 10. Attack weight Floatstone Muscle Band really is a strong play. An eject button, just in case they even came close to you. A great eject tool. Adesu, hey, we have a few players in EU that don't miss. Adesu, one of those players that does not miss.
Honestly, the extra mobility, you got the Floatstone, you've got the eject button, like you mentioned, that kept Adesu up for so many of the fights. Like, every single fight was, like, nobody managed to get into a position to take out Adesu, most of them. So, just great stuff. Of course, such a great first showing, like I mentioned, on broadcast from Nouns with this new roster. So, I'm excited to see what's going to happen in the second one. You mentioned you think that there's going to be some changes in the bands.
Well, there could be. The team composition that Summerhouse tried to play, I think, really played to their strengths of just strong, tanky support Pokemon. Both Internal and Vizid are very great defender players, but they can service very well as the support role at the same time. So trying to lean into those strengths to kind of outbulk the enemies is a solid option, but we don't have any engage tools. Getting to that squishy backline is a tough spot to find. But yeah, we're going to have this lobby up in just a moment. We'll see if those changes happen at all. One thing that I do know is that we normally see an Espeon ban when you are in that first pick spot, or an Espeon ban, or maybe even a Mew ban, kind of depending on the team that you're headed into. We'll have to see where Summerhouse wants to take it. They banned out Hoopa last time, I believe, so seeing what Pokemon they want to ban is an interesting choice going into Nouns Esports.
Well, the Hoopa bans today so far have been really interesting. Every time we've seen Hoopa be picked, it hasn't quite, I think, had the mileage that the amount, how do I explain this? The amount that it's been banned is really sending a message, but that message hasn't been backed up by the results of the Hoopas so far. So it'll be interesting to see if we see something else. Of course, the Dodrio bans have been decently common recently, and we're going to, in fact, see it again from Summer House, understandably, if you can only do 6,000 damage to their Dodrio.
Yeah, I think this Dodrio ban is a great call-out, one of the most banned Pokemon we see in these tournaments, but if you want to try to fight Gatlu's Dodrio, you have different opinions on the game than I do. So first picking Mew is just a really great choice. 60s had that one last time, taking that one away and just strengthening your bottom path by a ton. But that's going to give Geese their signature Hoopa. Now, Geese, a very creative player. I'd say one of the biggest brain support players in the game, and very impactful Hoopa Unite moves. I cannot wait to see it. The pick of Delphox, though, I believe means that Solony gets their iconic Delphox pick again. They looked amazing game number 1. I don't expect any change from that in game number 2.
Yeah, and of course with the Trevenant on the other side, that is going to be a solid pick. I mean, the damage already on the side. Oh, okay, hold on. I'm holding. Blastoise already is good. That's already. Oh, all right, the Talonflame.
And this is why you pick up 60s onto a roster like Nouns Esports. Nouns Esports is already one of the biggest tool chests in terms of options to fight so many different Pokemon. You just added another player who has such a deep Pokemon pool. Talonflame, a great option to a lot of Pokemon. Delphox is going to hate seeing a Talonflame on the other side, and Odessu's running it back. Why not?
All right, double bird again. Just one of the birds happens to be a different bird. Very, I would say equally scary in some of the same situations. Just you do not want to be dove on by either of them, Talonflame or Dodrio. But on the other side, I mean, we barely even got a chance to mention that we do see the Buzzwole, which we saw to great effect previously in Group A. So that's going to be a pretty interesting team overall. They've got a lot of their core aspects, but the Buzzwole overall should be an interesting pick, especially now that we have the Blastoise on the other side for Gatlu potentially.
Yeah, exactly. When Blastoise starts doing its thing, that rapid spin, water spell combination, few things can separate it from its target. A superpower, one of those. So Buzzwole picking them up, slamming them down. They don't care if they're within their shell or not. So Buzzwole, a pretty solid option. It's just there is some commentary around Buzzwole and its effectiveness in the late game. I am a stalwart Buzzwole defender. I think it's sick at all points in the match. So I'm excited to see it played here by Summerhouse. And they did change up their position. They do have some tanky Pokemon, of course, called Fable and Slowbro, but just rounding out their support core in that way makes a lot of sense to me. Moonlight Healing is going to be very good when they play up like a unit. Buzzwole wants to bring the enemies to your squad, so you may as well pick a Pokemon that's going to AoE heal within your environment.
And in that last game, they had so many situations where their backline just kind of melted, and it was just down to just their tanks in front. So I do like that they're going to play more of maybe like a synergistic all-around type of team here. But here we go, going into game 2 of Summerhouse versus Nouns Esports. We are going to see that Fennekin going into the center area, and on the other side, we're going to see the Rowlet.
Yeah, okay, so Odessu taking the first rotation. I actually imagined it would be 60s, but 60s bringing the Talonflame into the path to start this game. Only 2 birds on Nouns Esports side. To see more often. Ooh, wow, Buzzwole taking a lot of damage. This Skull Bash is gonna do it. Gatlu already within the first minute of the game finds a knockout. They find the first one of the match, an incredible play forward. They're even gonna get more stacks in for their special attack specs.
Oh, that's a great way to start that off. But yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, I just want to look back at the Talonflame. Oh, wait, hold on a minute. The Buzzwole coming in, just trying to get a little bit of revenge here, but they're just getting outspaced here. They're not going to have the greatest, I think, ranged challenge, especially when you do have that third helper in that lane. It's going to be very, very difficult to stop them.
What's difficult is Nouns Esports trying to make this early path work against a Slowbro and an Espeon. I mean, the secure value they have is just ridiculous. 60s and Bruv struggling to find any last hits to try to find their evolutions. 4 and 5, they're keeping up an experience, but they haven't really hit their big power spikes of the early game quite yet. Buzzwole trying to chase down Gatlu, but Gatlu's already at level 6. Early game going fantastic for this player. They are looking good already. The first round of Alteria's of Swablu's must have been very much in favor of Gatlu.
Oh yeah, and it's just especially with how that aggressive early push went for the side of Nouns, that is definitely going to be one of those out of control situations. But here we go. We got a little bit of fighting here. They're like, you know what? We're trying to find our levels. We're not quite finding it in lane. What if we find it in your central area?
Yeah, exactly. 60's taking a blue buff and going to find an early score. But yeah, you're actually right. Trying to outcompete an Espeon's last hit is not your best game plan, especially just on the Fletchender or the poor Fletchling. So great rotation there from Nouns Esports.
Yeah, sometimes if you're trying to get those last hits, you're the one who gets last hit because you're standing in the way of that side shock. So that's just not a fun situation. But the Buzzwole once again being quite aggressive in the top path. There's going to be so much sustain that the ability to get a pick is going to be tough. But oh my gosh, they're going to pull it off again. Once again, Adesu coming into the top path quite a bit to help, just knowing that it's easier to bully them. But overall, it's a pretty melee, I would say, heavy comp. So it's kind of easy to bully either of these sides.
Yeah, Rob with a great Woodhammer to lock up 3 of them in a row, but 60's is not the level that they need to be to actually capitalize on the damage. They finally hit level 7 and starts getting in some bigger engages as Slowbro goes down. Great knockout onto Internal. Solony has to try to escape, but 60's is there. Fly Talon is relevant, and they get a great KO and a score.
Just knowing, just saying, I know exactly where you went to, and that is going to help. I mean, there is the chance here that we do get a secure from this Delphox, from maybe Skill Fable. Let's see what it goes to, and it does go to the Talonflame overall. I mean, there's a lot of potential secure on both teams here.
Yeah, I mean, Talonflame auto attack, the one that I did not expect to be getting it done this time around. Fly used mostly as an escape mobility tool, both Internal and Vizzy kind of peeling away from that Espeon. They don't have the engage there. Hydro Typhoon doesn't knock up anybody thanks to the unstoppable feature of the full heal, but Espeon going to return in favor with that Psychic Solaire. Not enough damage to really capitalize on any knockouts, though, as Nouns Esports is charging forward towards this tier 2 at 6 minutes and 20 seconds.
Oh my gosh, everything's turning around for them. Despite the fact they had a kind of a tough time earlier in the game, they have just pulled this back so well. And by tough time, I just mean they weren't quite, I guess I'd say leveling at the rate that they wanted to. However, they have just found their perfect moments, taking these objectives, taking these team fights. You can see right now we have Blastoise in the central area, just taking all of those Altaria basically for free. Of course, being able to farm them down pretty quickly just with all of that extra AoE damage. And so now things are starting to look once again to be in the favor of Nouns Esports.
Yeah, a bit of a mind game there from Gives, dropping the Phantom Force on one side, but 60's getting a chase, so takes a Mystical Fire to the face. It's a bit too much damage to not take that fight when you don't have Fly available. They take so much. Flame Charge finally puts them out of range, and they're going to try to return as the goal zone is broken here. So Internal not going for a huge overcap by Summerhouse, but instead exchanging that one for a goal zone break, and 60's got no Citrus Berries to heal off of.
Oh, this is going to be pretty much that. Yeah, no way to get away from that combination of Pokemon, I think. Oh, but the Buzzwole hunting down, as its natural predator, hunting down the Blastoise. But the Blastoise will get away, just managed to barely do enough damage, I think, to say, you know what, do you really want to take this fight? There are, however, only 2 people here for this Regieleki. Nobody trying to challenge it. It looks like there was a lot of harassment maybe behind the goal from the side of Nouns Esports.
Oh, great eject button by Gatlu to make their Hydro Typhoon knock up multiple targets in the enemy squad. Buzzwole Unite is actually going to pull Talonflame out of their own Unite move, so a bit of an exchange as Summerhouse is now on the offense. A great Spirit Shackle puts a pretty big deterrent on that. They have to wait for the Moonlight healing of Vizzy, and next up to defend is Brub, a 1v5 defense situation, but when Vizzy rolls block on the Metronome, that's a tough one to stop.
Oh, perfect usage of it. However, as that was happening, we did see the Hoop Unbound coming out on the bottom to take that Reggie. Oh my gosh, just in time. Very nice.
That's a score shield right there. Yeah. 60's equipping the score shield on the Talonflame. You've seen it in solo queue. You've now seen it in pro play from one of the best squads in the game. Great call out. That means that jump pad defense is not going to knock you out of your scoring animation, and a 15-point number goes in for 60's, and Nouns Esports pushes their lead a little bit higher. Summerhouse, thanks to that great push on the top path, though, have made the points a lot closer. But I think the real problem, the final boss of Gatlu, this time sporting the Blastoise, with such a strong early game from them, while Blastoise a scaling Pokemon, things are going to get ridiculous here in the final moments for them.
Oh, I mean, they've already somewhat been ridiculous, although Summerhouse really fighting their way back into this. They're doing extremely well at keeping things even this time. We did, like I mentioned, pass that point where I felt like Nouns felt like they had the lead, and they certainly did as far as strength, as far as positioning. But Summerhouse, I think they now that they've been in that situation, they're like, okay, hold on a minute. We're not going to let them just run over us after that happens. This is our opportunity to come back. They know exactly how, but oh no, getting caught out. I think that Buzzwole is done for. Wait, maybe not. There's going to be a lot of scoring, but that Buzzwole is managing to stay up. I was wrong.
Festival Fireworks trying to cut off the exit instead. Summerhouse getting a couple of knockouts, but look what Geese did. Actually went on a split push into the bottom path and drops the hoops unbound to bring Nouns Esports on a bit of a counter push. It doesn't come to a lot of fruition, though. We're at that 330 mark, so you want to use your Unite move so you have another chance to earn those before that final moment. I like the push idea. Not many scores coming in from Nouns Esports, but at the same time, they didn't take too many knockouts. They didn't get knocked out too many times either. So Summerhouse not getting too much value. Nouns Esports with a nice push, but well read by Summerhouse on the defense.
Right, I do agree with you. It was just to make sure they didn't waste resources by just not using them in the moment. You know, we've seen matches go down to 5 points within today, so every little bit counts. Now this will be quite a few here on the Regis steal. There is an attempt for a steal on the steal. We're not gonna get it. Not gonna get it. That was a great attempt though.
Yeah, Rob securing that one. Boosted autos and basement Regis is definitely going to be the match made today. And hey, Regirock, not a part of this game so far. 2 ice and a steal. Regirock not showing up in game number 1 or 2. Adesu taking so much damage from Solony's side shock. I mean, this Espeon, when it can call out targets, even throughout when they're hiding past a wall and into tall grass, if they can find them, they can damage them. 60's trying to push from the backside. They have their Registeel attack damage buff. This is going to be a lot of burst damage, but that Selnak Berry actually gives them the speed to escape.
Really great way to avoid that. That is going to be the Unite coming out. That's going to get one pick. That's going to go down one way or another. We're going to see the Decidueye. Oh, this Unite coming out from the side.
Gatlu with that huge knockoff of the Hydro Typhoon actually shuts down Vizit from being able to use the Hyper Beam that they got with the Unite move. Geese with a perfect reset brings both 60s and Gatlu back to fully healthy and re-engaged within this team fight. Geese just attacking this Rayquaza as 3 members are down from Summerhouse. One of them that is up is the Espeon for Solony, but no longer. Now it's Esports playing defense around the Rayquaza pit, has put them in pole position to win this game.
Oh, so well fought for that last fight. That's what it was all going to come down to, especially after that first initiation from 60s didn't quite go the way it was planned, right? There was a pretty big whiff on the fly. There wasn't there really no ability to follow that up, but they just turned around. They adapted really, really well, and this is a pretty strong lead. There's 50 seconds left. There's not many points, again, on the side of the Summer, but honestly, I don't know what they can do here. There's so much score on the other side. 400 points back.
Yeah, honestly, I think 60s, yeah, you mentioned that they did not land that hit, but what it did is split the team of Summerhouse pretty bad, which is just Gatlu there in position to capitalize upon it. Big Unite move, still only gonna knock out, bro. But yeah, Nouns Esports with such a clear, strong lead. 60s with the Unite move, that flame sweep, charging through the enemy, and the damage looks good on that enemy goal zone. Summerhouse putting up a bit of a defense. They are 1-0 in the group stage, but Nouns Esports looking to win this specific match 2-0.
You know, I was trying to look for some way for Summerhouse to come back, but honestly, I just couldn't find a way. They were all up. It seemed like maybe there was potential for one more fight or something, but in the end, there was just no relenting from the side of Nouns Esports. Amazing stuff, well earned. I do have to say the adaptation in that game from Summerhouse was, I felt, considerably stronger, and it did really, I feel, come down to just that last fight. Overall, if that had gone this direction of Summerhouse, that could have been their game. Of course, we'll never know, but overall, it was not that first dominant game that Nouns had.
Gatlu with double-digit knockouts and assists for their roster. Gatlu truly looking in form today. Impeccable gameplay. I mean, Blastoise looking that solid. They were level 15 by the end of that game. By the Ray fight, they were level 14. So the early game going so exceptionally well, and that just flows into that final team fight that they really helped swing their direction. We take a look at the point score, though. Summerhouse was finding a great way to come back in this game in a few specific moments. I gotta think back to that push onto the top goal zone at tier 2 when Vizit had that epic block from Clefable to push all the enemies back almost to their own tier 2 and allowed for a big dunk by Summerhouse. But so Summerhouse having a bit of a comeback, but coming a little bit short as well, as Nouns Esports clearly the victors here in our game 2.
Yeah, just short. But of course, we can see Adesu still leading that damage by a considerable amount, the 93k. But Gatlu with the 86k, I feel like realistically that Blastoise was kind of an MVP of this game. On the other side, we had pretty evenish damage from across the board, but you can just tell they weren't quite able to get the damage that they needed to win those fights just barely.
Yeah, sometimes you come up a bit short. Some defensive Pokemon on both sides makes that a challenging task to overcome. Trevenant and Blastoise, both Pokemon that are not well known for getting knocked out easily by any means. So those defender classes really filling out that role well. Nouns Esports looks amazing right now. We've talked about it a few times. They are one of those teams in close contention with teams like Tally Bobo Believers for the best team in EU. And showing a showcase like that against well-known players on Summer House, I mean, that is a good look from them here in the group stage. I think they're in a great position to try to perform well at London and EUIC.
I absolutely agree, but I really want to know if the other two agree, as Spriggles and Dupe Snacks are sitting on the analysis desk. Take it away.
That's right. We are back. We have some breaking news that we'll get to here in just a moment about the NA region, but let's talk a little bit about Nouns and Summer House. I mean, Nouns was looking like the EU champ once again as they really just dismantled Summer House, especially in those late game moments, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, a couple moments of brilliance from Summer House, really showing that they have some good tenacity here, but Nouns Esports just a tidal wave that always going to hit shore in a mean fashion. And we see here, Summer House is trying to siege this goal zone a little bit, but Nouns stands strong and actually gets KOs back the other way. And a war total that's fed this early, that's a big old Blastoise.
Yeah, it becomes a big old Blastoise, and something that Summer House had to deal with a lot throughout this match was the pressure from that Talonflame, really being able to dive past the entire team and focus onto that Espeon.
Yeah, we see the siege here, Hydro Typhoon into the knock from the Decidueye, allows them to close out that goal zone, stretch out that lead in true Nouns Esports fashion. It's just a collective push that gets some points in a little bit. I mean, the team moves as a unit, and that's why they are so successful in these team fights.
Yeah, not only are they amazing at moving together, they're also they have such a deep roster of Pokemon, probably the deepest roster of Pokemon in the entire UCS right now, and they're looking to have the deepest pockets as they try to get their way to London to win that big first place $10,000 prize right here, and I think they're going to be able to punch their ticket soon.
Yeah, well, step one is obviously making out of the group stage, and being at a 2-0 record here going into their third game is, of course, exactly where they would have dreamed it up for themselves. You know, one more to make it a clean 3-0, guarantee themselves their spot, and show that Nouns Esports is nothing to mess with.
Here's that push, just raining points into that main goal. A hundo burger and a little extra on the side as well. Nouns Esports, another 100, 559 right now. I mean, just incredible stuff all match. And I have to say, I love seeing that Talonflame pick, but we got to talk about the player of the game.
Player of the game, that's Gatlu. How many times have I said that? Too many. And I don't plan on stopping anytime soon if he keeps putting up performances like this. 86k damage, a bucket load of points, and look at that, double-digit KOs with some stack and specs on the Hydro Spin, or excuse me, on the Rapid Spin Water Spout Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, being able to stack those special attack specs is such a huge upgrade for this Pokemon. Not only for when it's spinning and spouting and just chasing down the enemy, but also that Unite move is so unbelievably devastating once you have 6 stacks of special attack specs. Amazing stuff here from Nouns, and it is to be expected from this team. The roster shakeup, I mean, we're wondering what's going to happen there, of course, but it looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, 60 is a high-octane player, and that's paying dividends for Nouns Esports, of course. So, Spriggles, let me bring up some news. You said we had some breaking news, and I think that's an update from an NA region. So why don't you run us through that really quick, give the folks at home an idea of how that region is shaking out right now.
Let's talk about it. Unlike all the other cards at the desk, these do not say zoinks on them. They tell us a little bit about what is happening in the NA group stages. In Group B, we have TTV advancing, winning 3-0, and Spinal also advancing from their group. So that means Geomancy and Holy Crew are not making it forward to the top 8 tomorrow. In Group C, we have Luminosity, your world champs, and Ben actually making it forward. We still don't know who's going to make it out of Group D. In Group A, we'll try to keep you updated as that story unfolds. And finally, I feel like a news reporter.
Well, Ben Phone, call me maybe. Looking good. They make it out on tiebreakers, and Luminosity bounce back in a big way after not doing top 8 for March. They certainly punched their ticket for the top 8 here in Aeos Cup. Let's take a quick look at the EU region, though, because that's the one we're covering right now.
Here we go. Tally Bobo believers, obviously, making a believer out of you once again. If you stop believing, what's wrong with you? Don't stop believing in the believers. 3-0 in Group A, off Meta Gaming, going 2-1 in Group A, and now here we are inside of Group B. Nouns Esports so far 2-0, Summer House 1-1. So we're going to be seeing more of Group B very, very soon. Nouns looking fantastic, and we still don't have anything from Group C and D as they have yet to play. Dupes next.
Yeah, absolutely. Our next matchup we're going to be looking at is Summer House and Senia. Summer House wins. They're going to punch their ticket in the second spot here. But hey, we've got registration for the April Cup and April Finals coming up in short order here. April 8th is when that goes up. So battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite. If your team needs members, hop in the official Discord. Partner up with some people. You can find some good folks to play there and put your name in the ring to try and make it to the April Finals. Heck, maybe even punch your ticket to Worlds.
That's right. We will be right back very soon with more incredible Pokemon Unite action, as well as traffic and weather and, just Pokemon Unite.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon UNITE Aeos Cup for the EU region. We are midway through the group stage, and we are going to be heading into Group C. That's right, it's the knockout group time.
And this is the knockout group for a very good reason. I feel like one of the main reasons is the actual match that we're about to see that is going to be Time to Shine versus Zephyr Esports, and that is such a good match.
Oh yeah, I think if we laid it out, this is the match to watch for today. Zephyr Esport and Time to Shine both right around that same tier level, I believe, in terms of EU. They have a long history of competing against each other. Both of these teams may be some of the best teams in EU to never win a title.
I know, they're always just so on the cusp, even in these previous few months, but this is really their time to shine. And I know I keep saying that it's perfect now because it actually is time to shine, but the other people whose time to shine it is are our commentators. Let's send it over to them because it's time to start the game.
That is one good joke, Spraggles. But you know, it's not funny. This matchup, Zephyr Esports, Time to Shine. Let's get into some action. We highlighted Eichels early in the broadcast today for their ability to skill shot and take objectives. And that's what I'm going to be looking for in this matchup because this truly is a high-octane matchup for today.
That's right. There's no joking here in Group C. This is a big game between Zephyr and Time to Shine. I cannot wait. Either one of these teams could take this down. They're both top teams in EU. Zephyr Esports, your purple team. Time to Shine, your orange team. We're here in our ban phase right now, and we're going to see if Espeon, Hoopa, some of the popular ones make it onto our ban list.
Hoopa surprisingly popular this weekend. We've talked about it quite a bit, but you can see what it can do in the hands of a player. You know, as we're watching Geese do tons of work for Nouns Esports on the other side, and Hoopa banned out again here. Something is amiss in EU, and Hoopa is public enemy #1.
That's right. Blastoise also getting banned a lot as we get a first pick on that Slowbro for Zephyr Esports. Heading on over to Time to Shine, they now get 2 picks on their side. And look at those 2 attackers. So incredibly difficult to deal with. There's Espeon, and we might also be locking in that Mew.
Listen, 2 eyes on that Pokemon, on either of those Pokemon, 2 sets of glasses and a big old spoon. They're going to put in work with those. But look at this, Eichels immediately locking in that Delphox. We talked about their skill with that Pokemon. And of course, Harai choosing Sableye for the team.
You know what I've noticed about Sableye throughout the tournament here today is I feel like a lot of teams are using it as sort of a soft counter to Espeon. Not only does it counter a lot of different Pokemon, but it gets close to Espeon, doesn't know exactly where it is, and then that knockoff stun is so incredibly long that they're able to converge on it and get the big KOs. As we also see, wow, Raytao on the Dodrio, Neverex on the Urshifu. What a powerhouse squad from Zephyr.
Yeah, I mean, we have got some gassed up with premium Pokemon that are hitting the Thea Sky Ruins for these, and Chelvin locking in Machamp, going to be chucking Nux into the face of this squad. But Neverix on the Urshifu, I don't know if they're going to be single strike or rapid strike, but Urshifu has been looking good in either form today.
Yeah, Urshifu, always an incredible pick. And then Machamp actually getting played more than I expected here in the Aeos Cup. I love seeing some Machamp, and Shelvin's Machamp is one of the best in the world. So it's always exciting to see it here as we head into our final moments where players could switch around their Pokemon. Taking a look at some of our item choices right here, as you talked about, we've got the double glasses and the spoon. They're eating good and cooking it up on the side of Time to Shine with their attackers. And if we look at Zephyr Esports, their Delphox actually playing the Buddy Barrier, a Pokemon that gets to Unite so many times throughout the match. It's got the Energy Amp for its Unite move damage and charge, and then it's got the Buddy Barrier to help its team. Pretty incredible choices from Delphox, and I don't always see teams run that Buddy Barrier, but I think it's an excellent call for Delphox.
I agree completely. You mentioned Machamp earlier, and I was talking with Zoinks before the broadcast. Is that I kind of think Machamp's being slept on a little bit, specifically where the metagame has gone and its ability to be unencumbered, hit its Unite move, charge in, and really unleash big volumes of damage in these Pokemon that are trying to control you down, trying to crowd control you out of these fights. And Machamp is a great answer to that. Chelvin getting that last pick, they've got to be pretty happy. And now let's see if they can put it to use.
Here we go, heading into game number 1 in Group C. Again, our knockout group. This is a group where you can see some big upsets because every team is so unbelievably good here. We have the Slowbro helping with this blue buff. So Urshifu can take that and move on just a little faster. Urshifu does have some trouble in that central area. It's a little slow to get moving there, but once it hits its level 5, nothing can stop it.
Yeah, real quick, we saw that the Hoopa ban rate was at 13%, which is much higher than I would have anticipated. You mentioned real quick the Kubfu and the problem it has early. That makes it incredibly susceptible to be invaded by the opposing team, but these teams want to scrap it out traditionally in the 2-1-2 fashion that we saw at the start of UCS Season 1. Raytao, good little engage, able to take that wild Pokemon for themselves and get a little bit Aeos energy in their pocket.
Yeah, talk about a Pokemon who's just amazing in path early is Sableye. Just so incredibly difficult to deal with. You don't know exactly where it is. It runs that experience share, so it helps its ally get a ton of experience. Look how close Dodrio is already to that level 5. Just a little piece of experience right here, and Dodrio is going to evolve as they push in on Shelvin and get a big KO early.
So you kind of catch team sleeping right there. Time to Shine was thinking this fight was going to be about the birds, but Zephyr Esports engaged on the body immediately. They didn't care about the birds. They thought they had a good opportunity for some KOs, and that came to fruition real quick. And when you take everybody out on the other side, you get the birds for free anyways, Sparrows. That's how that works out.
Take a look at this. Sableye trying to make it home. Urshifu coming back in. It looks like they're saying, if you're going to fight, we're going to trade here. But both get to evolve. They have those moments of invincibility as they have their evolution, and they realize on the side of Zephyr that they're going to have to back up here and not take this fight.
We see Zephyr Esports, of course, the Kubfu had the first rotation in the central area, but now that they're Urshifu and ready to scrap as their evolved form, that allows Dodrio to go back to the middle and get some buffs for itself. And they're going to see how they scrap over these birds as Dodrio, Raytao is spacing out the other team. They're going to see if they can get on top of Mew, but it's Harai that's all over Harai trying to get Sorayu down, and they do. And it's the Dodrio getting 2 KOs, more experience and getting bigger.
Yeah, Dodrio looking amazing here. Already level 7, almost to level 8. It has Tri-Attack, it has Agility as well. So there are 2 very popular movesets on Dodrio, and right now we are seeing the more focused damage build on the side of that Tri-Attack Agility. It really makes sure that you don't get stunned out by a lot of your opponents, and you can get in there and get some big KOs on those squishier targets like Espeons, Delphoxes, things like that.
Well, that's showing in spades as they got 2 quick KOs in succession. Time to Shine trying to find some purchase. They want those birds. They did get some of them. That's a good way to get some experience. I'm taking a look at these levels, and you have the Las Vegas 777s on the side of Time to Shine from top to bottom, but that's just a little outscaled by where that Dodrio is that just ticked over to level 9 as the basement Reggie's about to populate on the map. And we're going to see if we have a traditional scrap over this thing or if it's going to be free like we've been seeing it before. Oh, Gecko Kami trying to find their way in. Are they going to heavy slam to try and steal this? The Dodrio Unite comes out, chips up 2. Espeon Unite is forced out. Can they convert on some KOs? Slowbro gets the first one. They're pushing in the face of Time to Shine. 2 players down. Espeon sorts out the Sableye. Not a bad exchange for them. At least they're able to stem the tide and keep Zephyr Esports from taking advantage of that KO and take a goal zone.
Yeah, that was almost a huge siege onto that goal zone, but they were able to push them off here. However, Zephyr looking incredible in all of these fights. An easy secure right here for Zephyr. You've got the Wicked Blow, and then you have this amazing secure from Dodrio as well, charging in with its Unite move. Just excellent plays from Zephyr, especially keeping that Espeon far away from the objective.
Yeah, I mean, now they have Icos playing in the backline. That's going to create even more spacing for Zephyr Esports in the future engages. They're going to be looking for picks, and Harai's going to be leading the charge, getting them vision and their opportunity to find. Oh, Gray just got absolutely turned to gray matter in short order. Big time engage and a quick KO as there was 3 players there for that team. We're moving through. Good little push here all over the goal pad. And of course, we have the Delphox Unite that sits on top of the goal pad, preventing the other team to protect from it. And the goal zone's gone. Good little push by Zephyr.
And here we go, Regieleki just getting some damage put on it. And something to notice here, we've got Sableye running this feint attack build, something that we don't often see, but I've been seeing it more and more. I've been seeing it in the qualifiers last weekend as well. Big Unite move coming out from a champ, and Urshifu answers right back with a Unite move of their own into a Wicked Blow, but not able to get the KO. Mew pushes back for a big double KO. Let's go. Sorry, Sableye, you're in a lot of trouble here too. Tries to send him home with its Unite, but they still get the KOs. Mew does take the trip back to base.
Sorayu, sorry you. That's 2 KOs in short order. It's all about me here. Good look by the Mew. Big time Solar Beam gets a KO. Boosted auto follows up. And now they're able to close the goal zone, get the Regieleki, and send that into the face of Zephyr Esports. A good little bounce back move from Time to Shine.
Here we go, 5-minute mark. We've got the Regieleki pushing towards the top path, and Zephyr is moving their Delphox up to deal with it, meaning they're not going to have as many players as they would like down here at the bottom path for this Reggie. Shelvin moving in, huge catch right there, and yes, they are going to take advantage of it, try to get some work done on that Slowbro.
Yeah, well, that was decent spacing by Chelvin, but of course Raytao is here and they're looking to make a move on this Registeel. Can they clutch it out for the squad? Big Heavy Slam comes through. Can they buy it out? Machamp takes it. That's Chelvin, and they're going to be able to flip the script. Big Unite by the Slowbro locks up the Chelvin. Can they get a KO? No, 3 players down for Zephyr Esports. Time to shine is shining indeed, and they want this to shine all over the goal zone as they break this thing. Time to shine now taking the point lead.
Wow, look at this, 173-219, incredibly close on levels, incredibly close at every fight, and just like we talked about, I mean, Group C, this is just such an incredibly strong group, and this matchup is amazing. These two teams are neck and neck.
And that's where I expect the rest of the group and the rest of these games to be. It's truly going to be a grind fest. They're going to have to eke it out. It's going to be a matter of minor mistakes, who makes the least, and that's who's going to come out ahead.
Taking a look at Raytao here, already level 12 and 3/4 on that Dodrio, looking for its big level 13 so it can get the power spike and get that agility that just resets the sprint gauge almost instantly. In fact, I think it is completely instant, essentially a full heal and a complete reset on Dodrio's sprint gauge, which is amazing for jumping in with those huge boosted attacks that we've seen, secure KOs and objectives and all the other things that Dodrio does. I actually didn't notice how many hats it has, and I do think, are you kidding me? Is that 3 hats? Let's go.
All 3 hats. You are a fan of cranial accessories, that is for sure. Surf engage on Chelvin to get some spacing, a puff to heal them back up, but it's the Delphox moving around looking for some action. We're going to see what they can find, and they're chipping in those shots real well. Solar Beam back the other way, and oh, that was a heavy slam by Gek to put them asleep. Are they coming through? Big punch seals up. We see 2 Unite moves come out. Fanciful Fireworks into the middle. Dodrio getting some KOs here. They're pushing into the face of time to shine. This is their opportunity. Mew kind of got out, and they get the engagement. They are so low, they have to surf to retreat. Classic's coming back the other way, and we've got little orbs on the ground, and we know what those do. Damage to the other team. Sableye latent out traps all over Thea Sky Ruins, allowing Zephyr Esports to collapse back on Regieleki as everybody's collapsing on Classics. They're going to deal tons of damage here. Chelvin's going to get it. Yes, they do. Big time KO, but what happens? Zephyr locks up the Regieleki.
What an incredible fight from both teams. I can't believe Mew made it out of there so many times. And speaking of this, the entire time, no one has been ready for the bottom. Reg Ice has spawned on the bottom left. Dodrio running down there right now to see if there's something they can do. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to mobilize their team in time. Slowbro is here, however, but they decide no. It's more important for us to get positioning around this Rayquaza pit. We want this blue buff to be taken again. So the question is, who starts this fight? Where does it happen at? Time to shine, moving through. They are ahead on points, but it's a pretty narrow margin here. Dodrio, a great Pokemon for peeling off and scoring at any moment. Right now, Sableye moving around this area, probably going to throw down some feint attacks just so you can see where the enemies are. Those little Aeos bits on the ground also give them a little bit of vision right here so you can see where Time to Shine is.
Yeah, they actually tossed one into the grass right behind them so they can get the vision there. A little pincer maneuver, but that was just for vision. Big Surf chips up Gek. Gek peels back. Let's see if they can get to the engagement on Soraya. Boosted O comes back the other way. Delphox chipped up straight to the Slowbro Uniter. Snorlax Uniter, are you kidding me? They pick it up. The Espeon gets the KO on the Delphox. Chelvin gets another one of the Slowbro. Time to Shine is shining indeed. They are flipping onto Rayquaza. Are they going to take it down? Harai is just chucking up those little Aeos energies for vision on the backside, but there's 3 players down for Zephyr Esports. Neverix is going to have to come in and try and make a hero play. So is Harai. The rest of Time to Shine is shredding this thing down. They're all the Rayquaza. There's about 25% HP. Where are they going to come out? Harai jumps right into the middle, but they engage onto Neverix. Are you kidding me? They're trying to get them down, but they can't. Mew is in the mix here. Urshifu is gone. Snorlax takes it, and Rayquaza is Time to Shine.
Time to Shine, after picking up 3 massive KOs, just takes control of that pit. Moving in, taking down Eichels. There goes the Delphox. We're trying to score here. We've actually got a score shield and the Rayquaza shield, but Raytao able to stop it right here, trying to push them out. We see Mew coming in, 47 points and a massive boosted, and now they're going to be able to score in this goal. Right now, Sableye trying to pull the points away from them with that knockoff, but they are up 419 to 173, and there's not a lot of time on the board as Sableye goes down.
I'll tell you what, that was a unique play out of the Sableye, getting good vision, but when it came down to it, Time to Shine was ready to take the body, and they had a very convincing team fight there in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, when you saw that huge catch, as soon as Espeon nailed that Psyshock, they all moved in immediately. Snorlax Unite, they said, we're taking the fight right now, and they picked up a few big KOs there. Extremely close match, but as soon as that happened, boom, moved in, won the game.
Yep, knocked out in order, Espeon, then Slowbro. Front line just absolutely decimated, and then one of your biggest damage output sources dusted as well in short order, and that was truly the key to victory as the rest of the building fell as they ripped out the blocks from underneath.
Take a look at those assists. I mean, on the side of this Eldegoss, 16 assists in that match. They were all over all the big KOs.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you hope your Eldegoss to do. Keep your big players up, let Chelvin go to work, get some good heals, keep them sustained up front, let them convert into those big KOs, and that's exactly what they did.
This is one of those matches where I feel like walking away from it, you know, for a team like Zephyr Esports, you have to wonder what you really want to switch up, because it was really down to the wire. It was just one misplay and one moment that Time to Shine was able to capitalize on. Do you really change too much? Because honestly, it felt extremely close all game. That Dodrio was unbelievable.
Yeah, it really is. So if you believe that that was the key to success for you in the way to go into engagements, you have to play into that. And they really kind of flipped the script on themselves when they were trying to make that happen in that late stage of the game. And you look across the numbers here, I mean, 79K, 71K on the side of Time to Shine. Chelvin with low numbers, but there to always convert on the KOs, did a pretty good job for them. But Duo with Gray, look at the recovery, and that was a difference maker as you compare it across the way to Zephyr Esports and what they were recovering, if you will.
Yeah, they're really not bringing any support Pokemon to the table on the side of Zephyr. They're going all gas, no brakes. We don't want to protect anybody. We're just looking for KOs right here. And through a lot of the match, that seemed to work very, very well, except in those final moments. Again, if I'm Zephyr, I don't know if I really want to change up too much here. Let's take a look at some of these big moments first before we talk about our next draft.
Yeah, we just saw a big-time engage on the Eldegoss Gray, and they were able to turn that into a push here to some degree. Now, did they overstay their welcome? Did they allow Time to Shine claw back in? Yeah, a little bit, because Time to Shine got some KOs back the other way. But this is a good place that Zephyr Esports started, but it was kind of the last time they had a successful push like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Time to Shine just started to figure out what they were doing here. Very big moves from this Machamp and Espeon. It felt like that combo together was really incredible. As soon as you catch them with a Psyshock, you've got the Machamp ready to jump in and throw that close combat.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but was the Snorlax a yawn Snorlax?
I actually didn't see. Let's take a look here. We'll see if we see it throughout this. There's the big heavy slam, but I'm not sure if I'm able to see a yawn come out. I see the big Unite move, and it feels like the Unite moves from that Snorlax were just on point.
I'm like 92% sure it was a yawn Snorlax, because that's how they engaged on to the Urshifu in the final Ray fight. The Snorlax actually heavy slammed over, yawned it to sleep, and then it got KO'd by Chelvin. You can actually see that's what they just happened in the top left corner of your screen there. A great little switch up to give an unexpected look, which opened up a lot of opportunities for Time to Shine.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see a lot of teams running this yawn, but if you're able to jump in with that heavy slam, yep, there it is, the big old yawn. You're able to jump in with that heavy slam, position yourself, especially around some of these Pokemon who just want to move like Dodrio. If you can catch them with a yawn, that's a massive stun. And we're looking at our player of the game here. Mew, 9 KOs, 140 points scored, 6 assists, and they've got the slick spoon to cook it up.
There you go. Electro Ball agility showed on the build, but we all know Mew has access to everything under the sun, including a Solar Beam, which was putting in a lot of work, and it was a key component into those 9 KOs for Soreyu. A great look for them out of a very cohesive battle plan from this Time to Shine team. Specifically, and what should be surprising is Snorlax block is so good, and that's so used to what we're seeing, but that's not going to enable the same KOs that we saw Chelvin able to cash in on because of the Snorlax play by Gek.
You know, we talk a lot about what you would do if you're the team that just lost, but that game was also incredibly close on the side of Time to Shine.
Right.
If you are them, what strategy are you trying to bring into this next match? What are you trying to ban out? Are they worried about this Dodrio? Because it was dominant throughout that game.
I don't think I'm super concerned about banning out the Dodrio. What I'm really crossing my fingers is we still get the Espeon Mew back-to-back picks.
Yes.
And then you can kind of bookend yourself with like a Glaceon, and you really get Dodrio covered between the Mew and the Glaceon, or another auto-hitting Pokemon. And then you kind of fill the gaps in the middle. I mean, if you're willing to pull up with a Snorlax with Yawn and Heavy Slam and get very good results out of it, you can't be too afraid out of something like a Dodrio.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. And I also have to wonder, you know, when we look at the side of Zephyr, are they going to bring back something like a Sableye? Are they trying to change this comp up at all after, you know, you see a loss like that? Again, that battle came down to just one moment, just boom, one catch. And once it happened, it all went time to shine. But it was so close, just a slight movement either way, and that could have gone towards Zephyr. I don't know. I always wonder if this is the time to pivot for some of these teams, or if this is the time to stick to what they chose earlier. They know how to play it, and they know what their win condition is with that setup.
Real quick off the top for Zephyr Esports, they first picked that Slowbro, which warms my heart to a degree that I can't describe. That is a hot heart.
It's hot.
Hot heart. That's
concerningly hot.
Warm and fuzzies to a dangerous level. So anyways, the Slowbro being picked first, as much as it makes me happy, I don't conventionally think it makes sense, especially when you hand over powerful Pokemon like Espeon and Mew. It almost became, an auto select. They're like, no way, we're getting both, and they locked those in. Time to shine did. So if I'm Zephyr, I concern myself with the skill level that we've got in our defender player. We say, look, we don't have to get Slowbro first to enable what we're trying to do here. Trio will work. Snorlax, Heavy Slam, Yawn apparently will work, and we can just go from there at that point. But, you know, choose a fire starter or just a powerful Pokemon from the jump. That's where I'm at.
Well, Espeon obviously is just this really tough Pokemon to deal with. You either ban it out or you give it to your opponents. It's just so unbelievably oppressive early, mid, late. I think it's even mean before the match starts.
Yes, true. I mean, I would love to see, just taking a look at Neverix. I mean, we've historically seen some amazing sword games out of them, Machamp games out of them as well. And I think those are both Pokemon they could get late. Eichel's, did have the Delphox, but was that really enabled in what they were strategically trying to do? That's the big question mark here. So, Slowbro banned, Urshifu banned. Well, Slowbro certainly isn't going to get picked first. We know that. And just Gek riding the lightning. Taking a look at our new Pokemon to the game, Goodra.
Oh, Goodra, such a fun little gentleman. Not able to be played here in the Aeos Cup, but it would be exciting to see it. I can't wait until it's able to come to competitive play and see if teams want to add it to their roster here. As no surprise, Espeon gets first picked, right?
Let's go.
Whoa, are we seeing a Crustle? Is this really happening right now?
Oh.
Doomstex, feel my heart. It's incredibly hot.
That is dangerously cold.
What's wrong?
Something might be wrong. Wow. Okay. Land of the Walking Dead out here. Classics locking it in early. Listen, I love Crustle, but this is another one of those things where they would have gotten that last pick, to be quite honest. So is that really worth picking there? Listen, Zephyr Esports says yes, and you know what? I'm here for it because I love some Crustle play.
I love seeing Crustle, and pick priority, I'd say it's pretty low. I think they could get it last. I think they could get it. They could, call up the other team and say, hey, can we redraft and let us add in Crustle? And they'll go, yeah, no problem. So
literally for any Pokemon you want. Look at this, though. I mean, time to shine going back into Snorlax in the bird. They're going to be diving in that back line, trying to convert on some big times KO. Harai, seeing the Sableye, they really got some good scouting out of the Sableye, but didn't really convert that in the last stage of the game into some KOs for themselves. So hopefully that's just a matter of, hey, let's tighten that up and let's make that happen for us, because Harai was doing a great job finding out and sussing out where time to shine actually was.
Yeah, this is a really interesting composition here from Zephyr Esports. In one word, weird. I would say it's quite weird, and I am in love with it. I hope they have a great match with this. Crustle, I feel like, is a criminally underrated Pokemon, but it also criminally underperforms when it's brought onto broadcast.
As OMC once said, how bizarre, and that's exactly what these teams are looking to square up. They're putting on a show for the folks at home, and we appreciate you for that time to shine, Zephyr Esports. Thank you very much.
That's right, they're putting on a show, and as Hugh Jackman once said, this is the greatest show. Time to shine, Zephyr Esports. Here we go. We knew these would be close games, and that first one was just absolutely amazing. So I can't wait to see what they bring out here in game number 2. Look at Luca there. I mean, that's a beautiful trainer card. Just a lot of yellow, and we got the bird up there. We got Zapdos back.
Yeah, I like it. Simplicity is key. Soreyu's kind of got the, garage sale type look going on over here. Just lots of stuff all over the place. Luca, on the other hand, clean, crisp. Peace, homies, we got you.
Yeah, Soreo, it is a little bit much. Yeah, I got a lollipop with bat wings on it. Like, okay, we get it. You have a lot of stuff going on, you know? Maybe just get it a little more clean, get it a little more presentable. I mean, look at Classics down in there on the bottom path. The Crustal with the little fiery balloon on top, beautiful.
You know, you got to have a classy trainer card if you're going to be bringing Crustal to the Thea Sky Ruins. So that jives. That jives.
And here we have Zephyr Esports just heading towards their central area with Doduo right now, just getting their experience here. And we do see Time to Shine not moving out of their base on their side. There may be an issue with their game that we will find out about soon. If there is not, this is one of the craziest strategies that I have seen.
All right, so we clearly see that there's an issue going on. The admins are in the action. The admins are on it. We're going to sort that out and get a little bit of a reset. Okay.
I understand what happened there. I haven't been up on the stairs in a little while, and that caused an issue with the broadcast. I want to apologize to everyone at home. Obviously, if there are stairs as a part of this set, they need to be used. As I make my way down to get a little more serious and a little more personal with you at home. I am very sorry. I should have been using the stairs more, and I know this. I recognize that production goes, hey, why so much stair stuff? Why are you focusing on the stairs?
Sure.
There's a lot of Pokemon Unite happening in front of you, and you seem to be keenly obsessed with these stairs. And I remember yelling at them. I don't remember what I was yelling. At some point, I just feel like it was a white-hot rage, and I said, I'm going on the stairs, dang it. I'm going on the stairs. And now we see what happens when I don't. I don't want to say I told you so. Well, you know what? In fact, I do want to say I told you so. At some point, I kind of... Oh, we have a tweet from... We have a tweet from Eichels from earlier in the event so that we can hopefully cut down on my stair rant.
Yeah, please. As much as we can cut out from that would be most appreciated. Tomorrow's the most important day we have for the moment. We will know who are the 8 teams which are going to London. I'm so stressed, but so hype. See you tomorrow. Eichels, back against the wall. We got to win one on the hop. Time to shine up in this one. However, Zephyr Esports, they've got some gamers on their side of the board, and Eichels is certainly one of them.
Man, I am so excited for Zephyr. I really love this team. I love watching them play. I think they are so good. We didn't get to see them in March. They did not qualify, but February they looked absolutely amazing. They look great here today. Yep. And I mean, I echo that sentiment. I'm excited. I'm stressed. I'm nervous. I don't know who's going to be making it to London, and it's a really exciting time for Pokemon Unite. The biggest tournament of the year so far is happening right now. EU Day 1 in the Aeos Cup. It's just what a time, man. What a time.
It's a special time. Look, we know how many championship points are on the line for the first place team, 2,500, but there's this big old chunk of change. Monopoly money. We're passing go if you win in this thing. You're getting money from the bank, and that is good looks for these things and the competitive Unite scene to keep these teams excited, energized, and willing to step up and play these month in and month out for our viewing benefit.
Let's take a look at where we're at in the group stage right now, where our teams are shaking out. Of course, earlier we saw Tally Bobo Believers absolutely crushing it here off Meta Gaming, taking that second slot there in Group A. Group B, Nouns Esports still up 2-0, Sentient 1-1, Summerhouse 1-1, and Piplup Bubblebee 0-2 in Group B. And now here we are in Group C, Doopstacks.
Yeah, Warlords EU up 1-0 after dispatching Vegetable Garden 0-1. So, yeah, they don't need any protein in their diet to eat well. Warlords on top 1-0. Of course, we're watching Time to Shine and Zephyr Esports, a very close matchup on paper. And this group, as we've mentioned before, is our knockout group because of kind of the absolute parallel between the skill level of all these teams. There's not someone that is hyper dominant. There's not somebody that's far, far behind. So we've got a lot of parity between these 4 squads. So this is why this is our knockout group, because things are going to be close.
Yeah, and taking a look at Group D here, we have an exciting group coming up with them as well. Obviously, I can't wait to see Woof Woof today. Giga Chad Gaming having one of the best names inside of Pokemon Unite. A lot of exciting stuff happening in Group D. But again, right now, we are in that knockout group. We are in the group where really anything can happen in Group C. And you are seeing it here. Time to Shine, Zephyr Esports. That match came right down to the wire. Can't wait to see what they pull out here in game number 2.
Well, we know it's a Crustal, which is nice. You know, the draft did go through, so we'll see the same team compositions for both Zephyr Esports and Time to Shine. And I like the look of the Crustal. Not going to lie.
I think we all like the look of the Crustle. There's something about Pokemon Unite where we know what a lot of the top performers are, but you love to see these wild card choices. Crustle is always one of my favorites ever since season 1 of Pokemon Unite Championship Series, and we saw that Crustle come out in the EU Finals in February and actually take it down for Nouns Esports at the time, Random Gaming. I just love seeing this Pokemon, and it looks like we're heading back into our draft here, Dupestacks. Our teams are ready to go.
Well, they had a little break. They were able to collect their thoughts, take a deep breath, and lock in that Crustle yet again. Harai, if we look at actually their profile, their trainer card, they actually have the Sableye with the little crown on top, and that's the Pokemon they've been locking in both in Game 1 and in Game 2 here. So I presume everything's going to shake out the same way. Zephyr Esports with a pretty reasonable composition.
Yeah. Absolutely, and here we see them just moving through their pick phase. This should happen relatively quickly as we know exactly what Pokemon were selected for each team. They might be trying to remember, hey, what order exactly did we move through this whole thing in? But either way, we know the Pokemon on each side.
Yeah, classics being everyone's hero today and locking in the Crustle early to make sure they know they've got it, and that's the action they're all about. Blastoise, again, is really had a big comeback starting in March and of course through the Aeos Cup right now. That rapid spin water spout and sometimes picking up a Comfey to really help it push deeper and stay in the fight longer has been very impressive to me.
I didn't notice this. Is Shelvin running Scope Lens and Rapid Fire Scarf on Snorlax? Is that actually what happened? I mean, do we have a Flail Snorlax here?
Please, like at this point, show us everything, right?
Oh, okay, switched it up. They switched it up.
Yeah,
so sad.
Well, yeah, once the tank player actually locked in onto their Snorlax, we see the proper build that they're looking to go here. Focus Bane, Experience Share, Score Shield, and of course the eject button.
Here we go. Our team's loading in here. Again, time to shine, taking game number 1, but it really all came down to a moment, just a brief moment in that last match. It was so close throughout the entire game. Zephyr obviously looking to pick up a big win here, stay in this series right now. Group C, the knockout group, and Zephyr does not want to be knocked out. They want to head to London.
Absolutely. Sarayu, I expect big work out of them. If you make the conscious decision to bring Talonflame into the mix, you need to deliver on some big-time KOs. So for me, I'm not looking at the damage dealt number after this game. I want to see where that KO number lands, because as we know, Talonflame needs to close the door when you're attacking and get out. They're not the one that's supposed to necessarily be big-time engaging. They want to be closing the door on those attacks.
Absolutely, yeah. If you can just jump in there with the fly and get some big-time burst damage right there, securing objectives, securing KOs, and then the rest of the time just causing havoc all over the map. And I love Pokemon that cause havoc. Talonflame is one of the best in the business at it. Here we are, game number 2. Time to shine. Your purple team, Zephyr Esports, your orange team.
Time to shine, off to the races here. Hoopa going to protect and insulate Sarayu from a particular invade opportunity here. Red buff going to gray, and they're going to use that to put some pressure on Zephyr Esports as this Sableye Harai is playing very far forward. Buzzwole windmill slamming a dunk in here, and Neverix on the retreat. Neverix, a great top path player with a lot of explosive potential.
There's really not much you can do about this Sableye, as they're just jumping in right inside their faces. Even though we've got the Hoopa, we've got the red buff, we have our Squirtle right there, you still really can't stop it from scoring. It's able to steal some Aeos energy here, and now is going to try to steal a little bit more. Oh, it's in a little bit of trouble. Talonflame coming in, nice flame charge, takes it down.
Big time engage again, that's what I'm talking about. Jumping in, getting the KOs when you have the opportunity, and getting out in one piece. That's crucial. Little dart back through acrobatics, gonna get that experience for Sarayu, and a nice little pop there for Time to Shine.
Here we go, Sarayu on the Talonflame, and then we obviously have Raytao on the Dodrio. It's a battle of the birds right here in the top path as they get sent back through that hyperspace hole. Nice and healthy right here, and they are going to continue this push.
That's an amazing strategic play there, putting the portal down as soon as the birds show up, engage, scrub them out, but get your future Talonflame out of there. That's exactly what they did. Sarayu is getting fed.
Here we go down to our bottom path here. We can see level 5 here already on our Crustle, and there it is. There's the Rock Tomb. That is what we're going to be seeing this match. You know, incredible amount of control inside the battle, and it slows Pokemon down in such a big way. However, Quaxus in a little bit of trouble right here as that Psyshock puts the hurt on him.
Yeah, what's really awesome about Rock Tomb is like Crustle is the only Pokemon that got a buff relative to the layout of the new map when Thea Sky Ruins dropped, because the Rock Tomb has so many more alleys it can cut off here. And it's a heavy slam coming into the birds. We've got an engagement. Buzzwole flipping the bird down, choke slam onto the Talon Flame, and a bird that is grounded very quickly. KO over to the Muscle Bug.
Zephyr Esport looking amazing once again. You know, early in the last match, I felt like they were also really dominant early. We'll have to see if they are able to keep that going as we get a big KO in the bottom path. Dodrio picking one up.
Yeah, Zephyr Esports a little chunked. They're peeling back. It's 30 seconds until the basement Reggie populates on the map. The Dodrio has its 3 hats. It's ready to go. Zephyr Esports pulling up for that first objective.
Here we go, 7 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. There are the Swablues and Altaria in the center. Talonflame coming in, trying to pick up some of that. And there's that Rock Tomb. They just can't get home. They can't get to their portal yet.
Love that. I mean, that's exactly what you want to do. Use the Rock Tomb to prevent escape or protect your team, and make sure that you're leveraging that in a big-time way. Classic's going to be the key to some chaos for Zephyr Esports.
We have Sableye and Wartortle staying top for both of our teams here, while Zephyr Esports is starting this Registeel. It is already at half, and we're seeing if anyone from Time to Shine is going to come in, as this is heading down right now. Huge secure by the Talon.
That's exactly what you want. They're going to try and convert that into KOs. Gecko Kami heavy slams, catches 2, and there's the Espeon Unite that pops. And Wartortle actually taking care of the Dodrio in short order. Classic's trying to hold it down, but they are snuffed out. 3 players down. Espeon gets credit for 2 of those. Mew does get a Retribution Snorlax KO, but they're unable to siege the goal zone. So all in all, not a bad look for Zephyr. They're able to kind of contain the static that they were seeing there and make sure that it didn't go too further sideways.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Time to Shine with a great secure right there. You see if they can do anything about this Sableye. Just such a tricky positioning from it. It also has that score shield while it is continuing to siege this goal and just be a frustrating little gentleman here. And we see, once again, there is that feint attack, the Aeos energy, that if it's picked up by Time to Shine, it's going to do some damage, it's going to hurt him, and also give some vision and information over to the side of Zephyr.
Yeah, and Time to Shine, Hyperspace Highways, that we like to call it, is open. They're pivoting to the top path and looking to see if they can find any engagements here. Neverix gets popped up by the Heavy Slam. Do they engage on them? No. 4 players kind of being held back by the Buzzwole, beefed up. They took their protein this morning. They're ready to flex on them. Let's see. Gecko Kami comes through. That Rock Tomb doesn't really contain anyone, but Chelvin's looking for an opportunity. They get suplexed off the goal pad. They're coming in. Heavy Slam catches them. Hydro Typhoon, bang, eject button out to buy some space, and that's a Rapid Spin Water Spout. That's a Buzzwole Unite back the other way. Are they going to be able to get the Buzzwole down before they can? Blastoise gets KO'd. Are you kidding me? They're pushing back on Gek. Is Gek going to get KO'd? They are kicked up into the air and brought down to the earth in a rough way. They are KO'd. Espeon and Hooper are just a little late as Zephyr Esports gets 2 quality KOs.
What an incredible turnaround for Zephyr right there. Once you saw that Unite move from Blastoise, it looked like Zephyr was just in a world of trouble. Fortunately, we got the big Buzzwole Unite, and as soon as it lands, it picks up that spinning turtle, slams it back down, canceling the Rapid Spin Water Spout from the Blastoise on Time to Shine. Right now, we see them just dealing with this Regieleki as Zephyr Esports is in our bottom path right here for the bottom Regi.
Yeah, they're wreaking havoc down there as Zephyr Esports. Time to Shine, yes, they got a Regieleki, but what is that actually worth? And in this particular situation, not much, because you have the Dodrio taking all your wild Pokemon there. Look at the Sableye just hiding out on the backside, finally getting gobbled up by the Talonflame. You at least like to see that happen if you're Time to Shine. You can't let Sableye live on your side of the map.
And now we can see, score-wise, it's getting a little bit closer after that Regieleki, and they take this top goal right here. Talon coming in. No, come on, Buzzwole. Jeez.
Yes. That is insane coverage by the Electro Ball, fired off right at the right time. As soon as Buzzwole let go of the Talonflame, the Electro Ball cleaned up the trash, and that is a baked bird, easy peasy.
And here we go, big heavy slam into that yawn that we talked about before. The Rapid Spin doing some damage here, pushing back our Crustle in the top path. Score-wise, once again, incredibly close, 119-170. These two teams are right there, neck and neck all game. Experience-wise, I mean, I'm looking at all of it. It's almost at parallel everywhere inside the match. Maybe a slight advantage over to Zephyr right now.
Yeah, very minor, and that's easily overcome here with 1 pick. Harai kind of over the backside. Gray getting pushed down real low. Boosted auto comes through. They're trying to find the Talonflame. Talonflame wants the Mew, but it's the Espeon sorting out the Sableye. Big Snorlax Unite. They're tipping over. They're going to pop up the crowd, but most importantly, they're going to pop off on this goal zone. It is gone. Just an overdunk there of 12, but that brings them a little bit closer to Zephyr Esports scoreline.
While that was happening, Raytown putting some points up into that top path. Doesn't look like they had a lot to put in there, but we're at 186-216. Again, this match is just neck and neck, a nail biter, and it's all going to come down to this Rayquaza here. We have a minute until it hits the map, and we also have Regieleki spawning top, and one of our basement Regis spawning in the bottom path here in about 10 seconds. It's going to be interesting to see how these teams want to prioritize these two objectives.
Well, it looks like Time to Shine wants to get the score line going for themselves a little bit, as Zephyr Esports is going to favor the buff and the experience that comes from the basement Reggie. Yeah, 3 players up for Time to Shine. They're going to get this for free. Each team going to get an objective for the low, low price of nothing, and that's exactly got to be content with what their strategy is, because that's what they showed up to get.
Yeah, Time to Shine now has an opportunity to possibly push onto this goal. If not, if Zephyr is just able to take this down really quickly, then Time to Shine can use this moment to just generate some experience for themselves, get some levels by KOing some wild Pokemon. And this is going to go down here before the 2-minute mark. We will still have the ability for Zephyr to position themselves around this Rayquaza pit. We actually see Sableye from the side of Zephyr just sneaking around there in that bottom L tall grass. And now we see the little Fate attack there, just making sure you know exactly where the enemies are. Solar Beam chipping them out. We're seeing where this fight's going to start. Nice little Rock Tomb pushing Time to Shine back. Zephyr Esports is ahead right here, so they aren't the ones who need to take the fight immediately. They can play a little more patiently, while Time to Shine has the Talonflame coming in from behind right here. Big Solar Beam, Buzzwole Unite.
They caught through the reset. Buzzwole came up. Buzzwole Unite, Hydra Typhoon, Espeon Unite comes out as well. Big Heavy Slam on the right-hand side. They're going to try and sort off there. Yawn to sleep. Is Neveric's going to go down? No, not yet. Finally, the Hoopa that is unbound. They fall. Heavy Slam comes back through. Can they pick up Classics? Rock Doom is out, but it's a Rapid Spin Water Spout that sorts out the Espeon. Or excuse me, the Rock Tomb that sorts out the Espeon. Good little push by Talonflame back on their counterpart Bird. They've got that action going, and now we've got 1 player down on each side, and we might be squaring up for a re-engage.
Yeah, it looks like we could. All the Unite moves down. Pokemon down on each side. No one really taking a commanding win of that right there. Soreyu, the Talonflame, going home on just a sliver through that hyperspace hole. It looks like we got Blastoise trying to make something happen with this Rapid Spin, and here comes Snorlax trying to secure this KO. Hoopa gets the big KO here as Mew's in a little bit of trouble, surfs their way out.
Yeah, they're actually trying to catch Soreyu. Here's the Durdrio comes back, but Soreyu flies and actually catches the portal back. And let's see what action they can bring back the other way. Buzzwole takes out the Espeon. That's huge. Rapid Spin Water Spout all over Neverix. Let's see what they can do. If they're going to catch Reset. 4 players are blinked out. They're showing up for a nightmare if they roll back through. Big Surf, perfectly timed. Neverix is getting solo. They get KO'd by the Snorlax. Shelvin is there. Soreyu is there. Hyper Beam comes through. Solar Beam comes through. Excuse me. Raytail's getting low. Who takes the Rayquaza? 3 players out for Zephyr Esports. And the way these teams are running, you know it's time to shine. Ready to time some points in, because it's double points. Duck it.
Take a look at this. We're trying to stop this from happening right here. Talonflame puts in 92 points in the top. If they're able to stop this 50, Hoopa can't score in the main, but they are able to get the points in. There's the 100 in the bottom goal. Wow, Blastoise's shield just would not go down.
The Classics with a great Rock Tomb there to keep them bubbled out from the goal zone itself. They are just able to get their points in with the smallest margin of time left.
Wow, look at that here. And, you know, we said these were going to be incredibly close games. It came down to Rayquaza being flipped in that central area. We didn't know which team was going to grab it. If that doesn't go over to Time to Shine, they are definitely losing because they are behind Zephyr Esports, who managed to get 296 points. Great secure from Time to Shine, and they secure a 2-0 victory against Zephyr Esports.
They really got some clutch KOs at the end, being able to deal with Neverix in the middle in short order and give themselves a little bit of an advantage in that flip scenario on the Rayquaza. And of course, we see how close that scoreline was. Close to the end, Rayquaza, the true difference maker, as we know, get those buffs, get that score speed increase, and just able to eke out just the points that they needed to win.
Great matches between these two teams, and we knew it was going to be this way. We knew this was going to be an excellent series here. We knew that Group C was going to provide games like this, and here they are. Time to Shine, looking fantastic. And if you look at the damage across the board, I mean, Eichel's on the Mew absolutely putting in work, as you like to say, but everyone seems to be doing their part from both teams.
Yeah, this is one of those scenarios where there's kind of parity across the damage dealt across all of the players. It's because we were doing a more controlled engagements. We were fighting as a team. And really, when we were taking engagements, we were getting those KOs, backing off, not overstaying our welcome to really let those numbers spike.
What an incredible series. As we said, Group C, our knockout group, and you saw it right here. Just such amazing matches. We are going to be throwing it back to our analyst desk after we saw that amazing 2-0. Why don't we do that right now? Zoinks, Wonder Chef, take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Spraggles and Doof Snacks, for taking us through an incredible game. I'm excited to dive a little bit deeper into that one, though. There was a lot to break down, Wonder Chef.
There was. I mean, that felt to me like that was a 3 out of 5 set that went the distance. That's how long that was. That was like one of the longer sets, just feeling like everything was playing out so differently. The game 1 and game 2 were completely different games, even though they did both come down really to the wire. I mean, that set was absolutely what I expected coming into that.
Yeah, draft strategy from both these teams was really interesting. Time to Shine taking a really aggressive approach. Zephyr has an incredible player in Navorix. Navorix is so strong and maybe an artist on these melee attacker Pokemon. We saw a few targeted bans going towards Navorix Urshifu in that game number 2, cutting them off from that, forcing them onto something like the Buzzwole is a little bit tougher for them to work around. But what I really want to break down is the final minute of that second game, back and forth. Let's take another look here in the highlights.
And one thing that I really want to point out, I'm not sure if we can see it, is right here we can see the Crustle being so far forward and so low, allowed it to get picked off, and I feel like that's the first moment that really led to Time to Shine being able to push back. You can see the pick happening here. Nobody quite in time to make it back and support. The Hoop, of course, with the hyperspace hole was allowed everybody on Time to Shine to heal back up, and that's where this all started.
And this is why you ban Hoopa in your games. The HP bar reset is crazy. Navorix has a great KO with Uri on the top hat, but look at this engage. They get so much early damage, and the reset is there. They may get a great surf and time that perfectly, but all of that to say, I mean, Time to Shine was able to just take advantage of those low HP bars, and that final secure goes to them. Try attack not happening this time around, and they're able to steal it away, but Hoopa resets were perfectly timed constantly. Spraggles called it out on cast. Saraju's fly into the perfect timing of that portal reset is looking fantastic. And Classics with the Rock Tomb that has that slight push effect. So when you can push the enemy target away, any movement away from the goal zone will stop the score. Looking really good. But let's take a look at the score of this matchup and how it looked in total. I mean, it was an exciting match. I mean, we knew this one was going to be, and 512 to 296. Great job from Time to Shine.
Extremely strong. A great way to come back. And of course, a lot of that was Chelvin on that Blastoise. He's barely making that final score, just barely. But such a key part of that team, I mean, of course, being a player of the game, that Blastoise was able to just enable so much in those team fights. And we got to see that a lot in that final moment of that game. I think it was a perfect example.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Blastoise takes advantage of a lot of different parts of the game, and when Shelvin playing it within the central area, you're really hoping that it can pop off in those final moments, get some big resets, but honestly, chasing down weaker targets with the movement speed of Rapid Spin seemed to be Shelvin's best strength in that final team fight. Time to Shine is looking for a title. They have not found one yet in the UNITE Championship Series. They've made a lot of top 4 performances, never quite getting to that first place, and with a showing like this in the group stage, I honestly think they are in a good spot to do it. Speaking of groups, let's take a look at those.
Oh yeah, we are getting further on here. We're starting to see who's making it out. We're starting to see who's looking close to making it out. Nouns Esports up 2-0 in the Group B so far. We see that Time to Shine, of course, taking that game over Zephyr Esports, puts them up 1-0, tying so far in the Group C with Warlords EU, who won a game over Vegetable Garden.
Yeah, Warlords winning a very close game against Vegetable Garden. It was a 2-0, but the score lines on both of those were competitive, so Vegetable Garden still with a chance in this game to try to get some wins in the table, but Warlords getting a nice Game 1 win. This is our knockout group, so every single game matters so much. You need to be putting your best foot forward. Time to Shine doing so, Warlords doing so, and Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Aeos Cup for the EU region. It has been an exciting day of games, and we got more to come, Wonder Chef. I got an interesting update, by the way, from Group B. We're in Group C right now, but interesting one. Piplup Bubble Beam has actually got a Game 1 win against Nouns Esports within their set. So Nouns Esports dropping a game for the first time in the group stage out to Piplup Bubble Team. Keep running Blastoise. I guarantee might be the part of that.
I very well could. I'm actually kind of sad that we've already moved on to Group C. I mean, I'm not sad because this group is amazing as well. We've actually been seeing incredible games so far. There's a reason why this is the knockout group, and our next matchup as well is going to be one of those to really, I think this is in a weird way like a deciding match for how the rest of the group goes, because we did see Time to Shine win their first game, but now we're going to be seeing Warlords EU.
Warlords EU wants to be one of those top teams headed to EUIC, but let's take a look at all of the group stages to see the teams that are competing for that very spot.
You can see here now the group is shaken up, could be potentially shaken up a little bit in Group B if we do see Piplup Bubble Beam get that full win on Nouns. But here we are in Group C, Time to Shine, just taking that last win. Warlords EU getting their previous win against Vegetable Garden off stream, and now it's time to see them face off.
Yeah, it's Warlords' time to step up to the plate to Time to Shine. Time to Shine with a very impressive performance against Zephyr Esport, but Time to Shine and Zephyr are the two favorites. Warlords just really wanting in to that argument, so they're going to be competing for that top spot. Group D coming up in the future, though, looks really good as well. Squishy Squad, Woof Woof, Phantom Slayers, and Giga Chad Gaming. It's absolutely stacked lineup within that group as well. Like I said, we have a lot of good Unite to get to outside of just this group, and I'm very, very excited. Wonder Chef, talk to me about the prize pool, though, for the Aeos Cup. There's a lot on the line.
Oh, that is an understatement. As you can see, there's $25,000 per region. And of course, we're just looking at EU today. There's a lot more in the future. But $10,000 going to the first place team, $5,000 to second, $4,000, $2,000, moving down until $750 even just for getting within that top 8 spot. So there is the most money in the season so far on the line, along with a ton of championship points. The stakes are as high as they have been. And of course, for these players in Europe in particular, they really want to make it to EUIC to play in person for those finals.
Oh yeah, in-person energy is just on a different level. That's something alone to play for. But if you make it out of the group stage and you were within that top 8, you're already in the money. So you're playing really solid. I mean, that is a big incentive for a lot of these players to push for. Now let's pivot to the match that we are about to watch. It is going to be it is going to be Warlords EU versus Time to Shine. Time to Shine we just saw on broadcast, but it's Warlords' first time here on the broadcast.
Of course, Time to Shine. Like you said, we did just get a chance to see them. They are looking so strong today. Chelvin was the MVP of that last set. On that Blastoise, we have seen just so much confidence and some really interesting picks, of course. Oh, well, we did from both sides, but Time to Shine in particular with quite a few interesting things. I would say the most recent one was that lane bird with the Talonflame. So I'm really excited to see what they're going to be bringing out this time.
Yeah, Saryu showing some flexibility there as well, but let's take a look at Warlord, Sub-Zero Plague, Radizet, Kiva, and Kiro. So, an interesting storyline with this roster. A few players have played together for quite some time, but we do have some new additions. Both Radizet and Kiva newer to this roster, but not new to the game of Unite. DZ, a very storied team in Pokemon Unite history, a long line of success, and then of course Kiva, formerly of the Yerman Burger Flippers, has also found a lot of success. They are an amazing support player. And strangely enough, we have not seen very much Comfey on broadcast today. And I know that Kiva plays that Pokemon to an exceptional level, but also has an incredible Eldegoss. So maybe the token pick, but also the sort of standalone, you always see this Pokemon. They can play it all, and I'm really excited to see a support player like Kiva really show why they can be an influence in a game at this level of gameplay.
I'm thinking that maybe, by the way, that the Comfey may be showing up a little bit less because we're seeing so much of the Eldegoss. But I think we have our game ready to get started pretty soon. So let's send it over to the casters. I know they've got something else different. Let's see what it is this time.
Taking a look here, you know, a lot of this set, they were putting up this set last night, and I came by to help out, and they said absolutely not.
Good structural integrity, though.
Qualified. Oh, hey, didn't see you there. You know, we've got some exciting Pokemon Unite here for you right now as Time to Shine and Warlords EU go at it. Time to Shine, I mean, looked fantastic at the start here of Group C, but Warlords also winning their first set, so these are the two undefeated teams heading into this match.
Yeah, well, if we weren't checking the structural integrity of the studio for so long, maybe we could have been on screen to say some of that stuff. But instead, here we are in the draft screen. Dodrio and Hoopa. Hoopa, I'm telling you, public enemy #1 here out in the EU. No respect, or maybe too much respect, or maybe all the deserved respect, because when Hoopa has hit the map, it's looked pretty darn good.
Yeah, Hoopa has been doing incredible, and again, banned out a lot, but no surprise we're seeing this first pick on Espeon. It might be one of the most first-picked Pokemons of the entire event. There's Slowbro up there, and there's Espeon up there.
Strong pick-me energy out of the Espeon, without a doubt. If it's available, the first pick is going there. It is so strong with that secure, that big-time Psyshock, tons of damage, able to dial that in. I like Sub-Zero here, locking in the Sableye. We've seen it do a lot of work previous. I'd like to see it kind of level up its game here on this team.
Here we go, Talon once again on the side of Time to Shine. Obviously, they have got a strategy with this Pokemon. It's working extremely well. Okay, we've got ourselves a mean greeting. Let's go, Warlords EU. I'm on your side, buddy. I'll buy the t-shirt. I'll buy the t-shirt right now.
You know, Warlords, a very intimidating name, a lot of intimidating gamer tags on their side of the fence, and they're deciding that is all the viciousness that we are bringing along with Greedent, which is truly, if you think of a Warlord in the Thea Sky Ruins, I'd be all right calling the Warlord Greedent.
I think I would as well. And now we have Absol. I mean, we're seeing a lot of picks on the side of Warlords that you are not seeing from a lot of these other teams, and I have to say, I am so very much here for it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of critical hit tools that Ray is carrying on that Absol, as well as a focus band and a little goal getter.
Yeah, here we go. We actually have four goal getters on the side of Warlords EU. I mean, let's go. Let's get some goals.
Get them goals. Get them goals. Warlords EU, kind of a bait and switch. You'd think they'd be battling a lot, but they're like, no, we like to wage war on these goal zones.
You know, one of the trickiest things you can do in war is convince your opponent that you're here for a bit of a fight and then just spend the whole time dunking.
Yeah, you know, just like a little Tykes hoop, just windmill slams from the side. Yeah, goofy stuff out here. But Warlords, a good little lineup, good look, because they're going to be showing a different look. And in these types of stages, when some of these teams in the EU scrim quite a bit, they kind of get used to what they're used to, kind of get used to what they've been shown, and this is a great way to kind of pull the rug out or the tablecloth off and show something completely different.
Now, Time to Shine obviously looking great in their first series, and they want to close this one out too. I mean, this is going to put them in an amazing position to head to London, but we did not get to see Warlords yet, and if this is what they've been bringing to the table, I mean, we have missed out so far. So I am very excited to see what they do with 4 goal getters on their Pokemon.
Well, hopefully they're scoring. Otherwise, why are you carrying that item? Here we go. Time to Shine. Warlords Game 1 underway. Let's see it.
And once again, we might have a little bit of an issue on the side of Time to Shine. It looks like they are in their base. We might have to reset this one possibly as Warlords heads through their central area right now.
Might I point out how intense of a gamer tag Plague is?
I mean, yes, it is incredibly intense. It's a very intense gamer tag for a very intense team. You and we're going to have to see what they're able to bring when they're in this actual match. Obviously, we were able to make our way all the way over to the stairs very quickly as soon as we saw there was a problem.
It's a long distance.
Rushed to the stairs. It's a very long distance.
We ran. That's why I'm so sweaty. That's definitely why I'm sweating all the time. Is the distance we have to cover to the stairs.
It's huge. I mean, people don't realize how far this is. I don't want to say it's a mile because I'm unclear about how long a mile exactly is, but it's at least 2 miles from here to where we have to cast. The fact that we even make it here and we're not out of breath is a feat in and of itself.
Well, while you're talking about the ridiculousness of the stairs and why it's going to be continuing a running joke, let's take a look at the groups where we're at right now. As we're getting the word that Summerhouse has just beat Sentient to become 2-1 in the bracket there.
Very exciting stuff here in Group B. Summerhouse looking very, very good. You know, they gave Nouns Esports a run for their money at different points inside that match, but Nouns, of course, looked fantastic near those end fight engagements on Summerhouse.
And Nouns and Piplup Bubble, they are still going here, but as we know, Piplup did take a game off of Nouns Esports, so taking them to the wire, you know, and trying to push Nouns Esports to a 2-1 record, themselves up to a 1-2 record, to see if that influences the makeup on who gets to go to London in 2 weeks.
You know, Nouns is the kind of team that can lose a game and they're still able to make something happen. I think a lot of teams actually, they fall apart once they lose that first match. You see it. They lose the first match, and then the second match is even worse. It's like they've been exposed, and they get worse and worse and worse as it goes. Nouns is the exact opposite. If Nouns loses a game, they can change everything. They can change their strategy. They can come with something completely new. And in fact, they are the team to come from the losers bracket all the way up to the grand finals and win. In fact, at Worlds last year, they got knocked down to the losers bracket early, fought all the way back through it to the grand finals.
They're definitely a team forged in adversity and leverages that adversity in the losers bracket to really charge through. However, this is a group stage. So I'm not sure there's not much rallying back if you get put down too low. So Nouns Esports going to try and clean this one up 3-0. Take the group as I think was kind of what we'd all would have predicted at the start. But I'm really looking at Piplup Bubblebeam to step up and kind of convert on a big-time upset, because that's the type of energy that region needs to make sure that the top 3 know that they are not infallible, they are not untouchable, and the rest of this team, the rest of the field here, is catching up in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to see the most competitive EU possible, and it is going to take some teams upsetting the big dogs. We're talking about a team like Time to Shine. We're talking about a team like Nouns, Woof Woof, Tally Bobo, Believers. Of course, we want to see teams that you might not know as well take some games off them and make this thing as competitive as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Real quick, we have a damage leaderboard to take a look here for the EU region up until this point. So let's throw that on the screen and talk about it. Number 1, Zorark, measuring in 98k damage, 165, 12 knockouts, big time.
Yeah, take a look at this Sylveon right here, 94,000, scoring a whole bunch, and 10 KOs. Sylveon doing such amazing work inside of the Aeos Cup.
Yeah, I want to jump down to number 5 there, a Pokemon we haven't had the pleasure of casting yet today, but Garchomp has really seen a clean and nice resurgence as of late as a very viable Pokemon. 82k damage, nothing to scoff at, a decent amount of points for the Garchomps across the board. 5 knockouts, a number that you might feel a little low for that damage dealt output. However, they are really good at shredding things down, and if you're doing it in tandem with a Decidueye, for example, it's really on the Decidueye to close the door with like a Spirit Shackle. So that's why you're seeing that numbers maybe be a little out of line with what you'd expect.
Yeah, I think Garchomp is in a great position inside the game right now, and you're right. They output a lot of damage, but they're not necessarily known for securing the KOs or securing the objectives. They're just able to rip things apart. And also, we have that amazing Dragon Rush combo that you're seeing all the players run. You're seeing them run the Dragon Claw, Dragon Rush, and if you're able to get a good catch on that, you can get that big dash, that big knockup, and you can really hold an opponent in place. If you're able to get something like the Delphox or Espeon on the enemy team, that could be the start of a huge fight for your side.
Poaching one player or getting a clean pick on somebody that might be lagging a little bit to join up with the rest of the team is a great way to put the final fights or the final battle at Rayquaza into your hands, because you're putting it on your terms rather than how the enemy wants to engage.
We're going to be loading back into this game here in 1 second. I can't wait to see it. 4 goal getters feels like the cheesiest strategy possible. It feels like they're going for something very silly, but the name of the game is putting points on the board. And if they can get themselves so far ahead of the enemy team that they're able to really let them try to dictate the pace at Rayquaza and make the mistakes, that could be huge.
Yeah, there's also the big advantage of having a heavy score lead going into the final fight. You can actually ignore Rayquaza, rush to the goal zones that are remaining on the other side of the map, and just put all your points in while the other team is trying to deal with the Rayquaza and then go score.
Yeah, this is giving shades of Season 1, the score composition that we would see from time to time that didn't end up making its way to Worlds. A lot of the game had changed at that point, but now we are seeing some type of scoring strategy here from Warlords EU.
I like it, and I really like something that plays into this particular strategy if they were to go into the scenario that I outlined, which is, you know, going to score while the other team is taking Rayquaza, and then you reset and try and defend. You know who's amazing at doing that? Sableye with its Unite move. Because it doesn't really care about the shields, it's just trying to send you back to base to stall, and that is a perfect tool if this strategy is what they're trying to employ with these 4 goal getters.
And we have our teams here just locking back in their choices from earlier. We have the Espeon choice here on Time to Shine. Again, one of the most picked and dominant Pokemon in the game right now. It's a tough one because to use a ban on it feels like maybe a mistake because you'd want to get rid of their Mew, their Dodrio, their Hoopa, as we've seen a lot of teams do. But to give it up to your opponents feels like another huge mistake. It's just so incredibly powerful.
Yeah, like you said, is banning it out maybe the option? We have seen it happen before in the effort to, you know, force teams to move off of that and change the dynamic of the, you know, the squad they're trying to put together. But other times, you just ban out stuff you don't want to face. And in this case, we've got Dodrio and Hoopa on the chopping block, rightfully so. Those are troublesome Pokemon with very unique capabilities in the Thea Sky Ruins. So cut those off, deal with a more straightforward game.
Here we go. We see our players switching around their choices right now, just moving their Pokemon onto the player that is supposed to have them here. We've got the eject button possibly on this Urshifu, which leads me to believe that we are looking at a Wicked Blow Urshifu, so big secures on the side of Warlords, and they could be going for a very similar strategy to that score composition from year 1, which is you would score as much as you could, and as soon as an objective hit the map, regardless of what happened, you're throwing all your damage on it, you're using your big secure move, get it or not get it, you're moving on back to scoring.
Yeah, another great tool, as you mentioned, the Urshifu with Wicked Blow and that eject button, that allows them to position themselves forward and really deal critical amounts of damage to the backline Pokemon. So you see an Espeon on the other side, and if you can eject button in with a fully charged Wicked Blow and deal crippling damage to that Espeon and then close the door on it, that's a great way, again, to put the tides of battle in your favor. And that's kind of sounds like that's in the script for the Warlords here.
Yeah, I think that is what they're looking to do. You know, yeah, with that eject button, you can also make your way all the way to an objective that your opponents did not realize Urshifu was in range for. Well, here we go. Time to shine, your purple team. Warlords EU, your orange team. And I know what you're all saying at home. Where do I buy my Warlords EU t-shirt? They've got the green, they've got the goal getters. Let's do this thing. As Sableye moving into the central area here, we already have an invade.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious why the Gossifleur didn't pick up the red buff. That's usually very strong for it to peel back into path here. The Sableye is looking to be a menace as the Aselgor gets a good little shot in on Soreyu. Gossifleur getting KOs regardless on the Lucario here. And now can Kiva seal up this Aselgor? Big engagement here, and Soreyu's trying to put the screws to Kiva in short order. They said, you're coming on my side of the map. You're going to catch receipts for that. Kiva trying to reset, but a good little dive engage and a KO. Good look by the Talonflame.
Yeah, that was a great play right there. You know, the question was, do I dive in here or am I going to get myself KO'd? Am I making the right choice or am I making a mistake going in against this Sableye? But no, they called it out. They knew exactly where it was and they picked up a big KO. Invasion stopped by Time to Shine.
Yeah, that's mitigated a little bit by the experience share on the Sableye, but it's always good to get early KOs on your central area Pokemon to allow them scale large. As that's down again is the Sableye. It's getting picked up and KO'd by all the players from Time to Shine. Good little look. Sub-Zero going to look for an opportunity. Duo with Gray bubbling them out with a little cotton ball action right into the face here. But who's that on the back door is Plague getting some stacks in. Tons of pressure. Meteor Mash pushing through. They're getting a berry. But is that day late dollar short? Can they put this? Oh, darts through and picks up another berry. This is just prolonging the inevitable. Another KO on the Lucario. Talonflame getting real big. Duo with Gray trying to hold it down. Sub-Zero trying to put the pressure on, but Time to Shine is all over him.
Take a look at that. I mean, even through the goal getter, we had Time to Shine stop that score there from the Sableye. Great play. We also have that score shield on that Urshifu as we saw them put points right into that goal in the face of Time to Shine. I think this is a really difficult team composition. It's something that, again, not a lot of teams are used to playing. We could have a big pickup here by Absol. I'm not sure if we've got Pursuit or we've got the Night Slash, but it does not follow the Talonflame.
Yeah, it had both buffs, so looking for an opportunity to engage if it presented itself. The Greedent is finally a Greedent from being a Squovit for just so long, and it is going to schmoove around the map in that Christmas Hollowware and see what kind of chaos it can wreak.
More points being reined in that top path goal, and they break it. They break their goal early. That's gone. That's down at the 7-minute 30-second mark as Sableye puts in 21 points. And this is the start of at least a score composition. I would not have expected to see this here in the Aeos Cup, and I freaking love it.
Yeah, absolutely. You're taking a look. Warlords, yes, they're getting KO'd a lot, but that's kind of part of the plan, right? When you're behind an experience and you poach a KO, you get big comeback experience. Sub-Zero getting Soreyu on the chopping block and taking them out is a big way to start that.
Wow, take a look at this. They're prioritizing Regieleki in the top path. Don't let my solo queue teammates see this, but there it goes. They are pushing it, and they're grabbing all of that Aeos energy. They are going to try to push onto this goal and continue scoring. Well, we only have 2 members of Time to Shine in the bottom path, and no one is starting the bottom Reggie. This is so unusual for a match of Pokemon Unite.
Worth noting that Time to Shine is playing the same game as Warlords right here, and they are beating parity on this goal. Hydro Typhoon comes in, Rapid Spin, Water Spout all over the goal zone. Is this going to be an opportunity to get some KOs? Tons of damage is being laid in on the Warlords. That's 2 KOs. That's 3 KOs. Shrika 2 for the Blastoise to get credit for the 3rd. Yes, they do. The Absol, the last one to bite the dust, and a good little defense by Time to Shine as they are just barely behind on the scoreboard.
And take a look at this. Warlords sending their Urshifu to the bottom path, and they do not try to stop the Reggie from being secured. They instead score on that bottom path goal. They have one goal in mind, and that's, well, a goal.
Yeah.
Their goal is a goal.
When your item is to get goals, as the goal getter, there you go. You got to make it happen. Good little slow bro onto the Urshifu. And Gek is able to peel back with Bordy. They're allowed to make it out here. Urshifu does as well, but at least they stopped that potential exchange onto the SBI.
The siege is continuing on this top path as 3 members of Warlords EU are now up there, goal getting and scoring in the face of Time to Shine. Now up 204 to 140, big absolute Unite move. And really, they're just using it to see if they can buy time before they can score again. Come on, Warlords.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Like I said, we're looking at the experience levels. Of course, Warlords is behind. They're hemorrhaging KOs into the hands of Time to Shine, but they are still executing their strategy. They're up on the scoreboard, but Time to Shine has adjusted very, very well. As every opportunity they have, they're getting points in, and they are making the score composition that the Warlords are trying to use look paltry as they just tied up the score line.
Tying it up right now and actually scoring another 40 in that bottom path. They are ahead on score. But one thing to notice, and you've mentioned this, a few times here, Dupe Snacks, is if they do pick up some KOs on these high-level Pokemon from Time to Shine, they are right back in this thing experience-wise. So this is all part of their plan. They know what they are trying to do here as Soreyu picks that up, able to secure the Regieleki.
Big Flame Sweep comes through, and they tried to get a KO. They do. KO Shrika 2 for the Blastoise, 1 for the Talonflame, and they're on the hunt. They're pushing 4, and it's time for them to escort this Regieleki. The only difference is they're big. Unite move by the Slowbro. Slow Beam onto the Absol happens. Rapid Spin, Water Spout buying time, and Warlords are just crashing into this pad to try and defend it, but they are getting dusted here. The Talonflame rips the heart out of that Lucario. No short order. Gek not even moving. Just getting reset. We out of here. Warlords are crashing and trying to deal with this Regieleki, but Time to Shine has taken the ball into their own hands, and they are running the game that the Warlords are trying to execute.
That's right. The score is actually up for Time to Shine. However, not able to push that Regieleki in. And I think that was actually such a smart play from Time to Shine. I think they were going to continue this fight. Luckily, the Sableye Unite sended a few home, because if they gave up their KOs right there, they would be in some trouble. As we break this top goal, right now they are still behind by 1 point, but now as there's no top goal, they can score in the main base of Time to Shine come the end of the game.
That's a good engage there to get just a courtesy KO streak of 2. The Talonflame was so low. Yes, the Blastoise Chelvin sorts out that Absol, but the Absol getting 2 KOs there, and it has behind on experience as they are. That is big time moves.
Ooh, big play here from Warlords. They catch them with that knockoff there from Sableye. Registeel getting low and secured by the power-up punch on Lucario. Right now, 1 point separates these teams, but again, we have that central goal open on Time to Shine. We have the goal getters on Warlords. You have to assume that they might make a play to just run to their central base to score. Come on, Mean Green. No! Stopped right here. Can they stop them both? They can't. 2 score shields. Oh, wow. And here comes Sableye. They are just continuing to put points into this main goal.
Yeah, I mean, this Sableye is going to go down, but it allows the 2 other players to escape. So a good look by the Warlords, but the jig is up. Time to Shine knows that this Regieleki is a priority, and they are flooding to get up there as fast as they can. But what did the Warlords do? They bought time. We see Unite moves on this Regieleki. That's how bad they want a Hydro Typhoon, E-Jump button in advance, but it's the Wicked Blow that seals it up. Warlords, this is going exactly as they drew it up. This is everything going to plan, and we are belching all over that Espeon. Can we get a KO? Does Kira actually care about that? It doesn't look like it, as this Regieleki is buying all the time in the world.
Now, 2 members of Time to Shine are fighting this Regieleki, but that means they're not at their base. So Warlords could run to their base regardless, and it looks like they might be having Greedent do just that, or it's just taking central area experience away from them, making sure that they have plenty of Aeos energy so that they can run and make a play. Like, look at this Mean Greedent hiding right here, waiting until the 2-minute mark, heading to this goal with a goal getter. Sableye doing the same thing in the bottom path right now as Time to Shine is ripping Rayquaza.
Yeah, Warlords up by almost 200, and they're going to see what they can do as the rest of the team showing up. They're going to lean on Wicked Blow to get this thing. Power-up punch as well. They're coming in. Can they make something happen? The big flame sweep comes through. Who takes the Rayquaza? It's the Espeon. Seals it up in short order. Warlords have 2 players down. Time to Shine is pushing. They have all the shields in the world. Absol's on the back door. They're trying to score 2. 4 players down. Absol's the only one standing. Do they have any points, though, to go score? They catch a reset. They land on the Slowbro, but there's tons of points potentially going in here as they are trying to melt down these shield Spraggles, and it just has not been enough. That goal zone is gone. They're scoring in the gut goal zone here. Warlords had their plan executed flawlessly, but after losing the Rayquaza, Time to Shine is able to keep this push going and take the lead.
But it's not over, even though they still have some shields and they are ahead on points. Warlords has goal getters, they have score shields, and they can make an assault onto their main base. This game is incredibly close. There is still 1 minute left as members of Warlords now are making their way around the map, and they're looking for as much Aeos energy as they can pick up. The same thing is happening with Soreo here from Time to Shine. They want to keep putting points on the board, but at the same time, Warlords need to start making their way towards the central area there, the central goal zone of Time to Shine.
Yeah, they're actually sieging the bottom goal zone to the left here as they leave it up to the Urshifu to defend. And here comes the Absol as well. The push kind of stymied by the Warlords. This lead is pretty large by Time to Shine, 689 to 531. But where are the Warlords going to go? KO over the Talonflame on the Absol. That's a good start. Greedent Unite comes out right into the Espeon Unite, and they're collapsing on top of the Mean Greedent as they still get their 32 points. And can they? Big question mark. They're trying. Sableye scoring on the backside, but it's everybody trying to put in points. Big Talonflame comes in. Crash lands for a big-time KO to stop the scores. That goal zone stands, and they just held on to this one.
Wow, incredible game. The score composition going down here, but it's so amazingly close. They don't get Rayquaza. They barely get any objectives. They lose a lot of their fights, but they just continue scoring points. Warlords almost taking that game just by focusing on scoring here. But Time to Shine, amazing fight around Rayquaza and continuing to score. They're able to take this one 689 to 603.
Yeah, great look by Time to Shine to figure out exactly what the Warlords were doing and adjusting accordingly. They didn't necessarily have a composition to go toe-to-toe with Warlords in the scoring department, but what they did is they caught all the bodies, they opened it up, and it's easy to score when there's nobody there to defend.
Take a look at this score line right here. I mean, obviously incredibly close for a while. We had Warlords put it way up at some point, but then once that Rayquaza was secured, they were able to start putting points in. Time to Shine gets there. able to achieve the point lead, and Warlords comes very close, but they weren't able to put in one of those final goals.
Yeah, so close there. You can really see what Warlords was leaning into with the power-up punch, with the Wicked Blow Urshifu. That's a great way to steal an objective without your team actually being there and really securing your lead on the score sheet. Tons of damage being dealt. Chelvin, Soreyu, 82k, 95k respectively. On the other side, not much damage, but they weren't trying to deal any.
They were really not trying to fight. They were just trying to take their moments to score, make their way around the map, and that came down to an incredibly close ending right there. You know, if you were able to put another 100 points in, if one of those, if Lucario was able to score right there with its score shield and goal getter, they're actually able to win this thing, even though they lose Rayquaza and they let them score a ton of points in their base.
Yeah, it was very well executed by Warlords. Getting that Regieleki, that last one, as well, is obviously crucial to their strategy. They just felt a hair shy, but you have to give all the credit in the world to Time to Shine for adjusting mid-match and making sure that the Warlords can't get too far up on the scoreline.
And here we have just earlier Warlords, you know, throwing as many points into their goal as they can. We've got the goal getters, we've got the score shields. Really nice move from Time to Shine right here as they're able to somehow stop 15 points going in from that Sableye. It takes a village, as they say.
And the village here is Time to Shines, and they defended it very well with what Warlords were trying to do. This Regieleki getting marched down. Warlords were all interested in scoring points. They didn't even really hit any of their attacks onto the opposing team here. They knew they were all going to get KO'd, but they were trying to get points in because that's the name of the game.
That is the name of the game for Warlords. And even though at one point in this match, you know, they are behind, they are relentless, never stopping, chasing them down, taking any opportunity to score. They use an absolute Unite move and they hope to say, yeah, maybe I can just score right after it.
And the Greedent as well, just trying to stay in the pocket, get as many points as they can. But that was the great point of adjustment, Time to Shine. As soon as they got the KOs, they ran across the map to get the points in for themselves.
Yeah, Time to Shine playing very, very well. You know, a lot of teams could take this moment and they could KO Warlords EU and then decide, well, okay, we've KO'd them, we're probably going to win Rayquaza. But Time to Shine was very, very smart, recognizing that not only do they need to pick up all these big KOs, but they're going to need to score a lot of points of their own, because a score composition team can put up 600-700 points even if they're not able to secure Rayquaza. So very, very smart for Time to Shine to just continue trying to keep their points as close to parity as possible.
My question is, are the Warlords going to reach back into the same bag of tricks and run a score composition again? Because you really get a surprise factor by taking what they just did, right? Time to Shine adjusted well, but they adjusted at the 2 minutes, 3 minutes into the game. Now that might just be an option, Time to Shine can start combating that a little bit earlier and get themselves more at parity on the scoreboard like they were able to do here. Even maybe take the lead and put the onus on the Warlords to take fights, which we know they don't want to do right now.
Well, I mean, one thing about a score composition is once you know your opponents are running it, you have a good idea of how you're going to counter it. And Time to Shine was able to do that right inside the match. Obviously, they knew, okay, they're going to start pushing towards our goal. We are going to take Rayquaza off the map immediately. But it's true that we would be pretty surprised if I was on Time to Shine and then they threw another composition at me that had nothing to do with scoring. That would actually maybe put us on our back feet a little bit. It would be confusing as to seeing what they were going to do. Let's take a look here at our championship points for the Aeos Cup. Here we go, Doob Snacks.
Yeah, of course, rank 1, 2,500 points. That's 500 CP for all the team members there. Of course, 1,000 more than we see in our monthly finals given out here in the Aeos Cup. And of course, crucial to that CP-related invite for the top CP earners in every region.
Let's take a look at how things have already shaken out here in EU and where the teams sit. No surprise, Tally, Bobo, Believers right up there in first place with 3,000 championship points, followed by Nouns Esports and Woof Woof. That is our top 3. But a lot of teams that we've seen on broadcast, of course, Tilted Deviant, Zephyr Esports, Time to Shine, who we're watching right now, Random 5 Stack, and FHF rounding out our top 8 here. This is a very important tournament, not only for the cash prize, but as you said, those championship points. Things could change in a big way.
Yeah, if you look specifically 3 through 6 there, this event is a game changer for, Time to Shine or Zephyr or whomever is able to leverage that. Woof has a great ability to lock themselves up into those top 3 spots. Of course, we see as it shakes out, things are close, but you look at a team, like Random 5-Stack, FHF, this was a big opportunity, and it might be slipping through their fingers here as Time to Shine is not letting that happen to them.
Yeah, Time to Shine looking fantastic right now. And again, if they're able to take a first place here, not only do they get the big bucks, but they get the big points. They could change the entire makeup of what the EU region looks like.
Yep.
It looks like my card. Oh, I do have to read this to everyone. Zoinks.
Yep, mine says Zoinks.
Yeah.
That's just a matter of fact. So the lobby's getting built. We're almost ready to jump in here real quick off the rip. Time to Shine. Do we even adjust to pretend to fight the goal-getter strategy on the other side? Or do you stick to what you know best and see how you can execute that?
Here's what I would love more than anything. They keep their same strategy composition-wise. They keep their same Pokemon.
Okay.
They throw a bunch of goal-getters on. And they say, 2 can play at this game. We're going to beat you in the fights, and we're going to get the goals as well. Let's go, Warlords.
Kind of like in the days of yore when we were 1-1-3 compositions and the 2 top laners would just run past each other just to get their stacks in. Ships passing in the night. We're scoring on each other. It's a rat race to see who can score the most. Look, I'm here for it. Why not?
Yeah, it was a gentleman's agreement. You'd simply walk past the other Lucario, say a quick hello, and go score and get your stacks. And we may have something similar happening here if we get all these goal getters. Now, do I expect that to happen? Yes, I do.
Yes,
Yeah,
we do.
I really hope so.
I don't want to see 4 goal getters. I want to see 10. 10 goal getters.
I don't want to see 10 goal getters. I want to see 9. I just wanted to say a different number, but I would love to see 10.
Yeah, let's go with 10.
Let's go with 10.
Clean.
A goal getter on
sense.
everyone. It means every single Pokemon has a goal getter. But of course, I don't expect that to come on the side of Time to Shine. They're already winning, and I think they're just going to continue winning the way they have been all day.
Yeah, they're playing exceptionally good Pokemon Unite right now, able to adjust on the fly there. Why play into your opponent's hands when you can keep doing your thing and keep winning?
Here we are, our draft phase. I mean, Warlords, if they draft another score composition, I swear I'll order 2 t-shirts, whatever we have to do to keep strategies like this. I love to see it. In 10 seconds here, we'll know what Pokemon are banned out. Now, if I'm Time to Shine, I'm actually wondering what I'm going to ban here. I mean, do I actually decide to ban a Greedent? Do I decide to ban a Sableye? Are these Pokemon I don't want to deal with on the other side? And they say no to the Dodrio. Warlords, I think this is a great ban for them. Blastoise. Blastoise was so amazing in that first match.
Yeah, Time to Shine with a great ban as well, because Dodrio not only plays very well if they're going with the scoring composition the Warlords just employed, but also because it's a naturally good Pokemon on the map, and it's just a safe ban that plays, again, on a different axis than a lot of other Pokemon available.
Now we're taking a look at what Time to Shine is going to pick up here. They get that Espeon, and it looks like they're going to be grabbing this Slowbro. Slowbro is just one of the best defenders in the game right now, so I'm not surprised when teams pick it up so early. Essentially a first pick from the side of Time to Shine.
Yeah, heavy priority on that Urshifu, and it looks like they're running it straight back. No questions asked. We see 2 goal getters out of the 4 we saw last time. And again, if you're looking at Time to Shine, you don't need to change up much now that you know, like, the jig is up. You know what's coming your way, and it's going to be a bunch of goal getters. You can adjust accordingly. And I think the Hoopa is great here. It'll allow them to go up and down the map at will and really protect these goal zones.
Now that is an interesting choice. We see them steal away the Lucario from Warlords. So now we wonder, what is their next Pokemon that they want to bring into this composition here? Can we please?
Let's go.
Can we please bring a Crosstall? Can we please? Oh man, this is so great.
We're gonna be tombing with rocks, I think. They're gonna be cutting off the other team from keeping them to score. I not only do I love this pick, I kind of wish they had it in game 1. I think it would have worked out for them pretty well to be able to block off some goal zones, get some of those scores that were just a moment too late because of the damage coming in to score. That could have changed the tides of that one.
It really could. Now, when I'm looking at their composition, I see that they have 2 stacking items on. In fact, it's a lot of stacking items on the side, obviously, of Warlords EU. 2 stacking items, one of them being that attack weight. And we do have a fluffy tail here. Oftentimes, if you're seeing a fluffy tail on a Crustle, that means we got some stealth rocks coming.
All right, well, I'm down for it, and that'll give them the opportunity to do a lot of good work at these objectives as well. which they were having a little bit of trouble with in the last game. But what does that mean? One less goal getter. So while we were aiming for 10, we actually ended up with one less than game 1.
That's very disappointing. I'm wondering if we can contact them and tell them to remake this game and possibly get more goal getters.
Yeah, we actually have a button in front of us that hits, and it makes Time to Shine not be able to get into the game, so it resets, and then we can get the proper number of goal getters into the game.
We also have a button in front of us in case we want to cough. People would not hear it on broadcast. I'll try it right now. Did it work?
Yep, it totally worked, man. Nobody heard that for sure.
Good.
Warlords EU, looking to. I kind of like the bait and switch that their own name is laying out there. Warlords, we about to battle. Just kidding. Swit, we're going to score.
They really do trick you with that name. I mean, you expect it's going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight every single battle. Instead, they're like, we are out of here. We actually want nothing to do with this.
Yeah, plague. I'm not plaguing the other team. I'm plaguing these goal zones with points.
That's
Sub-Zero
right.
hit in the middle. They're going to be getting their level up. That's exactly what they want. The Wicked Blow, Urshifu, of course, to be able to seal objectives and do a critical amount of damage.
Not surprising, we see the first score on the side of Warlords as they continue to try to score, putting points up here into this top goal. I think this Crustal might go down for its effort right here, but you know what? I don't think they care. I really don't.
Not at all. Again, what it allows them to do is they're lower level than the opposing team. If they were to poach a KO, that's big comeback experience. But really, if it affords them the opportunity to score points, that's the ultimate goal for them. And Warlords just showed us in game 1 that they know how the composition works.
And we saw right here this Sableye just able to take a few points away from this Lucario here, make sure that it could not score. They're stealing a few more here. Shelvin coming in though. Big old Machamp moves as this Talonflame is making its way all the way to the top path just to score a few points.
Yeah, but actually a unique play here. The reason that there was that engagement, it was to really delay Time to Shine from going to the goal zone and allowing the Talonflame to score first before they actually got KO'd. However, Time to Shine putting a bucket load of points in on their own, and they've taken the point lead.
They have taken the point lead, but you know, I don't know how long exactly that is going to last because Warlord is just going to continue putting the pressure on these goals. We've got the Hoopa Hyperspace Highway sending Slowbro back down to the bottom path right here, as it looks like Sableye is just looking for some sort of opportunity to move in and score. You know what? I'm going to say I guarantee that's what they're looking for.
Well, Sub-Zero getting a couple Aeos energy for themselves. Soreyu looking for the deep engage there, E-speeding through. Can they get the KO? No. Here comes Plague back the other way. See if they can do some damage to a Lucario. Not quite, but guess who does? Sableye getting points in the background, and that's exactly the type of distraction that Warlords EU is employing here.
And once again, we see Time to Shine. You know, they're just taking care of all the big moments inside this. They're making their way to this central area on the map here at 8 minutes so that they can take care of those Swablu and Altaria, get all the experience they need. They are going to have a level advantage. It is to be expected, and they want to keep that as much as they can so that anytime they run into Warlords, they can KO them.
Another quick 14 points in as Chelvin chases them down as the Machoke right now. And just on the backside of nowhere is Plague playing in the speed flux zone, seeing if they could score in that second tier goal zone if it was to be closed out. But nope, just moving through. Can they get a couple KOs? Chelvin going to catch a reset, tons of damage on Plague. Soreyu engages. Can they get the KO with the Bone Rush? Espeon getting credit on the greed. Lucario closing the door on the crust.
And we can see we are 5 seconds away from our Reggie spawning, and we have no one from Warlords in this bottom path looking to get the bottom Reggie. Time to Shine not even focusing on it yet. They're just continuing to score because they also recognize that no one from Warlords is going to show up for this.
Yeah, I mean, and they have a score lead. Yes, the goal zone is closed on the Regieleki side, which is exactly what the Warlords want. This is the objective they want to take, of course, so it can fly into the face of Time to Shine, force them to have to deal with it, and if they don't, tons of points are about to go in.
Regieleki, yeah, moving towards this top path here. Sableye not going to be able to make it home or make an impact up for this fight. As we actually see Warlords moving back around the map here, they are not moving up towards this Regieleki. They may be looking for an opportunity to siege and put some points in on this bottom path as Urshifu sneaks their way down here.
Well, it's sussed out pretty quickly as they are immediately telekised up by Gecko Kami, and tons of damage is getting laid into Sub-Zero. Good time engaged by the Urshifu, but they get KO'd, no problems. Here's the Lucario. Soreyu spacing out the Crustal, who has no points. Good Bone Rush to dart back through, and there you go. You see the Stealth Rocks there trying to make it happen, and it does. Buys just enough time for 2 more points to go in.
There we go, 2 more points. It feels very small, but you know what? It's the way they form the Grand Canyon, they say. Just a little bit of water water eroding over time, and that is what is happening here with Warlords. They just keep putting more in there. They just keep eroding. They just keep scoring. They're never stopping. It must be so frustrating to deal with, and I love it.
Yeah, time to shine, though. They are taking KOs and bodies, and they've got it here as they have the score lead and a huge experience lead here. Plague fighting to get those 4 points in, but they're going to get absolutely collapsed on and dusted in short order. Bordy getting credit for that KO, but a lot of damage done by Chelvin before they blinked out of existence from the hyperspace hole.
And you know, one thing that's interesting from the side of Warlords is they are looking to score a lot of points, but they don't have the same opportunity for the large overcaps that you could see from Time to Shine. So Time to Shine will naturally at certain points have more points than them. They want to break a tier 2 goal. That's extremely important for a score composition team like Warlords right here. If they can break that tier 2 goal, that means that they can make some of the crazier plays near the end of the game running into their main goals.
Look at that. Lucario blinks out, but, you know, Regieleki has hit the map, and that's where the Warlords want to be. Soreyu's going to try and make a clutch play here, but the hoop is unbound. Gray pulls everybody through. They're looking for bodies. Those fists are flying. Flame Sweep catches Chelvin, and it's the Urshifu that seals it up with a huge Wicked Blow. Can they get the KOs, though? Can Time to Shine turn it onto the Warlords? They do. 2 players down. Espeon taking the Regirock downstairs. Chelvin getting credit for 2. And look at this. Time to Shine is going to be able to hold down this particular push as Plague is playing so far forward, but that Regieleki can get caught very easily.
And somehow Warlords back on top right now by 1 point. We have this Regieleki walking toward their main base. This is exactly what Warlords EU wants. They also want that main base open. They have it now. If they also have a tier 1 goal still up, look, they could just break it with a small amount of points, but that's an easy goal to make a huge score on near the end of the game.
Big Unite move by Lucario Soreyu as they're just trying to stay standing. Sub-Zero and Kiva want the KOs. They're on the chase. A good little dart through, but is that going to be all they wrote? Sub-Zero, can you close the door? The Greedon comes through and gets Lucario. Sub-Zero just stays standing on the sliverest of health.
I mean, incredible. I thought Lucario was going to be taking that down right there. That was really well played on the side of Time to Shine, but there were just too many members of Warlords there to deal with. As we now have a little bit of a siege happening towards this bottom path, and there's the goal getter. We are trying to put points on the board. Everyone is scoring as fast as they can. We have the Unite move from Sableye, gets caught right there by the Espeon. Espeon continuing to throw down the damage in the Psyshock and Psybeam. Greedon trying to score 3. They really cared about scoring 3.
Well, they tried their best here. Ray getting engaged on. That's another KO for Time to Shine as the whole team is getting beat up in a big way. But the score line is where the Warlords want it to be, and that's in their favor.
That's right. Warlords up 293-224 as we head into the final 45 seconds before Rayquaza. And of course, at the same time, we have the most important objective for Warlords EU and Warlords EU only, and that's Regieleki.
Yeah, but look where Time to Shine is. They're ready for it. They know exactly what the deal is here, and they are ready to fight for that Regieleki, or at least fight Warlords for that Regieleki. The Crustle backdoors them a little bit. They're pushing far forward. They're catching everything from Chelvin. Tons of damage rains in. Regieleki's actually catching a reset, which might be pretty big for Time to Shine. It makes Warlords have to fight even harder here, and if they get KO'd right before Rayquaza, you can't think that's a good scenario for them, as Warlords recognizes that and backs off, except for the Greedon, which gets KO'd.
And now we actually have Espeon once again trying to put some points on the board in this bottom path. This might be a big mistake, though. It is caught here by Sableye, and if they can catch out that Pokemon, that would be huge for Time to Shine as they make their way towards the central area. Urshifu scoring 80 in the bottom path, and here we go.
The Flame Sweep right into the middle. Gecko Kami's eyeing down Plague, who's chipped up in the middle. Time to Shine is all over this Rayquaza. Sableye is going straight for the home goal zone. Plague is getting roasted in the middle, but here comes the Urshifu. They're chopping up, doing big punches on Gecko Kami. They get engaged on. Sub-Zero's going to make it out, just barely, though, as Kiro's in the middle as the Greedon. Can they make any money moves on this Rayquaza? Has 25% HP left. They're moving through. Soreyu's trying to find a body here, but is this Rayquaza going to go down? The Urshifu is right there. They can come in and steal it, but no, it's a Slowbro. The Crustle's the only one that stands. If they can sort that out, Chelvin has tons of damage, and now the whole team is rinsed. Warlords, no Lords. Not today. No points for you. This thing is over. Time to shine, reining him in, and they'll be able to get tons of ducats here, tons of shields, and not a lot of people from Warlords are standing right now.
That's right, 451 to 616. We have Lucario coming in with a full pocket there, 50 points of Aeos energy. Can they stop the score? We're going to see. We're actually able to take a little bit of it with the knockoff from Sableye. The score, yes, it does go down. The Rayquaza shield is down. We have multiple members of Time to Shine right now that still have their Rayquaza shield, but we have multiple members of Warlords with the goal getter, and they can make their way towards that goal and make something happen. Lucario recognizes this and thinks, you know what? No one's even here to defend. I am going to jump in, maybe playing it a little safe right now, waiting for Hoopa to come down, and here comes the score. Hoopa Unite move. Are they going to send everybody in? Yes, they are. And they are scoring in the main base. They're saying we can do a score composition too. 826 to 579 as they base and head up to stop Warlords.
You have to love that play by Time to Shine, just waiting for their moment. They said score composition, scored this. We're going to beat you by over 300. Espeon Unite comes out, and we're just boosting the stats. Great look by Time to Shine.
Time to Shine playing so incredibly well, even against this, not often used and extremely well executed score composition here from Warlords. I gotta say, that is one of my favorite matches at series that I've casted here, just because it is so unique and exciting to see a team running a composition like this.
Yeah, I mean, not much to look at on the side of Warlords in terms of KOs, assists, etc. The points are obviously something to glean, but if we look at Time to Shine, they get it in every category because they won this one by just under 300 points.
Wow, incredible stuff here from both teams. Time to Shine's ability to counter this strategy, which again is really not played. I don't think a lot of teams are meeting up and scrimming to see what you're going to do against a score composition, but they played it incredibly well, countered it the entire way. That Hoopa Unite move, you can see at the end just where the score pops up there. Huge, huge boost from that Hoopa Unite and scoring in the main base, letting them in there at 826 to 579.
Yeah, in that case, the best defense was an even better offense, and they poured through, scored a ton of points here. Soreyu doing absolute damage out here, really actually keeping Plague under wraps and targeting down that Crustle a lot as they were able to zip right through them with some E-speeds and bone rushes and keeping them from getting those easy points in, because as we know, it wasn't carrying that goal getter.
It's always exciting when you see one of the biggest damage dealers on your team is your Sableye. When you see that you out-damage your Talonflame, you out-damage your Crustle, you out-damage your Greedent, a Pokemon that actually outputs incredible damage with Belch, but they're not looking to do damage to their opponents, they're just looking to do damage to their goals. It wasn't enough today, however.
Yeah, Time to Shine did damage to the body first and then put all their points in, and it worked out very, very well for them. So, Spriggles, for you and me, that's it. So we're going to take a pause for the cause. We are. And what we're going to do, we're going to do the cool finger thing we've been doing and throw it over to the desk.
Thank you so much, Spraggles and Deuceneck, for casting an incredible game. It's another math game, Wonder Chef, but Time to Shine did their homework, and they came out on top in games number 1 and 2.
I gotta say, after that game, my solo queue spirit is crying. Seeing such a, honestly, we gotta say, a successful score comp. It didn't win, but I do think that it went toe-to-toe with Time to Shine, who is now most likely winning this group.
Yeah, Time to Shine looking great. And I wasn't joking when I said they actually did their homework. Back-to-back Dodrio bans in game number 1 and 2, I think was where the counter to this score strategy actually began. Obviously, Time to Shine knowing what Warlords likes to play, knowing their history, and actually takes away one of the best mobility and score options you have within the game of Unite and Dodrio and double bans them away.
I also love the fact that they picked the Lucario, which is, of course, kind of almost a secondary ban, taking away something that really showed that it worked on the Warlords EU comp. Still, it was relatively close. I think that the ban also for Warlords, the Blastoise ban in the second game, was extremely smart as well. But I just love the fact that with such high stakes, they decided to go all in both games with this score comp. It was honestly such an amazing thing to see. One thing that I do really want to point out, though, is I felt like the score comp really depended a lot on this Urshifu getting these confirms on a lot of the objectives, and I had to point out we are now 0-5 or 0-6 of single strike Urshifus on broadcast so far, with Urshifu with a 25% win rate in the day.
Wow, okay, so Urshifu not having the best performance, but who did is Gek Okami, one of the best defender players in the entire region. The Scald Secure is kind of an evergreen move. We've seen it quite a few times. Defender and support Pokemon, of course, getting that bonus damage to objectives there in the late game. But we are going to be looking at the player of the game, and Shelvin wins it yet again. 10 knockouts, but I think the most relevant number this time around in this specific matchup is that 196 underneath score.
I know. It's actually incredible that against this score comp, so many players on the side of Time to Shine managed to kind of outscore in a lot of the game. And that was, I think, really a key part to not falling behind. It seemed kind of funny at first, but realistically, it was a very strong strategy so that you weren't in that situation where you're like, well, we just have to flip Rayquaza and then just hope that they can't actually win that secure with the Urshifu. They managed to stay in control the entire way. It was extremely well played.
Yeah, Time to Shine was cooking, so was Warlords, and so can you. Sign up to compete in the UNITE Championship Series at battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite. We are seeing so many unique strategies here within the EU region, and I know the folks at home are cooking up some as well. Join the competition. It's a blast. I am having so much fun.
I'm having a lot of fun too, and the good news is that the next set that we're going to be watching is even more of Warlords EU.
That's true. That is true. Warlords versus Zephyr Esport will be coming up right after this. Don't go anywhere.
All right, we are back here with the Aeos Cup in the EU region. Regular Spraggle's gone. Smart Spraggle's coming in. I don't know what 9 times 9 is. Now I do. Doob Snacks, what an incredible series we have for everyone. And this is going to decide which one of these teams heads to London.
Yes, a very important matchup between Zephyr Esports and Warlords. Quick, you're going to need to know math because we got score comps coming at you. 9 times 9. What is the answer, Spraggles?
That's right, Doob Snacks. And we are going to find out what these two teams are bringing to the table very soon here. Let's take a look at our teams. Warlords EU, Zephyr Esport. Obviously, that score composition from Warlords was so incredibly fun to watch, and I think that's what they're going to be running here in this game. Now, what would Zephyr do to combat that? I'm not sure yet, Doob Snacks.
Well, one thing we saw last matchup is Time to Shine's ability to adjust. So Zephyr Esports really needs to measure up, and they need to adjust quickly, because if Warlords gets out of control in that score sheet, doesn't matter what you do at the end of the game, you're still going to take that L. But let's not delay this thing any longer. Warlords, Zephyr Esports on the horizon. Let's kick it over to Wonder Chef and Zoinks to cast this game out.
Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, regular Doob Snacks and Smart Spraggles, for breaking down this information. We have an incredible game. This one includes a lot of glory, but also a ticket to London for EUIC. I can't wait to watch this game, Wonder Chef.
I know. First, let me just say I'm a big fan of Expert Glasses, Spraggles, but here we go. The stakes are as high as they can be for this particular day. We've got Zephyr Esports, one of the best teams that we've had, going down a little bit earlier in the bracket, and then Warlords EU with the full score comp. It's unbelievable they've committed to it. I want to see if it's going to happen again.
Yeah, interesting. Neither band showcasing Sableye, a Pokemon that both of these teams have been chasing after in draft quite a bit. Warlords grabbing the Espeon, so a bit of a deviation from the strategy we've seen so far. Maybe that was a specific get underneath the skin of Time to Shine, but it's now Zephyr's turn to try to respond. Do they have to throw their strategy out the window? Did they completely rebuild it? They are going to stick to getting Hirai on that Sableye. They trust that player. They trust that pick. No reason to change it up at this stage of the tournament.
Plus, like you said, you get a double for it. Realistically, you get to keep it away from Warlords EU, who use it in both of the last games of the previous set. It does look to me like this comp may be changing up. We're seeing the Blissey, we're seeing the Trevenant. I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, it is time to change things up for Warlords. I mean, you did just get defeated 0-2 in that last matchup, so maybe playing a more standard game of Unite is going to be the answer. I love this Delphox pick out of Eichels on the side of Zephyr Esports. Going to play very well into Sub-Zero's Trevenant, but also Kiva's Blissey is going to have a tough time with it as well. Not a lot of great mobility options for Blissey to escape that big burst damage, and thanks to that Twisted Spoon, it is going to be a lot of damage underneath the special defense.
Well, I can't not mention the first Azumarill pick on broadcast so far. That is exciting to see. It's going to be stacking Azumarill. I'm excited to see what the final pick is here. They're going over Decidueye, and we are going to see the Decidueye. Lots of long-range damage go in between that and the Delphox, but what a sustainable team on the side of Warlords EU.
Yeah, Warlords EU does have a lot of tanky Pokemon on their side, so it's a good thing that we have some Pokemon like Delphox and Decidueye who play a great front-to-back game, a lot of attacking towards that big front line, chip it down, and then you have Novorix to swing in with a lot of moves that can critical hit, and also hit below some defenses and shields if they want to go with an Aqua Tail build. Not sure if we're going to see Whirlpool or either direction. The big thing I think Zephyr is going to have to try to defeat is that double Eevee-Lucian combination. Ray Diza and Kiro are going to be bringing to the battlefield. Espeon and Glaceon both have amazing passives that help them get out of danger when it comes to damage, so it's going to be up to Novorix, Eichels, and Raytao to kind of communicate how they want their damage to go, who needs to break the EV passive, and then who needs to swing in after that to really double down on the damage. A lot of coordination needed here from Zephyr Esport, but they've shown to be very proficient at that so far.
We also earlier in the day saw the double EV in the center area, leveling up, evolving, then going to that quad push down on bottom. So I'm really interested to see if we're going to see a similar strategy there, or maybe just individually taking their own paths. I mean, it worked really well when we saw it earlier. It looked very, very hard to deal with, and in fact led to a win. But here we go. Game one in the match to decide who's going to London. It's going to be Warlords EU in purple and Zephyr Esports on orange.
Yeah, Warlords just heading a lot of that early experience over towards the Glaceon. Such a powerful level 4 power spike. Honestly, one of the best level 5s you can have enter into a path after they clear their central area. So that is going to be a pretty big swing. But there you go. There's those stats you were looking for, Wonder Chef, about Urshifu.
Yeah, a little bit higher, but the Mew actually a less than 50% win rate. That's very surprising to me. I don't want to point away from this game because we're not going to be seeing it currently, but that is a little bit surprising. There's going to be a fight here, and it's going to be a cute little escape as it makes its way to just actually, it's alone right now. I'm not sure exactly where Maril went.
Yeah, Maril got knocked out actually previously by Kiva with a Chansey pop, but that red buff onto Sidgeway with how fast those attacks are getting slowed with every instance of that auto attack escape is basically impossible. So fantastic early KO there from Zephyr Esports. A very quick clear of that central area. Sidgeway got all of the ball toys and the Acel going to Scavalier. They still get up there just in time for this fight.
Oh, and this is a brawl up here, but all that AoE damage from the Aqua Tail is going to mean that they are backing up pretty immediately. Looks like most of the birds went to the side of Zephyr Esports, and they're just going to be holding on to that little bit of a lead and continue to pressure here. I mean, we saw a little bit of the scoring comp previously, and we're going to see some nice little scores in aggressively this time as well, trying to get those stacks.
And they don't seem so little either, right? The moves from Sableye they have at that early leveling and knockoff even, getting them more Aeos energy while stunning the enemy actually sets you up for some big early scores. And Zephyr Esports already knocking on the door of 50 points before we even hit the 8-minute mark. So great point lead for them. Warlords trying to keep up, but Plague already at level 5.5, keeping pace with Neverix. I think it's a good look for this Blastoise. Definitely has a later game power spike. So if you're keeping pace with the Azumarill, I think you're doing really good.
Oh, and this is a huge collapse in the center area right now. That is going to be immediately the Glaceon going down. So the picks and a lot of the Altaria going to the side again of Zephyr Esports, holding on to this early lead. Looks like they're going to get even one more as this Blissey probably not getting out. Wait, okay, almost did. That would have been extremely clutch, but there's just too much damage on the side of Zephyr.
Never count out Ray when they got the Espeon available to them. Almost swinging that one. The 30 points do go in, and more importantly, maybe the invincibility of the goal scoring, allowing Hirai to actually dodge that Woodhammer instance and is able to escape, but Ray close behind constantly. Look how well the early game's been going for them. Level 7 and keeping Eichels down to only level 5. Still stuck at that Braxian level point, and Zephyr doing pretty well in that top path overall, keeping parity, but I think the real danger is this level 7 Espeon and how well it's worked out for them so far. Ray's house got something to say about that though at level 9 already.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that is going to be very scary, specifically for that Espeon, I would have to say. And here we go. We're going to get our first fight for the Registeel down bottom. It looks like Zephyr is going to hold a little bit more of a forward positioning, but we're going to see a lot of Unites all in a row. The Glaceon and the Espeon. Oh, and this is going to be one last hit. Who's going to take it? It looks like it goes to the side of Warlords from that Glaceon.
Yeah, Kiro may have got that final hit, but Plague is the MVP of that team fight. The Spinstoise gets through all that enemy front line, right to the back line, gets a couple of knockouts, gets their evolution mid-frame, and gets even more value after that. Plague looking absolutely clean on this Blastoise, and that's a level 9, and they didn't even have to use the Unite within that fight, which means Regieleki fight that should be coming up rather soon, depending on how long Warlords wants to drag their heels, will have the access to a Hydro Typhoon from the Blastoise, one of the most game-changing Unite moves that are in the metagame right now.
Also, the Blissey Unite going to be available if they need it. On the other side, it's only going to, they're only going to have one. I'm not sure if they're going to really want to fight for this as much. We thought this was a huge priority in the previous game, or the previous set, but oh my gosh, the eject button forward so aggressive. Might get punished for it. Finally goes down, but the Unite does go off. That's a lot of damage. I don't know if there's a follow-up from Warlords.
I can't believe Zephyr was able to dodge all of that. Bliss Assistance even doubled up, but Ray DZ turns the tables. A KO streak of 3. They line up multiple stuns and deal the damage as well. Ridiculous lineup for those skill shots. The Boruks were the only players, and Eichels as well, to try to steal this Regieleki away, but it's a lost fight at this point. Eichels gets in position, but the Mystical Fire is too late as Kiro finds the last hit.
Oh, just threading that needle and staying up until that Blastoise Unite came out was huge. It may not have been followed up for any confirmed KOs, but the fact that it lowered the HP of so much of that team, they had to back up, they had to give the space for the Regieleki, and now there is a pushback. They are getting some picks, Driven and going down. Blastoise as well. This is a huge counter push.
Oh, Plague. They wanted that goal so bad. I mean, there is a ticket to London on the line. They are going to be pushing forward, but look at that. Zephyr Esports takes that chance of getting that knockout. They know that goal zone is clear, and they crash it with a huge overdunk. Now Zephyr Esports all of a sudden is back in the game in terms of scoreline. That being said, Warlords the first ones to rotate to the bottom Reggie, so they do have the spacing as Sub-Zero lands a pretty sick Woodhammer stun already.
This is one of those games where you just go from objective to objective, and it's just team fight and then team fight, and there's nothing else on the map. This is the best to watch everything, and there we go. We're already going to see the Unites popping off. Trevenant is getting low, but that is going to be a huge heal, and Espeon once again taking that Regirock. There's going to be a... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's a huge Unite. There's zero fear on the side of Plague. Plague, I don't think, has seen fear in their entire life. They've done so many, I want to say risky choices in these fights where they're basically all alone in the front line, but it's paid off multiple times.
Wonder Chef, you can call Plague whatever you'd like, but a coward, I will not stand for it. Ridiculous courage out of this player. Every single time there's a team fight happening, I'm waiting for the Espeon to take the last hit, but a Blastoise spinning in the enemy backline is taking my attention as they just get in the way of Zephyr Esports' only chance to last hit any of these objectives. Zephyr Esports with a great transition here, getting some scores in the bottom path. They don't have enough Aeos energy to truly crash that second tier. They'll send Hirai on that Sableye with that big movement speed, but a big counter score. Fanciful Fireworks does not come out, and Plague finally gets in that 50.
Finally. You know what? Third time's, fifth time's the charm. I don't know how many it was, but playing extremely low. They are trying to lock down this Regieleki to push down the second tier base, and they are going to get it. This is going to be a huge fight with the help of Regieleki, and they're actually splitting up most of Zephyr Esports. We see now Azrael going down almost in the backline of Warlords, and just currently the spin to win. Moving so fast, you can't even catch up with Plague. Plague is just like a mile ahead of everybody else. Zero fear.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Plague wants the action, and they're finding it all across the map. They'll abandon half the team of Zephyr to chase down the targets they want to. We're only at 40 seconds away from that final stretch, which means we will have one more base on Reggie. Hirai laying out the vision, and we actually have Kiva trying to accept it and take that away. They'll take some damage, but knowing that that warding ability is gone is a really good angle, and now all of a sudden, Warlords has great positioning around this Reggie, and Zephyr has to take their time and farm instead.
Wow, this playstyle has been working out for Warlords in a weird way. It's like a similar lack of I don't know. I want to say it's similar to the score comp, even though they're not playing the score comp. But oh wait. Okay, they are going to pick it up again. Yeah, that was a very high potential, especially for like a Spirit Shackle or just some way to steal that. But that is going to be another Reggie going to the side of Warlords as we're going to see the Rayquaza spawn. And this is kind of a weird position from both teams. This could be a little bit of a brawl here.
Yeah, look at how well Hirai and Raytal play together. The fake Aeos energy that provides vision goes into the bush so that Decidueye knows where to land those Spirit Shackles. So that early vision, like a scouting mission from Hirai, is working on a micro level. Pure accepts one Mystical Fire, but they're only at half HP. They're fine. They got room to work with. As Raytal gets in a big engage, the Decidueye knock already dealing so much damage. A Sub-Zero is the next one to go. Mystical Fireworks isn't hitting anybody, but it split the team effectively. So Navorix could capitalize. Zephyr Esports wipes 4 members off the face of the map. Only Kiva on this Blissey is here, and they are slow beamed and stuck in that spot. Eichels takes that last hit. Your featured player, Zephyr Esports, get the Ray, and they're headed towards the goal zones.
Oh, come on. Give the Blissey a chance to try to get the steal. I want to see the attempt, but no, great choice to be aware for just even one person up on the enemy team. Even if it is a Blissey, the amount of times that has been the hit that matters is just unbelievable. And this is going to be, unfortunately, going down here. Slowbro, just a little bit, but there's now only 3 members up of Zephyr Esports. There's an okay amount of points available to score on the side of Warlords EU. Making back 400, going to be very, very difficult with 40 left. And yeah, especially look at that, an extra 58, and I think it was 64 as well. I don't think they have enough. Maybe if they can farm and there's just no sort of defense there, or it's really staggered. But, you know, I'm always just looking for a way for the teams behind to win. I just got to say, Zephyr Esports going just amazingly so far.
Oh yeah, Zephyr shutting down every comeback angle. You're right, Warlords had a few opportunities, but Zephyr shutting that down with an early engage, with some back halves. Whatever they needed to do was making sure their lead skyrocketed at the right moments. Now that final team fight was an electric one, but I think it was the fire type move that really changed it all around. Delphox dropping the Fanciful Fireworks there on that bottom side of the central area / bottom path. It completely split the enemy team, which allows Navorix Nordics to have the time of their lives. Azumarill thrives on these 1v1s, those 1v1 shutdowns, and that allowed Novorix just to jump on multiple enemies one by one and swing through. And then, of course, that little combo between Reitao and Hirai looking good all game. Reitao may have not scored anything, but they did find themselves with 10 knockouts.
I felt like that final fight was such a perfect example of how this team wanted to play in their team fights. They finally got that perfect example. You can see right there, it was so back and forth. There were times where Warlords were getting exactly what they wanted. There were times where Zephyr wanted exactly and got what they wanted. But in that final fight, like you said, a lot of it was about positioning. Zephyr took that early kind of center positioning closer to Rayquaza, and then it just was all popping off from there. You can see every single player that you mentioned has popped off with damage. Even Neverix, which is on a Pokemon that doesn't get as high of a number of damage, going for their select KOs, but it ended up with, over 60k. That's always going to be great, especially when there's been so much damage on the rest of the team.
And you're playing against a player like Plague in the top path, who is just having an absolute heater of a game as well. Not something you consider. So Novorix having to, struggle through the early game a little bit. Found some great swings in the late game, though, and that is where it really counts. And I cannot understate, this is one of the most important games that we have seen all day. Zephyr Esport versus Warlords EU. This is a placement game. This is a ticket to London, and this is an in-the-money match as well.
I agree, and I'm glad that it was so close, despite the fact, of course, that it kind of went one direction at the end. That's, of course, how it tends to be after a Rayquaza win. It was so close up to the wire. We saw that graph earlier. We can see here just a lot of these, honestly, so much aggression from both sides. Both these teams playing with zero fear. I gotta say a little bit less fear on the side of Warlords, maybe, and specifically on the side of Plague, but, this is just zero, all committal from both sides.
Yes, the objective games were also just favoring Warlords constantly. So many Regis in their favor, including Regieleki, and even getting some Registeel and Rocks on their side as well. So Warlords playing the objectives exceptionally well. That's why you draft that Espeon first pick. It's why so many teams are doing it, and it's why I think we will continue to see it throughout the rest of the tournament.
Without a doubt, such an unbelievable Pokemon in a bunch of different ways, and even with all that you mentioned, that the visibility that we got to abuse with the Spirit Shackles, it wasn't enough to even get that many picks on the Espeon without it at least do what it wanted to do. So it was a great comp. It was a great job from both players. It was a great game, from both teams. A great game from both teams. It just all came down, of course, to that final Ray fight.
Yeah, that's true, and I'm glad we got to mention them on screen. The Azumarill player for Zephyr Esport, the Azumarill, the one just scoring there. Novorix is going to be your player of the game.
That's the first showing of Azumarill on stream, and it is the player of the game, and we got to see such a perfect example of why it is still such a strong Pokemon. You love to see it, of course, going with that stacking build, and 225 score on top of that is just going to be so many points overall. Just being able to, start off a little bit strong early on, even despite the fact that they were KO'd pretty immediately off the bat. So fast I didn't even see it. They came back, they got all their stacks, and they made it back to being just such a key member.
Yeah, most interesting thing maybe about Novorix's build, it would be that X attack, just that battle item that'll boost their attack damage against maybe the more bulky and defensive options that Warlords had to try to defend against Novorix. No luck, though, as Zephyr Esport absolutely charged through them in that last game. Now, it ain't over yet, though. Game number 2 is fast approaching, and this game was extremely close until that final team fight really swung things the way of Zephyr. Warlords has a chance to come back in this matchup. They have taken some interesting compositions in matches we've covered so far today. A bit more of a standard look from them, but I thought it looked amazing. If you take Plague off of Blastoise, I will be sad. It better be with amazing reason. You better win this one by 500 if Plague's not playing Blastoise.
It was. I can't believe that your reaction to, I'm at 20% HP losing a 1v2. What am I going to do? Eject button forward and unite. That's amazing. Yeah. Such a fun player to watch and such a fun team to watch. But going into the drafts, just before we get into this, I'm curious, would you change anything in particular about the drafts?
Well, I think the Glaceon pick in particular is really interesting from the side of Warlords. It's a powerful pick. You see it so many times in the metagame, but I didn't really see many Pokemon on the side of Zephyr Esport where that Pokemon's really going to play well into. You more see Glaceon in comparison when you have something like a Trevenant on the other side, or even a Snorlax, something big and bulky, but instead Glaceon was just sort of there because it's good, and I don't know, I kind of trust the creativity of Warlords a little bit more than that. I want to see that expressed here.
I would agree with that. I mean, the double evolution worked really well, but again, the Urshifu ban and oh wait, are we going to see the first pick Crustle? Is that a possibility that we're going to see this here? Definitely thinking about it, but I think, oh yeah, okay, we heard it mentioned previously. It's like you might be able to get that as a last pick. I'm not sure if you want to just off the out of the gate, go for it.
I don't know. Warlords have played the Crustle today too, so these teams are competing over multiple things. It might not be so safe, but the Dodrio is available for the first time in what feels like forever, and Warlords is looking like a speedy bunch so far, so I think we might have something interesting cooking on the orange side.
Oh, it's very possible. And it is true. We actually could potentially have a battle over the Crustle here. It does look like it will end up going to Zephyr Esports. But what a weird world we live in 2023 UCS, where Crustle is maybe going to be on either team. And looking at these picks that they are highlighting right now, we might be going back to the score. Maybe. Okay. We are going to see maybe less goal getters, but we are going to at least see a very similar comp. And they weren't able to take the Dodrio at all before, but oh my gosh, the muscles coming out.
Yes, absolutely. It's not Giga Chad Gaming, but this is the most Chad team composition we have seen so far. I cannot wait. We got the bulk, but in a different way. I am excited to see Machamp and Buzzwole work into this team. I mean, both Pokemon that can grab individual targets and take them out of commission for maybe 1 to 2 seconds, and of course, adding on a ton of extra damage. Now, an important thing about the score composition for Warlords that you have to remember is that, yes, they have a ton of goal scoring potential, they got a lot of mobility, but you cannot forget about the amazing last hit potential out of a lot of these Pokemon. Talonflame secures great, Dodrio does so as well, Power Up Punch for the Lucario of Plague is also really solid, and when Kiro is playing the gradient to the full effect, that Covet can actually knock up enemy targets into the air and make them not able to last hit. So yes, it's all about scoring, it's all about getting that lead, but Warlords has still shown a tendency to focus on that Rayquaza and actually target it down. Notably, no Hoopa ban, which is but not picked in a score composition. The Yamada strategy of uniting right on the enemy home base goal zone with the Hoopa was available, but no one taking it, so very interesting.
You know, I was going to mention that earlier. We got to see the Hoopa against the Warlords score comp, and I was thinking about it would be really strong on the score comp potentially, right? I mean, that gives you so many backdoor opportunities that, I don't know, it would be very scary in my opinion. But like you mentioned, no Hoopa for this one. We are going to see some really interesting team comps just in general, though. I can't think of almost any game where I've seen Machamp and Buzzwole together. I've seen them individually, but together, somebody's gonna get just like chain grabbed all the way back to like base.
That's true. We may have some eject buttons throwing in some nonsense there as well. I'm excited to see it. Now, one thing I do need to shout, we said there was a battle for the Crustle within the draft, maybe even the Sableye as well. And both Kha'Zix and Hirai are masters of their craft. I truly mean it. When Kha'Zix is a top tier defender player with that Crustle in pocket, they know where to place those rock tombs, of course, but the team coordination with the big burst damage of Buzzwole and Machamp is going to be on point. I cannot wait to see it.
I know, just a weird combo here, but already this Lucario is looking really low. Actually, I don't think he's going to be able to escape from this. I could be wrong. Oh, but the eject button just to try and confirm this. Get that early KO, and this is going to be an aggressive lane for sure. Not going to try to let the Greedent get to even Greedent.
Yeah, I mean, Kiro already at level 4, but that is an X. That is going to be a tough one to deal with. Raytao getting the chase down. The Machamp finds the KO just on a Machoke, and Ray finding themselves in a tough spot as well. Poor little Fletchling does have access to acrobatics, a strong early game move, but you're so paper thin that if you get too close to the danger, it's doomed.
I feel like this is a really oh my gosh, wait, what a push. Oh my gosh, they're going down so low. I don't even know what just did all that damage. What just happened to the entire squad of Warlords EU that was standing there? They were at like 100%, then they were at like 10%, and I just didn't even see a move.
Yeah, Novorix happened. Novorix is a powerful individual, a large lad, and they get an amazing entry onto this team fight. Already at level 6, and the Buzzwole power spike is very, very real. Plague is able to get some decent damage, but only at level 5. They actually have to focus on EUIC and try to stop that scoring. And with that superpower doing so much damage already, Novorix with 30 points in pocket. They're going to deposit those, leaving this goal zone at just 3, and the stacks are looking incredible on the side of Zephyr. Warlords with a bit of a counter score, though.
Just a bit. I mean, I'm assuming that we're seeing stacks on the Lucario, and there have been a few, but there's been a lot of sacrifices to make that happen. And on the other side, I was mentioning right before that last fight, I feel like that top path is one that's really scary to let just go away, like just run away and start snowballing. We are going to see a fight here in the center area that is going to be the Unite used to guarantee that KO, and a lot of these members of Zephyr Esports are collapsing up on this top base.
I actually love that call from Michaels, because now the potential is there for that first tier girls line, and we know Warlord's intuition here when they're playing the score composition. It is all focused within that top path. So as long as you don't give them that advantage, they're forced to play more towards bottom, which doesn't have as much of what they want. Big smackdown pushes the green away. Plague tries to get a bit of an engage, but it's not enough as the Buzzwole helps out their buddy Machamp, the Muscle Bros.
And getting the dunk on the Dodrio as well. This is a Buzzwole game right now. We are Buzzwole gaming for sure. There's only 1 or 2 people up top here for Warlords trying to even potentially challenge for this Regieleki, which they've shown that they really highly value on this score comp. And this has to be such a set strategy for Zephyr. They must know, like, okay, if we control the top, we control the game.
Oh my word, yeah, they're countering the strategy of Warlord so perfectly. Right now, Eichels is in bottom path just soloing the Regirock as the Espeon because Warlords is trying everything they can do to shut down this offense that Zephyr's been putting together. But you can't stop the Muscle Bros. Nobody can. They have 4 fist bumps, 5 fist bumps if they want to. It's ridiculous, and now Regieleki is headed towards their tier 2.
Oh my gosh, what a game that we're just seeing, like you said, the Muscle Bros just pop off, but here we go, here's a fight. Oh my gosh, Buzzwole's like, hey, you pushed me into your team? Thank you, my turn. Unfortunately though, eventually, oh wait, no, not getting picked off, I was wrong, just still fighting way back behind the lines. Not quite gonna get any KOs, but building enough space that the rest of Zephyr can at least push up to this tier 2 here.
Big drill peck exchange there by Sub-Zero, actually changing the tide of that fight. A KO streak of 2 from Classics, though. They get another one to run to! Are you kidding me? They X-Scissor Lucario back away for the Regieleki. I don't think they have any hope of that one making it in anymore, but Classics is adding more material to the highlight reel. Welcome to the Crustle Clinic, everybody. This is how you get it done.
Oh, Crustle Gaming over the past 2 sets has been amazing. Well, 3 now, I suppose. This is a big show for anybody who is a fan of Crustle. And yeah, they are just completely taking control. The fact that they've taken down both tier 1 goals already is huge. It's just taking away so much of that space that Warlords needs to be able to get their points back up to even play this score comp. You can see they're down by about 113 points.
Yeah, give us the old War Turtle at 5 minutes, which is never a good look either. The early advantage state that Eichels was able to provide within that bottom path of Espeon has made it so tough for them to even earn that normal experience. That comes a little bit easier in those early moments, and even the contestable stuff was shut down. If you want to take a quick peek at your minimap, by the way, those glowing purple circles are actually where Hirai has laid their feint attack fake Aeos energy, and that's where it's providing the vision. So like a tiny little spot where on the goal zone where they can actually see the enemy movements. Hirai has them spread out all over the map for optimal vision.
Oh, and here we go. Just an uncontested Regice, and on top there is a bit of a brawl, but I don't know if Warlords is going to be able to even take that. They do have by far the numbers advantage up there. However, just the strength difference is gigantic. There's like 3 to 4 levels on Warlords that are missing compared to Zephyr. They will finally get a Regieleki, and that tier 1 tower did go down, but I don't know if they're going to be able to like really follow it up. It looks like they're getting kind of cleaned up here.
Neverix and Eichels try to combo for a couple of big plays on Buzzwole Unite, and the Espeon Unite is enough to find themselves a couple of knockouts, but those were traded. Machamp did go down in that early fight, so Warlord's finding some value, but a big expenditure. I believe 4 of the Unite moves they had available are now no longer able to be utilized, so if there is a, I guess the fight around the Regi will not be happening since Zephyr got that one for pretty free. So Warlords is going to have to wait and take their time before they can really try another big engage, but we know that's not really Warlord's style anyways. They don't want those big engages. They want to find the avenue that leads to the goal zones.
Yeah, and they have not found that really much at all. Their easiest bet here is that bottom path goal, but they just, I mean, here we go. I mean, we're getting some points in, but look at that. That's still not even all that much. The lead is still pretty gigantic.
Yeah, it's a 240s on either goal zone from both Classics and Hirai individually. Neverix takes a lot of damage from this Talonflame, but they're actually pretty bulky at the moment. A couple of Unite moves are going to deal with them, though. But Champ starts popping off. A big critical hit from them. You love when they see that built in direction. Classics with the goal zone defense with the Rock Tomb is looking good so far. Fly is not doing the damage it needs to right now, and DZ is stopped for a moment, not held within that Rock Tomb, but any instance of Rock Tomb hitting you is a small stun and a slow. So even if you're in the general aura of it, you are getting shut down and put in Classics' ultimate trap.
And we are getting close to the bottom Reggie spawning, but I just have to point out, the score against the score comp is working so well. It seems as though not only, well, this might be a little bit of a pick right here, but oh, here we go, coming in for the rescue. Maybe not quite getting enough. This could be a 3v3, a 4v3 now if they choose to engage, but it looks like Warlords is going to back up. What I was mentioning was it looks like the overcap on the first two tier 1s that Zephyr took down looks like it's pretty significant because they have the same amount of bases or of goals right now, but the score difference is like 140.
Yeah, great bush check there by Nevorix, but yeah, the score lead is at 140, but now Rayquaza is definitely going to start being ripped. A lot of people trying to target down. Hyper Typhoon knocks up a couple of them, but Champ trying to play around the top path. The Kiva spinning to win on top of the Rayquaza, brought to a sliver of HP, but Eichels is going to do the damage, and but Champ's going to clean up. Raytao, the final Ray secure. Warlords had drafted an amazing secure composition, but Zephyr Esport winning that team fight, and now they all got pockets full of 50, some Ray buffs and shields, and they're looking to deposit.
And Warlords has almost nothing in their pockets. I feel that, man. I'm sorry, but that looks like that's probably going to be. I also just got to point out in that the last fight that we had for Ray, we also saw Espeon just barely making it out of that fight, backing up, repositioning at maybe like 10% HP just to try and get one more final confirm. And oh my gosh, sneaking past for the extra 98. How cheeky.
Yeah, Hirai with that full Ray shield still, and actually utilizes their move from knockoff to steal more Aeos energy and then dunk it back. That's the disrespect, and it's looking good so far. The Sableye Unite may go wide, but they found more 15. Can they get the score with the close combat? But I don't think so, and they do. They're running score shield, so that's great.
That is just rude. That is just absolutely rude. At that point, it's like, stop fighting them. Stop fighting them on the pad. No, they're just getting more points. Okay, finally going down, but for sure, helping confirm that victory here. Zephyr Esports fought so well against this strategy, this scoring strategy. They knew exactly what spots on the map they really wanted to control. There are some attempts to get some scores back here, but once again, there's just not enough in the pockets of Warlords. Might as well go for your final fight, right? This is the last game to decide who goes to EUIC between these two teams. So just do what you gotta do, but we know who's winning this one.
Zephyr Esport with a really creative draft to shut down the hyper mobility of Warlords EU. Machamp for that big burst spike damage. Buzzwole and Crustle to shut down the movement. But seriously, who comes up in mind again is Eichels, which is their consistent performance around one of the best Pokemon in the entire game. That Espeon performance looked amazing from Eichels. They were at 7, but Raytao and Neverix at 12 and 10 knockouts. You know they're competing for max knockouts in comms. You know they're yelling at each other about who's got the most right now. And Raytao coming away with 12 knockouts and 10 assists. Looking good.
I also have to point out Hirai with the 400 score, and that was such a huge part too. I think also Zephyr being able to defeat this comp is they knew the value of stealing a Pokemon away from your opponent by picking it, and that Sableye was just so gigantic at, you know, taking away their points, getting extra for yourself, and they knew that Warlords knows that value too, so they take it for their own, and it worked out perfectly.
Yeah, actually, you mentioned that 408, the Warlords EU actually only outscored Hirai by 5 points total. So 400 and some points, an incredible stat line, and this is how the game played out in total. Quite close throughout the entire game, but all those pips you see are some Hirai split pushes and back caps. They were looking amazing. Rayquaza obviously helping with that giant spike near the end where we see our final scoreline of 889 versus 408. But let's take a look at the numbers. Yep, Raytao coming out out on top again over Neverix. 89,000 to 81,000 damage, but that's a lot of damage.
That is, but regardless, you know that's something that those two are going to be like, talking to each other about. Like, oh, well, you remember, I beat you in damage in that game. When we were both playing the Muscle Bros. I mean, regardless, what an unbelievable comp just to see this level of damage. I would never expect that this would be a comp. Like, this would not have been on my bingo card. Not only on Zephyr's side with the Buzzwole Machamp Crustle, but also versus a score comp on the other side. It's a ridiculous game, and an unbelievable one to see as a decider for who gets to go to EUIC.
I was just gonna say that. I mean, Neverix is gonna have a chance to defeat Raytow in the future when they play live in London in a couple of weeks for EUIC Top 8. Congratulations to Zephyr to earning your spot. Warlords, you had an incredible performance here in the qualifiers and in group stage. Unfortunately, not making it to EUIC, but there will be more tournaments in the future where they can compete. But right now, Zephyr Esports truly look like them. I was very impressed with their performance today.
Me as well. I feel like the parity in EU in general is so strong, and I'm just honestly generally super excited to see the games at EUIC because every single team is like taking it to every single other team, regardless of how weird their comp is or what their history in the past has been. And we've seen some upsets so far, both on and off stream. So EUIC, it's going to be amazing.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, this was our knockout group, the one we kind of called out as the fiercest competition that we were going to see throughout the day. And I think that came to fruition. Some amazing games from all these teams. Warlords, Zephyr, Time to Shine, and Vegetable Garden all putting up great performances across the board. And truly, at the end, that match was down to the wire. I loved it, but I do want to hear what our analysts had to think. Can I get Smart Spraggles and Deuce Snacks to take it away?
I'm not sure who he means by Smart Spraggles, but wow, what a series. I love watching Warlords. We talked a lot about how Group C was going to be the knockout group, and it really was. Back and forth, all these games, incredibly close, so exciting. But there you have it, Zephyr Esports punching their ticket to London, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, a great look by them. A heck of a bounce back, of course. And looking at Warlords, they were nothing to scoff at. In Game 1, they showed that they don't have to play the score comp. They can play kind of a traditional game of Pokemon Unite pretty well. Zephyr Esports, huge team win in that Game 1. But Game 2, it was Zephyr Esports from bell to bell.
Yeah, Zephyr Esports looked incredible here in game number 2. Warlords trying that scoring composition here in game 2, but they really weren't able to get anything moving. They had a couple moments, a couple flashes of brilliance, if you will, but Zephyr felt like they were really controlling the tempo of this match.
Yeah, Zephyr Esports, Chef mentioned it. They actually picked some of the scoring preferred Pokemon out from under the Warlord so they couldn't get those preferred Pokemon and use them to great success in their own endeavors of racking up the score sheet.
Here we have a nice secure here by Warlords, and then Zephyr pushing in that big Buzzwole, just doing some work, sending him up into the sky and bringing him right back down for huge KOs. And then we have our final fight here around Rayquaza, and there was just a lot of damage being thrown out onto this objective, but look at the patience there from that Espeon, ready to go here. Machamp jumping on in for the big secure.
Yeah, and scrubbing 4 players at the same time makes it easy to get your points in the other way. Of course, Machamp 3 KOs there. Tons of work put in by the Machamp and Buzzwole tandem all game long. And as you can see on the score line, it obviously paid dividends.
Yeah, almost to prove a point, they just kept throwing points into that main goal. We had Sableye running it in here, trying to score another sneaky 49, and they were able to make that happen. Double it on up. That's 98.
That is how math works. Harai, your MVP for this one, player of the game, Sableye, with that 403 points, tons of assists, decent amount of KOs too while they were at it. Knockout, feint attack as they were getting those wards all over the map to give the team vision. Love, love, love that play.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see Sableye sort of moving into this position inside of the meta of Pokemon Unite. When Sableye first came out, it was just this invisible menace that you really could never shut down at any point in the map. Its Shadow Sneak just let it pop out of existence for a moment here, but now we're seeing a much more focused stun Sableye with that extra vision from all of these feint attacks.
I mean, Sableye, we've seen it a couple different versions of it with the feint attack doing great work across the map. You know, in regular compositions, using it as a way to intelligently engage with the other team. Sableye relaying the information back to the rest of your teammates so you can make those moves. Of course, another one is throwing the feint attack orbs down to kind of line up the Decidueye shots that Zoinks had pointed out earlier, which paid huge dividends for the Decidueye, and of course the Eicles as well, as they were playing, dealing tons and tons of damage. So I like seeing Sableye in this form rather than kind of the Froggy Menace form that we've seen in months prior.
I mean, we all love the little gentleman, but that first little gentleman scared us all a lot. This is a much more exciting one to see. Let's take a look at our group stages right here, and we can see where our team's at right now. Here we are, Group A, once again, Tally Bobo Believers off Metagaming taking those 2 top spots. Group B, Nouns Esports and Summer House are here in taking their spots, heading to London. Group C, we just saw it, Time to Shine and Zephyr Esports punching their tickets. And now, Doopstacks, we're going to be heading over to Group D. Tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, well, Phantom Slayers obviously dispatching Squishy Squad in their first head-to-head matchup, but GigaChad Gaming and Wolf currently sitting at 1-1, and this is definitely a way to kick off Group D in a big way, is having those 2 teams specifically squaring off and taking it to a Game 3 right out of the gates.
Yeah, that's very exciting. I'm hoping that we're going to get to see that game. We're trying to find out right now if we're able to throw to see GigaChad Gaming and Woof in this game number 3. And it sounds like we are setting this up soon.
Yeah, and Woof, you know, off the bounce of a second-place finish in March, they're looking to run it back and get 1 place better here at the Aeos Cup, get tons of championship points, tons of money, but we just got word that game between GigaChad Gaming and Woof is in fact set up, so we're going to let the dogs out. We're going to kick it back over to Wonder Chef. Zoinks, take it away and run us through this one.
We are back, and I cannot wait. This is going to be an incredible game so far. So, like our analyst said, we are jumping into this game midway through. It is tied up 1-1. Game number 1, GigaChad won 456-276, and Woof won the second game 231-143. Obviously, close score lines in both games. It is coming down to the wire. These teams want to win. We are headed into the heart of competition. GigaChad Gaming, one of my best picks for a sleeper team in this tournament. The 13th seed, and they are turning some heads already. Specifically, you gotta watch Not Dodo in this game. They are a freak.
Yeah. And Woof, another team that has a really well, okay, there we go. We're going to see the Dodrio banned right off the bat. The Urshifu as well. Of course, we don't really know exactly what happened as far as bans or picks in the previous game, so we're going into this fresh as all of you. I'm really excited to see it. But Woof, of course, one of our highest placing teams in the previous cup, but they have had a little bit of a roster change, so I'm interested to see how they're going to be adapting to that.
Oh, interesting. Hovering the Venus, or at least considering it, but going to some more typical picks of the Delphox. But Glaceon, Espeon being the double grab. If you're going to gamble on taking first pick Hoopa, you gotta know you're giving up the Espeon. And Glaceon, a pretty good one to put beside it. The only tough thing is now you're kind of giving GigaChad whatever front line they want whatsoever. They can grab their tanks.
Well, that's exactly what they did. We are going to see the Slowbro and we're going to see the Blastoise. So they have pretty much their core support side of their team so far. We're going to see the Eldegoss come back. We've been in a few games without seeing that Eldegoss, but it was picked so much throughout the, I guess, previous few sets of the day. And the Snorlax is going to be kind of what they're left with. No Trevenants overall.
No Trevenant at all. I guess maybe being afraid of the Delphox that could come up from GigaChad Gaming, but no, a Scizor/Scyther. We'll see a pick on that side and a Mew to back it up. A very strong double damage duo there is going to have to make up for the lack of damage potentially from Blastoise, Slowbro, and Hoopa. Well, there we go. I get another Buzzwole game. What is this? Zoinks' best day ever.
You come back for the first event of the season and all we see are Buzzwoles all over the place doing well. It's just what happens when you're here. Me on the other side, I'm a Cramorant fan. I never get to see Cramorant. It's unfortunate, but you are currently absolutely winning. And honestly, we've seen such a high value of the Buzzwole throughout, I want to say like 4 or 5 matches now already so far.
Yeah, I mean, there is some interesting players on both sides here, obviously. Zonte's Espeon is something that I am very excited to see. Zonte, one of the only players in this entire lobby that actually has World Championship experience, playing on Apprentice Unleashed last year, has been on that very stage that we are potentially headed to for EUIC in that top 8. Zonte wants a repeat performance, I can guarantee it, but they got to make it through GigaChat Gaming first, who is trying to pull off a heck of an upset.
And clearly capable of it as we're heading into, of course, Game 3. For anybody who maybe just turned in, this is going to be the final game of the set that we're jumping into. A little bit of an extra game, just to show everybody just how exactly strong both of these teams are. As honestly, Group D could have secretly kind of been our knockout group as well, and also Group A and also Group B. But there we go, Game 3 of GigaChat Gaming versus Woof Woof. See, 13 versus 5 starting now.
All right, Not Dodo taking the Scyther into the central area already. A Pokemon well known for an exceptionally fast clear. You will often get to the path that you want to evade first off the top or the bottom, whichever you want to take that angle into, well before the enemy central area player, just because of how quickly you could take away these wild Pokemon. You can grab both ball toys, both buffs, and often defeat your opponent to the race.
And once again, we are seeing the potential flexibility on the side of Woof Woof with the double evolution. Dojo had one of the highest match win rates with 60. Oh, but a low ban rate. You know, honestly, we did in fact see that. But what I was mentioning was that they could have gone a bunch of different ways as far as how they split up their groups here and their paths. It looks like they are just taking Glaceon actually into the center path, which is now going to be moving up to the top.
Such an extremely powerful option that you have to swing into these enemies with the Icy Wind. It does so much burst damage right there. You see the ball toy basically evaporating. They're going to be looking to target that down on these Swablu's Alterias that are about to spawn within 3 seconds, but not Dodo hiding in the wings.
Ooh, and this could be, again, one of those... Oh, wait, actually, there's an assist from down there. I actually didn't even see Notdodo hidden from me as well, and I have extra vision. But that is going to be 4 up top, and a lot of scores and a pick. This is going to be a really great start for GigaChat Gaming.
Interesting take from GigaChat Gaming. I think just acknowledging the fact that the Espeon bottom path is a little bit too powerful. Instead, cut your losses, leave Slowbro down there. They can handle it, and instead get some big crashes in the top path. Lortush on that War Turtle now, thanks to some evolution, thanks to some scores and knockouts. GigaChat Gaming trying to get value where otherwise they would have none, so great call.
We've also seen just how heavily the Buzzwole can snowball, literally in that last match. So if you can start getting it, that little bit of an advantage, it just gets, I don't want to say free picks, but nearly free picks with such a strong team like this that's well coordinated all over the place. But wow, this is a huge brawl for the Center Altaria.
Yeah, I mean, basically all going over towards GigaChat Gaming thanks to an amazing Solar Beam from Niels to absolutely demolish the HP bars of Woof Woof. They could not contest those wild Pokemon because they simply would not be standing when the dust settled. Woof Woof getting kind of pushed off that point, but remember, Zonte is still 7, and that's a big number.
I actually feel like that was really smart. I said this was going to be a huge brawl, but their entire team, both of the entire teams were basically sitting there. They chose not to actually engage, which takes a lot of self-constraint and a lot of really good calls as far as your in-game, caller to say, okay, let's not actually just fight here. We have a chance to engage, but let's just back up. And I think that is very smart.
Yeah, and we saw the Hoopa pick from GigaChat Gaming as well for that mobility mostly. You see that GigaChat Gaming was actually showing presence at the top path, collecting some wild Pokemon, then immediate transport down means that they're going to beat Woof Woof to the punch and get there in the first place. However, Zonte is the one that's already doing some damage to the Regice, but a great surf pushes them away. No stuns, but they do gain some space.
Blue is standing there, just barely on it, trying to get a little bit of HP back, and it looks like they're going to be primarily just trying to get these picks before they actually take the Regice. That it will be at least 1 on the Snorlax, plus they're going to guarantee that Regice a great fight for them.
Yeah, not Dodo with just a quiet KO streak of 2 there in the back lines as it's happening. I mean, this is why you draft Scyther, level 10 already at that 630 mark, well out-leveling anybody on the side of Woof Woof, and you just cannot leave it alone. Yes, Glaceon's got a great out in their passive of Snow Cloak, but Scyther can just hit you multiple times to charge in. A bit of an engage for Potato, but they didn't have the range to actually double up on that big burst of damage. A Unite move that unfortunately falls a little bit short, and now Woof Woof losing a very powerful swinging potential.
It is true. This side of Wolf actually maybe has a little bit of a lack of mobility. They have to get some really strong engages, and we're seeing some great spacing from GigaChad Gaming. Look, just like this, you know, I mean, I don't know how well you can... Oh, wait, that's a great way to get past the wall. Super smart, and that's going to be a huge counter push. Look at that coordination.
The absolute giga of brains. The most GigaChad wrinkly brain I have ever seen from Indigo. Great way to just circumvent that great defense by Snorlax, get a stop on that hit, and then, of course, they crash the goal zone to 2. However, Potato is not done yet with a big KO on the Blastoise to the top pass, sends Regieleki down towards tier 2, and that gained them some space. Wolf charging towards that bottom goal zone now as well, but Hoopa for GigaChad Gaming is there for the defense, and they can bring the homies down whenever they need.
And it's looking like that could be the opportunity here. Oh, no, actually, they're just going to back up and wait. I felt like the timing was pretty solid. It looked like Regieleki did go down already. Maybe they just weren't too worried about that, knowing that the bottom Reggie was going to spawn within the next 30-ish seconds, and they're going to be regrouping for that. I mean, if it's just one base, you know, maybe it's enough. Maybe it's enough to give up.
Yeah, really good point. Now, Potato at that level 11 has been catching up slowly to Not Dodo on the site there. They just hit the level 12, so they are outpacing Potato, but they've been coming back in a pretty major way. And we're counting on that Buzzwole for a lot of late game swings, but a great Unite move from Indigo brings the entire squad in, and Nil's sitting on the outside looking for a big engage. Marv Unite moves right on top of the Regirock, but the rocks are actually trapping Indigo in there, but they are not trapped there with them, they're trapped in with them. A great Blastoise engage out of the enemy, trying to get some early damage, but the EV Illusions are pushed all the way back thanks to the exceptional frontline work of GigaChad Gaming. They create the space, they get the objective, and all Wolf can do is add up to their damage numbers, but they're holding on to a lead, but that experience is flooding over towards GigaChad Gaming.
It is. They were able to get at least a few picks within that fight, or maybe it was just one-to-one pick, I guess I should be more accurate with. But overall, they knew that they had to back up. And again, that comes down to, I think, self-control, realizing that they're like, wait a minute, okay, there's the Hope Unbound. We're not going to have the numbers to fight this. Let's get a pick if we can, but otherwise, we already just had our Snorlax commit. They're going to have to be the only one that goes down. And instead, they're going to be rotating up top, because of the fact that they know that there is no longer a Hoopa Unbound available. And we can see that GigaChad Gaming a little bit split up. They do have the hyperspace highway, but I don't know if they're going to end up in time.
Yeah, I mean, Wolf not doing very much damage to the Regieleki. They get it down to about half HP, but no one can withstand the offense for GigaChad Gaming to get in position for the secure. So now it's GigaChad Gaming's turn to get all over the Regieleki. Surf is there for the spacing. Potato tries to Unite move in, but the Blastoise secures it. Laurel Tush with a great Hydro Typhoon to earn themselves that Regieleki.
Earned that Regieleki, confirm a KO. That was a great fight. I do feel like Wolf had the opportunity to at least take that a little bit quicker, but was that that was a pretty big overscore, right?
Yeah, pretty huge overdone from Not Dodo. Also, I believe some debates about who needed the stacks more between Scyther and Blastoise. Sometimes some team competition happens within the game, but competition right now, we are tied 1-1 in this series. Reminder, this is the best of 3, the final decider game between Wolf and GigaChad Gaming, and currently GigaChad Gaming, the 13th seed, has a lead right now.
But just barely a lead, though. This is incredible. This has been a great match. I really wish we got to see the rest of the set. I'm super thankful. Thank you, production, for letting us watch this game. At least we're heading down now to about the 2-minute 30-second mark. So Rayquaza is coming up soon. They're fighting, of course, for this final basement Reggie. It's going to be the Registeel. Let's see how much of a commitment they make for this.
Oh, they just have to give up so much space. Slowbro and Blastoise just demand too much respect. But finally, Wolf is able to get a Registeel or a Reggie on their side whatsoever. Only one Regieleki and one basic Reggie, but the attack buff headed into the final stretch, that is a big one. Registeel matters the most in these final moments, and what a time for Wolf to pick it up.
Well, this is when they need it. They do have just a small deficit, but it looks like they are going to be grouping up for this fight. It looks like this is probably going to be a full commit from both teams. They're looking for that engage on the Snorlax. This is a little bit of a scary positioning. You can get split up very easily. We actually saw that like 2 games ago, but it looks like the first engage will be on... okay, never mind. We're gonna be okay just for a little bit.
This is perfect from Wolf. Your composition does not need to engage. All you need to do is protect Espeon and Glaceon. That is your game plan. Potato, Human, and Marv are doing an exceptional job of that. GigaChad Gaming can't catch up. Blastoise got in there, though, and the Unite move only knocks out the Eldegoss. That is great for the side of Wolf. Potato gets an engage. Slow Beam goes onto Marv, the Snorlax, which is not going to be getting that much value at all. Potato engaging onto the Blastoise, and they're doing so much damage, but they just can't quite hit that benchmark.
Oh, and that was that's the ultimate counter to the Blastoise. We've mentioned a million times. One of the only ways to get out of the spin is the dunk. There's one chance here. Only the Mew available. Of course, one of the greatest at stealing in the game. This is the only chance, really. But they are going to spot him out, and they're so low. They just can't hit. At least can it buy time? No steal available. That's going the side of Woof Woof, and they have so many points in their pockets.
Great defensive play there by Marv. Niels knew they had a sliver of HP, so they had to get there early or not at all. They do stop one score. Great job by Not Dodo to shut down Zante. They earn themselves a knockout there. GigaChad Gaming losing the lead rapidly, though, as Woof Woof scores a couple of times to that home goal zone. 466 to 216. With only 20 seconds left, I believe that Woof Woof may have secured themselves this game number 3.
Well, I mean, with some KOs, they're not getting there in time. What am I looking at? I was already looking too far. I'm telling you, I'm always looking for the losing team's chance, but especially not with that Hoopa Unbound. Nowhere near anywhere that can score, and that is going to be an amazingly close game in what was clearly an amazingly close set between Woof Woof and GigaChad.
And this is why Woof Woof is one of the top teams in the EU region. Tournament after tournament, consistency and knowing their compositions, win conditions, and playing to them picture perfect. No mistakes on the side of Woof Woof. Zante and Caligula were not anywhere near a damage source that they could have been knocked out by, and Mar Potato and Human just bubbling out as this flexible defensive option, always giving them space. They knew they didn't have to engage. If they did, Dodo and Laura would have capitalized on it so much. No mistakes from Woof Woof, and they win this one 2-1.
But look how close it was. Look, this is one of those graphs that's like a back and forth so heavily that it literally, it's like you're just playing like Leapfrog here. You're playing Leap Greninja as it just goes back and forth as to who's winning, who's losing, who's winning. I mean, an incredible game. And honestly, looking at this, a pretty low damage game, which is sometimes a really good sign that it's a great game.
Yeah, it's true. When you're focused on those objectives as well, over top of anything else, you're going to earn yourselves not too much damage, but a ton of experience is going to be going your way. GigaChad Gaming had a great start. Not Dodo at level 14 on the Scyther in that final stretch, but unfortunately, no one to capitalize on there. Let's hear what our desk analysts have to say about that amazing game number 3 between Woof Woof and GigaChad Gaming.
Yeah!
Thank you very much, Zoinks. GigaChad Gaming, Woof Woof. What an incredible game 3. We didn't get to see the other 2 games, but if they were anything like that, they would have been amazing. I loved seeing the patience there from Woof Woof around this final fight. Let's take a look at some big moments throughout this match, Dupe Snacks.
The early highlights of this match to me for GigaChad Gaming was definitely Not Dodo. They found tons of KOs with that Scyther, able to push very far forward and get themselves some objectives early and really put themselves in a position to win this game.
Yeah, I really felt like this Scyther was dominant throughout the top of the match right here, just picking up tons of big KOs, zoning out that first objective very, very well for GigaChad Gaming, putting some points on the board. It felt like they were in control for a while here in this match.
Yeah, and it didn't really let up. They found themselves, kept the score line close all game, of course. And now just a big push. We saw how deep the Blastoise went with the Hydro Typhoon, really spacing out Woof Woof, keeping them off of this Regirock as the rest of GigaChad Gaming was able to claim that objective for themselves and get a Snorlax on the back end as a courtesy prize.
Now here's when things start to turn a little bit. Huge secure here for Woof Woof as they pick up that Registeel right before Rayquaza here. And again, the patience of this fight from Woof Woof I think is incredible. Waiting for Blastoise to start that rapid spin before you pick it up and take it into the air with the Buzzwole right there. Just such incredible plays in this final fight as they systematically take out each member of GigaChad Gaming, leaving only one left, a Mew with almost 0 HP. They take this Rayquaza in the face of this Mew. Big secure here for Woof Woof, and they secure the win in their first series here in Group D.
Absolutely. Great play across the board. We saw the Snorlax there actually bubble out the Mew very well to keep them from being able to Solar Beam or Electro Ball into the Rayquaza pit and steal one for GigaChad Gaming. So Woof Woof really checking all the boxes there, and Potato getting the nod on the Buzzwole. Tons of points, 3 assists, 3 KOs, smack down, and super power out of the Super Bug.
Yeah, looking fantastic and such a huge counter to Blastoise. We're seeing so much Blastoise in EU, and Buzzwole is just such an amazing counter. Potato, of course, everyone's favorite Potato, getting that MVP here. I know the Twitch chat was excited earlier. I stopped by. They love the stairs, but more importantly, they love Woof Woof.
I love Woof Woof too, and they're looking good out here. Getting past GigaChad Gaming in a 2-1 is a good litmus test for them for the rest of the day, because they're going to have to keep that train rolling. Now let's take a quick look at where our groups are right now and break that down for us real quick. Spraggles, where have we been and where are we at right now?
Once again, if you're just joining us, Tally Bobo Believers looking amazing in Group A. Off Meta Gaming as well. They have punched their ticket to London. Nouns Esports heading to London, as well as Summerhouse. Summerhouse, the only team that was not a number 2 seed to secure that number 2 spot. We got Time to Shine and Zephyr Esports moving on from Group C. And now we're watching what's happening here in Group D. Woof Woof taking that first series there over GigaChad. Phantom Slayers beat Squishy Squad. And we're going to be seeing Woof Woof go up against Phantom Slayers in just a few minutes here.
Yep, and obviously you're in a great spot if you win this next match, being 1-0, bumping up to 2-0. That's a great spot to be. Spraggles, sign-ups for the April Cup are coming up soon in short order. April 8th, as a matter of fact. So get to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite to get signed up for that. And if you're looking for friends to play, hop in the official Discord. There's people that want to play. We won't. We'll drag your team down, of course. We don't want to show up for that.
Yeah, you wouldn't want us on your team, but hopefully you want us casting, because we are going to be back very, very soon with more exciting action from Group D here in the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. The Aeos Cup is just heating up. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Aeos Cup for the EU region. We only have a few more games left to watch, but they are all looking incredible. I'm specifically very excited for this upcoming one between Phantom Slayers and Woof Woof.
Yeah, I mean, especially after that last single match that we got to see. Thank you again to production for letting us see the final game of that set. But we've got Woof Woof that we did just see playing incredibly. I mean, Giga Chad it was as well. We got a little taste of what they can do. They had a very, I mean, they honestly had just a great comp in general. I really want to see what they pick as far as like early comps in a set, because we did, of course, jump into a third game one. But I mean, I just have to point out once again that we're just seeing so much of the muscle king throughout the weekend.
Yeah, it's true. So good adaptation from players on their roster as well. Marv normally on that top path brawler role, moving over to the defender or the tank. So great look for Woof Woof, but let's take a look at Phantom Slayers, who are doing very well in our group so far. We're able to win their first game up against Squishy Squad, a very, very solid team. Phantom Slayers coming into this one, I believe the 13th seed, and already a great performance, but they're hungry for more.
I am excited to see it. This is a team I think that me personally I know a little bit less about, but that's what I love to see, right? I love to see teams that I'm not as familiar with. Of course, you know, especially being from NA, EU, I always enjoy seeing some of these teams. Like, for example, of course, when we see teams like Giga Chad or the way that Warlords EU was playing today, because I was somewhat familiar with them, never seen the score comp, stuff like that. It's always so entertaining to watch, and it always just stuns me how many, I guess, options you have as far as the current meta.
Yeah, teams are looking to break that meta wide open, and I hope our Caster's card can too. Spraggles and Dew Snacks, take us away.
No bits, just hits this time.
That's right. No bits at all. Here we go. Oh, we're live. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? We are here in Group D, and while a lot of these teams have already started packing their bags, heading to London, we still have more to figure out here in the Aeos Cup Day 1 for EU.
Yeah, both of these teams remain undefeated in their group, both sitting at 1-0. So winning this puts you obviously in a prime spot to qualify for London in 2 weeks here and get that top 8. But it's draft time, Spraggles. Time to ban some Pokemon out that won't be meeting Thea Sky Ruins today.
That's right. Woof Woof, your purple team. Phantom Slayers, your orange team. Both of these teams are up 1 in their group stages. So they were able to take down their opponents, even though that game between Woof Woof, Giga Chad, very close. Obviously, there is a lot of competition here, but these are the two top dogs right now. Hey, Woof Woof, top dogs. There you go.
Hoopa and Espeon again. These two Pokemon have just been selected time and time again, but because Espeon has been removed from the equation, Woof Woof can't pick it first, but they're getting a heck of a conciliatory prize here with Mew. Callie selecting that.
That's right. Mew is just such a popular pick right now, and you're really not seeing it banned out very much because you have these really difficult picks like Espeon. We've got the Slowbro coming on in here and the Urshifu. We're going to see what they pick up on the side of Woof Woof to deal with that. Interestingly enough, I feel like we've been seeing less and less Trevenant as the day goes on, and I wonder if we're going to get a pickup here from Marv.
Marv definitely on the hover as Human is clicking through. They are the supporter for their team, and they're eyeing up which one they want to use here, and that is a Wigglytuff getting locked in.
Very, very nice. Wigglytuff, obviously a supporter Pokemon, but you know, when you think of your supporters, oftentimes you're thinking of healing and shields and things like that. Well, Wigglytuff's Unite move does provide that. It's also a big, old, tanky Pokemon, a lot like all the defenders that you see in the game right now.
Yeah, and when it uses Sing, it's a great way to lock down some of your enemies in place and let Callie take over with the Mew or Potato or Zante or whomever the big damage dealer is in that moment to close the door, get a good KO.
And we're going to get a ton of damage slung their way from the Delphox right here. Eldegoss being picked up as well by Phantom Slayers. We've seen a lot of that today. On the other side, Zante picking up that Glaceon. Glaceon just incredibly difficult to deal with, throwing insane damage from insane range. And Buzzwole, the buff boy, I know Zoinks is happy somewhere as this Pokemon is picked up as the last pick for Phantom Slayers.
Yeah, and we mentioned and we saw it last game specifically how strong Buzzwole is into the face of a Rapid Spin Waterspout Blastoise. It's a great counter pick there, and they've got another one in Delphox specifically to hit the tree. Those are just two solid picks in the face of what Woof has put together, giving Phantom Slayers a very solid draft and a good opportunity here on Thea Sky Ruins.
Yeah, now the question is, are they going to be able to output enough damage on the side of Phantom Slayers? They definitely have some counter picks, but it looks like we have, a little more damage being slung from Woof. The Rapid Spin Waterspout Blastoise is able to put out insane damage, while Mew and Glaceon does crazy damage from afar. We've really only got the Delphox. Now, Urshifu, on the other hand, could be the wild card for Phantom Slayers here.
Yeah, don't forget Eldegoss's impact as well. It does have the ability to deal quite a bit of damage, push some of those numbers over the top, and leverage that into some KOs. But the responsibility is going to fall on the Urshifu and the Delphox to really elevate the Phantom Slayers as well. And we are just getting word that we're going to have to reset this lobby. A little bit of a hiccup there during the draft. No problems, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So we'll bring it back out, and we'll talk about it a little bit. Real quick, what we saw in the draft, Woof really selecting some of the best Pokemon going. And good response out of Phantom Slayers to make sure those didn't completely take over the game.
Yeah, that's right. These drafts, I think, are great from both teams. The Delphox is such an amazing counter to so much of the bulk and the healing. The Trevenant really feels like the Delphox is a perfect counter. And then we've got the Buzzwole, another perfect counter to this Blastoise here. But I think when you have a Mew and you have a Glaceon slinging that much damage, it's going to be really, really difficult to win just by countering some of those big Pokemon. So we'll have to see what happens when they're able to load in and really play this first game.
Yeah, that's what it's going to boil down to. You have to take a look and think for the Phantom Slayers what they've got, and Slowbro is going to have to lead the charge there as well to disrupt and give the ability for the Urshifu to engage and go very deep, as well as the Delphox to find and pick their targets and kind of burn them down in order. So it's going to be very reliant on communication for the Phantom Slayers if they want this strategy to execute, because like you said, they have some good counter picks, but there's a lot of high-octane Pokemon on the side of Woof, and just across the board individually, I think they have a little bit stronger of a Pokemon selection.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at how teams can qualify for Worlds. Obviously, the Aeos Cup is a huge way. The top regional championship point earner qualifies for their ticket to Worlds in Yokohama, Japan, as well as the regional finals winner. And you can see the championship points breakdown right here. The monthly finals, you get 1,500 championship points if you're in first place, split up amongst your team members. But the Aeos Cup and the regional finals award a ton more championship points. 1,000 more points for these two events, and that could be huge. That could really swing the tide of who is in first place in the region.
Yeah, the Aeos Cup CP rewards here are really an inflection point for the season. There are teams that are going to find themselves so far away that they're going to have to maybe consider switching their strategy to spiking the regional finals to qualify, whereas some other teams, for example, you think Tally Bobo Believers, if they were to leave this thing in first place, not only getting a huge chunk of change because there's $25,000 on the line, they're leaving with so much CP that it makes it incredibly difficult for some of these other teams to catch up.
And of course, that's where you want to be. You want to secure your spot. You want to win regionals. You want to win Aeos Cup. You want the money. You want the points. But if you're way ahead on points this entire time, it puts you in just a great position come the end events in the year.
Yeah, it lets you breathe a sigh of relief and focus on just, hey, let's just get consistent performance in. Let's get our practice in. We don't have to concern ourselves with if we have an off month or something like that, because you've set you've laid such strong groundwork for yourself for the rest of the season that you can, I don't want to say afford to relax, because then you'll get caught up and overtaken in terms of just, skill and practice, but gives yourself an opportunity to just not stress out too much and put so much pressure on yourself and your teammates.
Yeah, and when you're playing loose, I think you're playing your best. When you're playing where you know that you can win this thing and you've got a great cushion behind you, I think we'll see the teams do even better when that pressure is off them, for sure. Something I have noticed throughout the first day here in the Aeos Cup is how little impact, not little impact, but how much less of an impact Trevenant is making than I expected. I actually thought that Trevenant was going to be doing a lot better here, but I feel like Slowbro is just crushing it today.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking a little bit before. Trevenant was something that I was a little underwhelmed with and kind of thought, hey, I really want to see a shine-out performance because we hadn't quite seen that yet, and it's not really coming to fruition so far. Let's take a quick look at our groups as the lobby's getting set up before we get right back into the game. If you don't mind breaking that down for me, Spraggles.
And here we are again. We've seen some amazing games today. Tally Bobo Believers just crushing it in Group A. Off Meta Gaming going to be following them to London. Nouns Esports and Summer House from Group B making their way to EUIC. Group C, Time to Shine, Zephyr Esports. This was such an amazing group. I loved watching these games. We called it our knockout group because the teams were so close in skill level, and you really saw it in those games. Time to Shine and Zephyr heading to London. Now here we are. Group D, Phantom Slayers up 1, Woof Woof up 1, Giga Chad Gaming, Squishy Squad losing their first 2 matches. And we're going to be watching Woof Woof go up against the Phantom Slayers here. The question is, who is going to walk out of this with that big 2 next to their name?
Well, that big 2 is going to be critical to keep themselves in the top of the standings. There's tons of work to be done between Giga Chad Gaming and Squishy Squad. They're certainly not eliminated from contention, but between the other 2 teams, a win here really sets them up for success. And again, as you mentioned, takes the pressure off, lets them play a little bit looser there in that third game, have some fun.
Something I wanted to ask you as we're waiting for our teams to get into their draft here is what has surprised you that's been doing extremely well in this? As I said, Trevenant not really crushing it. What do you love that you've seen today?
Hoopa, to be honest. It's banned out, and when it's hit the map, it's been impactful in a big, big way. So that's just kind of my quick shout out there. You could call out a ton of stuff. The score comps, that was a lot of fun to watch. And of course, Buzzwole having a big resurgence here in the face of Blastoise, a great counter pick action that we've seen. So there's a couple things. How's that sound?
That sounds amazing. We have got a stat to bring you right here. Let's take a look. 95% of the time when Spraggles isn't on the step, the game crashes. Is that true? This is what I'm talking about. I've talked about these steps, and everyone says, oh, you're crazy. You just like walking up and down the steps. You don't know what to do if you're not using the steps. And it sounds like our draft is coming back. By the way, the second I stepped on the steps. Let's do this thing. Here we go. All right, heading into game number 1, and we're getting the word that this draft is actually going to be different here. Doomsnacks, it's possible that a player disconnected or had an issue while we were in draft phase.
Yep, so we're just going to rinse and start from the beginning and let these teams get a clear shot at it. Both teams understand what's going on. Now we understand what's going on. So let's take a look if the dichotomy of these picks changes a little bit now that they have the chance to.
All right, here we are moving into our ban phase. Woof Woof, your purple team. Phantom Slayers, your orange team. Again, these are the 2 teams that have won so far in their group. So these are, I mean, this is the huge match. This is the moment where if you can knock this other team down, you have a very, very good shot of making your way to London.
Well, so far we're staying the same. Callie locking in Mew, and I believe that went down to Zante to play as they went through the preparation phase here. And maybe not a change on Phantom Slayer's side. They definitely locked in Slowbro last time. Is the Urshifu the same as well? Yes. So although they could have textured this a little differently, it looks like we're following the same strategy so far.
Here we go on the side of Woof Woof. It's possible that they're going to be taking this Eldegoss right here, and they are. They're taking Eldegoss, and I wonder if this Trevenant is making it into this game. We did see it last time here, and it is locked in.
Yeah, I mean, Human on the Eldegoss has been doing very well, of course, but the Delphox is open, and it looks like it's going to go to the side of Phantom Slayers with a Clefable. That's certainly new.
That is certainly new. We're seeing what Woof Woof is going to lock in right here. We've got the Blastoise here and the Glaceon. This is very similar to the composition we saw last time, obviously. That Blastoise and Glaceon coming in the final 2 picks. And now we're going to see, are we bringing the Buzzwole back? That's the question here. We talked about how it was such an incredible counter to that Blastoise.
Yeah, and it works incredibly well with the Clefable as well that likes to play up forward, so it's great for the Buzzwole and the Clefable kind of sit on top of each other, catch that Moonlight heal as you keep engaging onto something like a Blastoise that has that higher defensive stat and really be able to take it down, give yourself that sustained edge in those kind of 1v1 melee type fights.
Yeah, and it looks like we do have two teams that are looking to brawl here. We've seen some score compositions. We've seen some teams that feel like they want to stay far, far away from each other. But when you've got a Trevenant, Blastoise, Slowbro, Buzzwole, or Shifu, these are up in your face Pokemon, and they're doing a lot of damage and a lot of fighting here. We should see some exciting matchups here in Game 1.
Yeah, a subtle change for Phantom Slayers, but I like the switch to the Clefable. I know a lot of the, we said the rest of the draft looks similar, but that is one of the changes here. And I love that they've picked that Pokemon up. I think it's going to leverage themselves very well, especially with Urshifu and Buzzwole in the front.
And here we go. Woof, woof, Phantom Slayers. Like we said, this match doesn't necessarily say who is heading to London, but based on how things go throughout the rest of the group, if you win this one, you could be punching your ticket right now.
And talk about punching. Let's look at Human's trainer card here. Blissey punching a Rayquaza, maybe showing what's in store if you ever give them the Blissey to play with.
Look, we've seen some miracle Egg Bomb secures from Blissey. It's one of the craziest secures inside of Pokemon UNITE. Egg Bomb's been tuned down a little bit because I think it was just happening too much, where a Blissey was walking around a Zapdos or then Rayquaza and just tossing that bomb in there, getting a big secure. But you know what? Blissey can still do it, especially with that big Unite move as we head in here to Game 1. Woof woof, your purple team, Phantom Slayers, your orange team, sending Glaceon into the center here for Woof Woof.
Yeah, it's going to get a quick power spike, as we mentioned before, level 4. It's going to be able to impact the path in a very big way. Espeon ban rate, 37.6% and almost a 60% win rate. That is huge for this event.
Yeah, it's huge. Espeon has just been such an incredible Pokemon, as you can see, banned out in this game. These teams do not want to deal with that, as we're actually putting the hurt on this Clefable right here. Was heading in to get some stacks, but it got a little more than it asked for.
Yeah, a big ol' KO. It got served up a knuckle sandwich in short order. Gossifleur and Squirtle putting tons of pressure on Darko, and they get a KO. The Gossifleur gets another one. The Battle Goss has hit the map, and they are ready to press their way to the finish line.
And there we go. Nice couple KOs here to start the day off for Woof Woof, as we're looking to secure this wild Pokemon. Nope, Clefable able to get that. The Icy Wind shipping some damage onto Clefable here as Glaceon pulls back, and they're going to try to secure all these wild Pokemon they can. We have two evolving on the side of Woof Woof here, Eldegoss and Wartortle now on the field.
3 players pull up for Phantom Slayers, and they're looking to get a pick if they can get these birds' experience into their hands. Buzzwole with the Urshifu and the Clefable is kind of a rolling ball of hurt that can be thrown at the opposing team here. As the Buzzwole Darko looks for an engagement, they just pick up the Moonlight and they back up.
Yeah, here we go. This is going to be really tough to deal with here now that we have that Clefable and the level 5 Buzzwole online. Just pushing towards them a little bit, trying to get some damage in, but heading back to that goal. And now we have Slowbro doing the same thing right here. The hot water on the tree. You're not going to get any KOs with it right yet, but hopefully you can try to get a secure taken by the Solar Beam from Mew.
Yeah, Marvin Zante moving very well in tandem here in this bottom path, making their impact known. The Mew peeling to the center to get those birds with the Glaceon, as nobody from Phantom Slayer seems interested in that particular experience spike, and Woof Woof is going to get all of these for free.
Yeah, here we go. Woof Woof just cleaning this up right here. Almost level 8 on that Glaceon already. That's going to be big. Get its Unite move very early. We also have level 6 here, though, on this Delphox. Staying in path most of the time and able to get its level 6. Very impressive here. That experience share obviously doing a ton of work. One of the best held items inside of Pokemon Unite right now. You just see how easy it is to power up your allies when one of your supports or defenders is carrying around that EXP share.
That Urshifu is level 7 at parity with the Glaceon on the other side, and it is looking to rapid strike its way to some KOs right on top of the birds here. A Gravity and a Moonlight's going to sort that out and get a little bit of HP, get a little bit of experience for the Phantom Slayers.
And there we go. That's the level 7 for Wartortle here, meaning it does have the Rapid Spin and Water Spout now. It's ready to go. If it wants to head down to the bottom path, it also can stay here and pick up some experience. We have 3 members of Woof Woof coming down bottom for Reg Ice, 3 members of Phantom Slayers, and it looks like 2 more coming down as well. Glaceon and Urshifu moving down for both teams.
Solar Beam comes through, a decent engagement onto the Slowbro there. Trevenant gets scalded and they retreat, but that was a good spacing effort. However, a lot of HP is down. Oh, the telekinesis on the Trevenant comes through. Wood Hammer for 3. Gravity is down, but it doesn't matter. Tons of damage going in. We're engaging deep. Delphox burns down the tree. Glaceon sorts out the Urshifu, and the pressure is on as Woof Woof has 2 players down. So does Phantom Slayers, but they still got a Delphox with the Clefable in its pocket. Callie, though, not willing to relent, pushes forward, and that Regice is going to leash, has a real potential to, and its HP is just skyrocketing back to full.
Yeah, once EUIC or one of the bottom Reggies makes their way a little too far, walks a little too far, it ends up walking back to its home point and recovering HP rapidly, and that's what you just saw happen right there. Still secured by the side of Woof Woof as Trevenant is in their face, making sure no one can get down there to deal with it.
Great Horn Leech by Marv to just delay Phantom Slayers a hair so they couldn't make it in time to try and out-secure the Woof Woof squad and get that. But they're putting the pressure on. They're leaving 3 down here. Trevenant and Eldegoss are holding it down in a fairly decent fashion. They're pushing back forward. Can they make anything happen? Zante says, I'm going to go support the squad a little bit.
Here we go, big solar beams. This is what we were talking about earlier with this Mew. I mean, the range damage between the Glaceon and the Mew is just incredible on the side of Woof Woof, and they do it with relative safety with those two Pokemon.
Yeah, Clefable's going to have to unlock the Buzzwole and the Urshifu in a big way because they are going to have to fight through Woof Woof from front to back and make it, Woof Woof's going to make it difficult for them to actually get to those range damage dealers.
And there we go, an easy secure for Woof Woof. In fact, Phantom Slayer's really not coming up here to do anything about it at all. It looks like they're going to try to defend right here, but they're not putting a ton of resources into it, as that's just going to walk Clefable backing off right now, and the goal is going to go down. The question is, how do they want to break it? As Blastoise is very carefully counting up their points, getting their stacks right now, and oh, even the one. What a perfect overdunk right here. 39 extra points on the board for Woof Woof.
Well done by Potato and Callie. Good communication as well. And Clefable not in a position to engage on that and prevent that from happening whatsoever. So Phantom Slayers kind of reeling back a little bit, taking the opportunities that they can find and not sacrificing themselves for a bad cause.
Yeah, I mean, it's the right play. There really wasn't much else that they could do in that situation. Unfortunate that, of course, Woof Woof was able to get the stacks. I'm pretty positive I saw that Blastoise with those special attack specs. And, of course, the perfect overdunk for the moment there as we are ripping those birds off the map.
Telekinesis leashes up Trevenant, but they Horn Leech back and get tons of HP. Woodhammers are out, and now we're just buying space as the basement Reggie has hit the map, but Mew, long range from 2 counties over, takes out the Buzzwole, no problems, and Woof Woof, that Reggie Rock stuns are crazy. Delphox comes out, fancy fireworks are coming through. Glaceon seals it up, but the Clefable finds itself in the middle of Woof Woof with nobody supporting it. They take to the sky off their Unite move with the Fly. They land and don't deal any damage, and the pressure's back on. The gravity is out. Hydro Typhoon eject button, Soul's up too. Can they convert on the KOs? The pressure is on. Buzzwole choke slamming Glaceon down. Big Unite move, but it's caught in the middle of a firestorm as they get KO'd back the other way by the Mew. Rapid Spin Water Spout Blastoise is putting in work on their water type counterpart on the other side, and Woof Woof is decimating this goal zone.
Look at that. What a perfect overdunk as well for Woof Woof. Phantom Slayers can't find anything in that fight. They can't pick up a single KO as Woof Woof absolutely dominates it. After that Hydro Typhoon sent 3 in the air, they were just running scared. Woof Woof picking up all these KOs, putting points on the board. 239 to 11 right now. And we only have 1 minute until Rayquaza hits the board. Phantom Slayers needs to make a big play, and I don't think it's going to happen now. I think it's going to have to happen at Rayquaza. We're going to see what they try to do here. Obviously, Delphox can still throw their Unite here, and they'll have it back in time for Rayquaza. We'll see if they can make something happen.
Big pickup by Darko Slam. Fancy Fireworks comes out in the gravity. Slowbro seals it up. Not a bad look. Phantom Slayers taking an objective for themselves to put the pressure on. Blastoise is down. That's a tough Pokemon to sort out, but they've managed to do it. This is their opportunity to get some points on the board themselves. Good spacing by Janola to get them to close that goal zone out in a big way. 131 on the board, and that's a jump and a score that the Phantom Slayers are happy about.
Yeah, the Phantom Slayers are very happy about that exchange. Obviously, Woof Woof, you can see on their side, they're not using their Unite moves. They're fighting that fight, but you know, they're trying to not give up they're trying to give up as little as they can to make sure that that Regieleki does not go in. It ends up going in, but they don't give up their Rayquaza fight for it. The positioning right now from Phantom Slayers is pretty incredible right here. We're gonna have to see what happens with this fight. They're extremely aggressive in their positioning. They're way forward. They're getting pushed back right now as Woof Woof is making their way into this pit. And again, it always just feels like what is going to be the moment that kicks this fight off. Buzzwole seeing if it's going to be them as we start to move back. Oh, here we go, the Slowbro Unite.
Slowbro Unite into the Fancy Fireworks and the Urshifu Unite as well. They catch the Glaceon early. That's the biggest Pokemon on the Hydro Typhoon and the Trevenant Unite on the backside. Woodhammers come out. They're dealing tons of damage, but it's only with Glaceon down still. Another Woodhammer and the Muse starting to sort it out. 3 players down. They're falling like dominoes. KO streak of 2 for Zante. Can they make it 3? Do they get credit for 3? No, the Eldegoss is the one that gets the Buzzwole, and that poor Delphox is getting on and down. 4 players down. I'm taking a look. Is the Delphox even going to try and get in the mix? Rapid Spin, Water Spout, they're in the middle. Woof Woof is all over this Rayquaza, but they have 2 players down themselves, one of which is a Glaceon that just came back to the map.
Here we go. This Rayquaza is very low. Clefable running in. Slowbro running in. Not enough time. Woof Woof able to secure it. They had the hero moment trying to make it in, but they were just a little too slow. Woof Woof takes the fight, and now Woof Woof takes Rayquaza. Already up on points. It's going to be really tough to stop Woof Woof right now as the 100 points reigns into this bottom goal.
Call them 100 burgers around here, Spraggles, and they eating good as Woof Woof. When it's ducket time, it's a good time. And Woof Woof had a huge lead going into this, had a huge win at Rayquaza, and now we're compounding that interest. It's tag season.
Yeah, here we go. 7:09 to 1:31. Only 30 seconds left. Phantom Slayers really doesn't have an avenue to win this game at this point. They would need to KO every single member of Woof Woof and score all of the points into their goals, while not a single member of Woof Woof. It's kind of an impossibility at this point as Woof Woof continues to put points on the board and fights them at their home base.
Yeah, Blastoise getting a KO on the Urshifu in its home base, past the shield using Rapid Spin Water Spout. I mean, this team is absolutely relentless. Woof Woof wants everybody to know that that second place finish last month was not a mistake. They have earned their spots, and they are not giving it up for anybody.
Beautiful, beautiful final fight there, as we have a big win here in game number 1. In control really the entire game, and that's shown through in that final fight as well. Incredible stuff there from Woof Woof. You know, we talked about it. We were wondering, are these counters going to be the thing that really is able to shut down Woof Woof? And the answer there was no. The Delphox did not shut down that tree, and the Buzzwole did not shut down that Blastoise at all.
Yeah, and the other part of the equation that isn't the box that wasn't checked by Phantom Slayer's draft was how do you get to Mew or Glaceon? They had no way to get past the front line to the back line, and on top their counter picks didn't really deliver on what they were expecting them to do, which made it twice as tough.
As you're seeing the scoreboard right here at about the 6-minute mark, that is when Woof Woof really took control. 149 to 11 here, and they kept that point lead the entire time. They don't show KOs on this. This is just score, but right there where they secured that Rayquaza, they also basically wiped Phantom Slayers off the map.
Yeah, just the Delphox was forced to retreat out and didn't really find its way back in. Look at Mad LD, though, really giving their team an opportunity in these fights, healing 100K. But on the other side of the map, you have Callie and Zante, 87K and 92K, respectively, in damage dealt. They were chucking haymakers into the face of this Phantom Slayer squad.
Absolutely. And you know, something interesting to see with that Eldegoss also putting up some huge numbers as far as recovery goes. And one thing that we don't see on this chart right here is the amount of shielding that is provided. And that's something I saw Eldegoss using very, very well throughout the fights right there, just making sure their team was alive. We'll never know how much those shields help, but it was huge in those team fights.
Yeah, a good amount of shields. Obviously, the Pollen Puffs were hitting in the right way, and the team was engaging collectively very well, which makes everything else fall into place. And this was the beginning of it, taking this Regieleki in short order, of course. That Clefable not really able to do anything, but this was a big push that resulted in quality KOs.
Yeah, and here we go, moving in towards this goal. Again, we talked about how Phantom Slayers really didn't commit the resources to do anything about this, and then the perfect scoring here from Woof Woof. The Blastoise putting their points in, being very diligent. I mean, look at that. Expertly done. Just a little bit here or there. Another 5, and then another 1, and then the perfect 40 over cap by the Glaceon.
Yeah, you love to see it by Woof Woof, and they did the same thing when they sieged this bottom goal zone. This was a good Regirock fight here from Woof Woof. Phantom Slayers trying to find their way in. Regirock actually giving Phantom Slayers an opportunity to engage here. The fanciful fireworks are out, but the pressure and the tide pushed back the other way was just too much. They soared out the tree, but there's not enough firepower for the rest of the team, and they are able to space them out, take them down, and shatter this goal zone.
Yeah, now we had the nice 40 into a 50 as well, putting up 239. Just score-wise incredible. And then here was that final fight. Buzzwole moving in, trying to make something happen. But that rapid spin and the massive wood hammers just decimating Phantom Slayers right here as they're chasing that. Urshifu, big boosted, takes it down, and then Delphox has to retreat.
And here we go. Cali just getting those points in the home goal zone, really rubbing some salt in the wound here. Woof Woof extending this lead, feeling good with where they're at, and they are a force to be reckoned with right now.
Player of the game here, Caligula on the Glaceon, and they got that slick spoon.
Caligola. Caligola.
What did I say, Caligula? Get me on the stairs. Just get me on the stairs. Let me do what I'm good at.
Yeah, put you under the stairs with that type of pronunciation. Here we go. 208, 87k damage, 7 KOs, a big old spoon, because when you're cooking, you got to stir with something, and they certainly were cooking in that one.
They absolutely were. Glaceon just such an amazing choice, and this is what we talked about. What were they going to do about Mew and Glaceon? What were they going to do about this insane damage at insane range? You still like what I said, Caligula, don't you?
I'm giggling about it, not gonna lie.
All right, and now the question is, what do we do as we head into our next match? I mean, Woof Woof obviously is looking great. They want to go to London. This could be their shot right here.
Yeah, a big win. Here's the steps in order. Step 1, pronounce players' names correctly.
Okay.
Step 2, have a solid draft. Step 3, execute with the Pokemon you selected in that draft. That's the recipe for success for Woof Woof, and coincidentally, us here casting.
And here are the steps for me. Step 1, Step 2, Step 3, and Step 4. Thank you very much, everybody. That's going to be it for me. Thank you so much. Dupe Snacks is going to take the rest of the broadcast. That's the best I can do.
April Fools indeed, my friend.
April Fools indeed. I cannot wait to see how this goes. Obviously, Woof Woof is looking to win this thing right now.
Yep, Phantom Slayers. What I want to see them, obviously, they had some good counter picks in their draft as we try to refocus. Let's get the dogs back on the leash and get Woof Woof sorted out. As we take a look at Phantom Slayers, they want to have a draft that not only has counter picks, but also has the ability to move around the map and get to the back line. You cannot let Zante and Cali just go off the rails with their long-range Pokemon dealing tons of damage at a distance and leaving them completely untouched. It's just not going to work out for you.
And then the other issue that they're running into, that a lot of teams are running into, is this Blastoise. It's just such a problem, especially here in EU. I see it a lot in NA, and we might see it a ton tomorrow when the NA finals happen. But right now, EU is in love with Blastoise, and it is crushing all of these games. Massive Unite moves, and then the Rapid Spin Water Spout is just, able to dive in, get all of those squishy Pokemon, and make sure that you can KO things like Espeon, you can KO things like Delphox. It's just such an incredible choice.
When I take a look at the options that you have and how you have to approach a Pokemon like Blastoise or Espeon, you really have to craft your team that checks multiple boxes at once. For that, a great way is to pressure early when you see something like an Urshifu on the other side and a Blastoise. Well, those are two Pokemon that have issues in the earlier parts of the game. What type of composition can you build to keep them from reaching the big potential that they have at the end of the game? So I'm thinking of stuff like Greedent, even Invade, Snorlax, stuff like that really shakes things up, throws a wrench in the opponent's plans, and keeps those Pokemon for scaling to where they want to be.
As our teams are loading into our next match right here, let's take a look at the rest of the season, what you are going to be seeing watching Pokemon Unite Esports at home here. The Aeos Cup Finals is happening this weekend. Of course, the teams right now here in EU are playing to see who is going to London to compete at EUIC in person April 14th to the 15th. The April Finals are going to be happening on May 6th, May Finals on May 27th, and finally, the Regional Finals June 10th and 11th, and the NA Regional Finals at NAIC in June 30th, July 1st here, and then, of course, Worlds in Yokohama, Japan.
And that, of course, is in August, which is the ultimate goal for all of these teams to reach. And this, again, a great benchmark for the middle of the season. This will catapult teams truly into that CP race and giving them the opportunity to secure their invite in that way. This is a big jump start to that. And, of course, through the rest of the season, because you don't want to leave it all up to one event in June. You'd like to sure it up before that.
Yeah, we saw some teams last year that secured their spot right there at the end, and we saw some other teams that were crushing it throughout the, entire season. So it's going to be interesting to see now that championship points are actually important. It's going to be interesting to see what happens while that gives you a secure spot.
Yep, without a doubt. And it starts for us right now between Woof Woof and Phantom Slayers. You're on the steps to ensure a quality game is queued up and logged in, so we have something to cast. That's great. We're going to work on practicing those names.
We're going to try. We're going to try.
A lot of homework for us tonight. But most importantly, Woof Woof Phantom Slayers going into game 2 here. Woof Woof with a dominant performance. Again, Phantom Slayers, a reasonable draft if you look at it on paper with what they're trying to counterpick. But they're just missing one component, which is how do you get to that back line. I can't stress it enough. That's something they have to take into consideration when they're choosing their team for this game 2.
We're also going to have to see if they're able to come back when they are behind, if they fall behind here in game number 2. Some teams are really incredible at finding their big moments, coming back into the match, getting those big KOs on some of the higher level enemy Pokemon, and from there, they can actually mount a big fight at Rayquaza. We did not see that in our last game. It felt like as soon as they were behind, it was just an uphill battle for them, and they were never able to climb that hill.
Yeah,
or climb those stairs.
Climbing stairs, indeed. Yeah, good Lord. Okay, stairs all day. Let's do it. One way to do is to find picks, right? Move across the map, get a couple players. For example, I would have loved to see the Buzzwole and Clefable move across the map, try and find a pick as the Woof Woof team was rotating from top to bottom path, adjusting to objectives, and try and get some of the comeback experience that way. I mean, Clefable, the sustainer provides in those heals, has the ability to kind of allow you to contest higher level Pokemon, and they weren't really moving. Like, they were just kind of flowing to the objectives naturally, along with Woof Woof, where they were clearly outclassed solely if you're just looking at the experience level. And then if you take into consideration they had no way to get to the back line, it just made for tough sledding.
All right, and we have got our game coming up here. Here we go. Woof Woof needs this. They want this. They want to win, and they want to go to London. Again, this game doesn't necessarily secure their spot, but if you beat the other undefeated team, that is huge in a group stage. Yeah,
being a 2-0 can't be understated. Very important. Because then you go into game 3 with a margin of lead that you are very happy to have in your back pocket. Let's see where these teams ban out. Are we still going to go in the route of the Hoopa? That's the big question mark to me.
Yeah, I wonder if Hoopa is as impactful as a lot of these teams are thinking it is, because, I mean, there are a lot of impactful Pokemon inside of this meta right now. In EU, Blastoise is a real big one, but we have Hoopa and we have Espeon banned out. Phantom Slayers with that first pick. Do they steal that Blastoise?
Nope, they're locking in Urshifu. If I am a fan of Slayers and it drops down into our last pick, I would love to see Dodrio as a way to get into the back line to supplement some of their other picks here. But right out of the gate, Woof Woof is taking one of the best attackers and locking up what I certainly consider the best defender in this format.
And here we are, Slowbro getting picked up. Mew once again. It looks like this draft is going very similar for Phantom Slayers. However, they get the Delphox and they get the tree here.
Oh, Potato hovering that Garchomp, known for it, but they switch to Blastoise. Don't play with our hearts like that, Potato. Locking in the Blastoise. Marv sees the Eldegoss, locks it in for Hugh.
Yeah, I mean, Woof Woof doing something very similar to what we saw last time so far, and it worked well. Why don't we do it again? It was a pretty solid strategy here. Phantom Slayers really doesn't seem like they're changing up too much either. Possibly bringing in the Venusaur? Interesting choice.
Looks like we're going to be seeing, if it's the Clefable, probably a Giga Drain Petal Dance combination on that Venusaur. But in my opinion here, these last 2 picks easily could have been Dodrio and Comfey, and you would have had a real opportunity to get into the back line on this team, circumvent the Slowbro and the Blastoise that are going to be playing up in your face anyways, and now being able to cash in on the Glaceon and Mew. However, Phantom Slayer says, nope, Venusaur with a Clefable pocket is our route to victory, and that is what we're going to lock in.
Have you noticed that Mew's name is Caligula? I thought it was Caligula.
Yeah, no, I've heard that. Multiple times, like within the last 5 minutes, which is wild that you forgot that already. Now, looking at where these teams have shaken these things up, Delphox is going to have a big game because it is going to be solely responsible for taking care of Potato in the front line. They don't have that kind of cheat code Buzzwole to slam it out of the rapid spin. So you're going to have to shoot pot shots from a distance and do big-time damage and really allow your Urshifu to close the door. And, of course, Venusaur being in front line as well with that Clefable.
You know, Venusaur could be an incredible pick right here. It brawls extremely well. It keeps itself alive. Its Unite move does an insane amount of damage. This could really be an exciting choice here by Phantom Slayers, and they do need something because Woof Woof completely controlled last game.
Yeah, what better way to shake it up than Venusaur, which was a critical Pokemon in the early stages of UCS Season 1. For those that were tuning in there, it was a lot of fun to watch. You'd almost send it into Path, and then once another Pokemon took the first rotation in Central, you'd have it pivot back up and start farming its own experience like that to kind of give it to that level 13 and really get super huge. You know, in NA, Aquilo famous for their Venusaur, and Phantom Slayers trying to harness some of that energy, as that's the big shakeup from their roster from this game to last.
Here we go, bringing Clefable into this central area right here just to help them clear this a little bit faster. Kubfu has a tough time. It needs a buddy in this central area to make sure that it can get all its experience fast enough.
Yeah, that's my big concern with what Phantom Slayers is bringing here. It's a lot of Pokemon that struggle early. You know, now this Bulbasaur is trying to hold it down in the face of 2, and it's just going to allow Woof Woof to stack on this Squirtle. And Human, of course, just doing great work on the Gossifleur, getting an early KO in Game 1, and seeing if they're going to get that opportunity here in Game 2.
Squirtle in a little bit of trouble here, trying to make their way home. Eldegoss as well in trouble, and there come those big boosteds there from Venusaur, but it looks like they are able to pull out here. Oh, as Glaceon coming in with the big icy wind, trying to chase this down. Bulbasaur's in some trouble here. Its health is getting pretty low, but no, it makes it back to goal.
Clefairy bumping back up just with a quick dash of heals, a sprinkling of heals, if you will, getting that Bulbasaur back to the goal pad. But Caligula looking to make some big moves on this bird. Wicked Blow comes through. Darko taking all those birds, vaporizing them to absolute dust and getting good experience for that effort.
Yeah, and take a look at this. They're actually sending Venusaur into their central area right now. Now that they have this level 5 on Urshifu, they're keeping it up in this top path, while Venusaur is going to head in and get all the experience it needs. Obviously, level 13 is where you want that Venusaur at for the big end fight here.
Darko gonna have to hold down this goal pad in the face of 2. Already a Wartortle is Potato. They're putting some pressure on, and we see the stat before. We didn't mention the Hoopa ban rate at 33.3% with a huge 55.6% win rate there.
And Espeon's ban rate, the same thing with a 69.2% win rate. That Pokemon is just dominant right now.
I like this effort right here out of the Phantom Slayers, putting a lot of pressure on. This is what you need to do to contain that Wartortle, future Blastoise, is put pressure on it in a big way, and Urshifu and Clefable can definitely do that, but you are stuck in that path pretty much the whole game, babysitting that Wartortle, making sure it doesn't get to its levels.
We have Glaceon and Mew heading down to this bottom path right here, trying to put some damage onto Trevin. It's a very tanky Pokemon, but we've got a lot of damage heading its way. Huge wood hammers. Trevenant might actually make it home, eats the Solar Beam, still alive, and an icy wind takes it down.
Yeah, all of that was unlocked possible by Marv with the big surf, stunning up the Trev just so it couldn't get back, and that just fraction of a second was the difference between a big KO and that Trevenant making it out scot-free.
Delphox able to pick up that last hit on the big bird there, and now it is level 6 here in this bottom path. We have Potato, level 7 on the Wartortle. That means they've unlocked the spin and the spout here, and that's what Blastoise really needs to do work, as Phantom Slayers has 2 Pokemon in this top path here for Regieleki.
While Wartortle electing to spin, just a nice vortex of leaves around Birdie-Lo there for themselves. So a lot of spinning action between these 2 Kanto starters, and Phantom Slayers taking themselves an objective, doing tons of damage to the Wartortle. A KO there would have been huge, but we're looking back the other way. Glaceon Unite has come out, and they're putting tons of pressure on Janola. They get KO'd. Mad Eldy is sitting alone. They're trying to make it back to their Delphox, but it's 4 players in the face of this Phantom Slayer squad. Can they close out this goal zone? They're going to sure as heck try. 23 left. Bang, we've got 14 left. Can they get it? Do they want to close it? No, they don't want to give experience to Phantom Slayers just yet.
Yeah, so the reason they're not breaking this bottom tier goal right here, this tier 1 goal, is because once they do that, all of the experience that spawns the wild Pokemon between these 2 goals goes away, and you give some safe experience, some safe wild Pokemon over to the other team. You'll see a lot of teams not break goals because of this. You want to starve your opponents out of XP, especially if they're experience-hungry characters like Venusaur, Delphox, or Urshifu, things like that. You really want to make sure that they can't get their levels.
On the other hand, however, Phantom Slayers broke the Tier 1 goal zone for Woof, giving easy experience for the War Turtle that's ticked over to Blastoise, and that's exactly where they want to be. Gravity hits the middle, kind of locks down Marv. Fanciful Fireworks buys space, but it's the Venusaur starting to get KOs. Do they want to push forward? Solar Beam kind of stems that push a little bit as they're just chipping in shots onto the goal zone. Phantom Slayers intelligently retreating there with a nice point lead.
Yeah, it felt like they wanted to make a siege there. They just knew that it wouldn't fully work. They had this full health, Eldegoss, Glaceon, Mew on the side of Woofu right there, backing out. And now Slowbro is right back down in this bottom path. They used the Unite move from Delphox to take it down, and here it's back.
Yeah, I want to point out that Clefable really has done a good job keeping this Trevenant standing despite being one of the more underleveled Pokemon on the map right now. Trevenant hitting level 9 would be key, get it unlocked to its Unite move, and of course be able to just deal more damage naturally as it is a higher level. But we got 10 seconds till Basement Reggie, and these teams seem to be eyeing each other up.
Yeah, speaking of Unite moves, we have Unite move on every single member of Woof ready to go here as they push towards this fight. Here comes Blastoise with the rapid spin, and they are taking this action.
Yeah, oh, big Verdant Anger into the middle, chumps up Potato. They use their Hydro Typhoon eject button in the middle. Trebunite just came out. Glaceon as well. They're putting tons of pressure on the Registeel. Glaceon to the backside working on Venusaur. Mew seals that up, and guess who takes out the Venusaur but the Mew as they were eyeing them down? Darko looking for an opportunity, and can they pick up Glaceon? Well, the Wicked Blow goes wide. They duffed it, and now the Fanciful Fireworks come out, and they can't really push onto this goal zone. That was a huge missed opportunity. That was a free shot on the Glaceon, and Phantom Slayers are now just forced to play on their goal zone. Tons of damage getting rained in. There's a Wicked Blow that hit too. The goal zone is still gone. Big Surf buying spacing, and this Slowbro might go down, but if I'm Woof, I would peel back in a heartbeat because that push is done for you.
Incredible from Woof, and they really don't give up anything. So smart. You see a lot of teams take this moment and they just keep pushing until they give up a bunch of KOs. They've essentially given up everything that they just achieved in that fight. They've given the experience back to the opposing team. Not Woof right here. Taking a great fight, breaking a goal here, taking an objective. They are looking fantastic. But this game, points-wise, a lot closer than game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm taking a look at where the Blastoise level is. Already level 11. It's scaling level 12 now, scaling very well into what Phantom Slayers is doing on their side of the map. They're trying to burn down this Regieleki. Glaceon Unite comes out as well. Solar Beam for support, and it's the Glaceon that seals it. Hydro Typhoon, Rapid Spin, Water Spout on 3 players of the opposing team. That Moonlight comes out. They're trying to save everybody's soul, but they get KO'd in short order. The Mew is nasty business, and they are serving it up raw today. That Delphox is trying to keep these scores from going in, but that Regieleki hit, and all you got to do is tap your button once to score on that one for free.
Look at this here, 115, 212. Again, amazing scores from Woof. Incredible overcaps there on that goal. Trevenant scoring in this bottom goal right here, but it's not going to make the match too incredibly close. 153 to 212. The nice thing here is even though the Trevenant is probably going down for this score, there's less than 100 points that separate these two teams, and I find that 100 points is a very, very important number as you head towards Rayquaza. If you're down by less than 100, you could sneak off, make one goal, and all of a sudden you are winning this match, and that is a great place to be in if you are behind.
Yeah, Woof getting this for free. 50 points go in for Phantom Slayer, so shrinking that lead even more. Just 9 points separate these teams with less than 20 seconds until Rayquaza.
And now we're going to see how our teams want to position here. We have a tier 1 goal down there from Woof. So at any moment, a member of Phantom Slayers can move down there to score. But of course, if there's not one of their players inside of this fight, they could easily be overwhelmed by Woof. We see Venusaur is not yet level 13. It is still looking for the experience to get there. And now we see Potato possibly moving in, just pushing out this Urshifu a little bit right here. They are just zoning out their enemy team. They're not sure if they're ahead, I would say. I say right now both teams are not exactly sure where they are score-wise. Probably pretty close.
Well, Rapid Spin Water Spout is certainly a way to engage. Potato actually peels back, gets in with Marv in the bush there to see where we go. Oh, the Verdant Anger comes out. They had the Giga Train Pedal Dance going, and they get Chunk. Hydro Typhoon catches 4. The Delphox, the only one who doesn't catch that one. Trevenant comes out, and it's getting melted. Fanciful Fireworks smothering the Phantom Slayers, not allowing to engage. There's 3 players down, and that's 4. It's just the Delphox standing. Can they convert on this last KO as they go for Rayquaza? Look at the spacing by Marv. They use the Amnesia, and they're cutting off the Delphox. Right side team takes that Rayquaza, and of course they do. They're the only ones there. All 5 players eventually from Phantom Slayers KO'd, and it's Hundo Burgers on the menu, and they are going in very well.
And look at that, woof woof. Second verse, same as the first. That's exactly how the fight played out in game number 1. They were able to expertly do that again, and now they can just put points on the board. Marv is just saying, look, I need to get in there, but I have to get this Urshifu to leave. It has piercing damage, so it will stop me from scoring right here. It's like they know. It's like they know he's hiding there. That fight went so fast, Doopsnacks. It felt like you were an auctioneer for a moment there.
I mean, they were selling everything and throwing everything in the kitchen sink at that. I mean, we talked about garage sales earlier. Everything was on sale there, and what was mainly bought was KOs of the Phantom Slayers. Rapid's been water spout on this Urshifu. Slowbro finally peels down and goes, oh, fine, I'll do it the easy way. But look at all those points they can pick up for free. Phantom Slayers, though, sieging that bottom goal zone, able to get some points in and shrinking this lead to 200.
Here we go. They are pushing onto this goal, and we actually have more points that could be raining in. However, Slowbro comes on down. There's the big Surf Plus stopping these goals from happening. It is not going to work. Woof Woof is going to take this game. Incredible. And once again, just a masterful fight at Rayquaza for Woof Woof.
They did a great job, just like the pseudo rapid spin water spout bait and then peeling back to Marv, forcing the team to either like kind of bite in a little bit to see if they could follow, and as soon as they overstepped that invisible line drawn in the sand, Woof Woof were all over them.
There we go. Woof Woof taking this game 3-0-3 to 5-72. Phantom Slayers was up 1 in their group, but now they're 1-1 as Woof Woof is 2-0 in Group D. Again, this doesn't necessarily secure their spot, but boy, it's a great place to be in your group stage.
They have to feel confident now. Phantom Slayers was the other undefeated team. They were able to dispatch them fairly convincingly, and you've got to think that they are comfortable going into this third match and just say, hey, if we just play our game plan, we play above board, we are going to take this thing 3-0 and feel very comfortable going into EUIC.
Taking a look here, we've got the damage dealt. Zante putting out 112k, 84 from, can you say that name from Glaceon? What name is that?
Caligula.
Caligula. Potato also putting out an insane amount of damage right here. You know, we talked about this before. The Mew and the Glaceon just able to rain damage from afar, and really no one on Phantom Slayers was able to get in there and stop them.
Yeah, we see the tandem of the Trevenant and the Clefable, what it really did. Yes, they were under-leveled a little bit throughout that match, but the fact that the Clefable healed 128k damage and the Trevenant tanked 108k damage, I mean, that's really the only opportunity that Phantom Slayers had when battling, and that's what allowed them to keep that scoreline so close and have a real shot when these teams are squaring off. Ultimately, though, it's a Rayquaza fight. All of Woof Woof came together, and they executed perfectly.
Yeah, their Rayquaza fights were incredible. I want to hear what our amazing analysts have to say. Let's throw it over to them. Zoinks, Wonder Chef, take it away, gents.
Will do. Thank you very much, Spraggles and Doopsnacks. Another incredible game. Woof Woof taking that one 2-0 over Phantom Slayers, and 2-0 also in their group. That's a great place to be.
Yeah, I don't think we're too surprised that Woof Woof is doing exceptionally well with the play, especially two that we've seen. It's just some confirmation. So we can take a look back at really how this ended. It did end at this Rayquaza fight. And what do you got to say about this?
Well, something that was called out on the broadcast as well is this Venusaur really needs that level 13 to be relevant within this team fight. Level 12 for a long time, you need that last move upgrade for Venusaur to truly hit its value. And here we are, Clefable uses its Moonlight cooldown extremely early, which means Phantom Slayers have to engage without their best support move. They finally have it, but it's a bit late. And Woof Woof doubles down with a great Hydro Typhoon, some nice Surf, and the Glaceon Unite as I think what really puts the cap on all of this. The damage was too much for one Clefable to try to out-heal in total, and Woof Woof just fired everything, and Phantom Slayers couldn't quite stand up to the heat.
I love seeing the Venusaur, but just having that comp that takes so many Pokemon in close range against a comp where pretty much every single Pokemon on that team, well, not every single one, but the majority of them are going to be able to just use all of their resources and just do a ton of damage in that one little single area. You saw it basically exactly play out that way. So I love the Venusaur, but it is what it is. And we are going to see Woof Woof now go 2-0.
Yeah, well, I cannot wait until we get to see our next matchup. Going to be the last one to broadcast, but before that, we are going to have a very short break. Don't go anywhere. More Unite action after this. welcome back to the Pokémon UNITE Aeos Cup EU region. We are in Group D, the final game that will be showing on broadcast, and it's an important one, Wonder Chef. Whoever wins this game is headed to EUIC in London.
That is true. I'm glad that we get to end out a day here playing for the spot in London. Phantom Slayers versus GigaChad Gaming. We got a chance to see both of them earlier on broadcast, but not against each other yet. So this is going to be, especially if GigaChad Gaming is playing like they were earlier, an extremely fun to watch match.
Yeah, Phantom Slayers did take down Squishy Squad at the start of the break. So let's take a look at this squad. Janola, Mad Elde, Bertlio, Darkro, and Delcam. Bertlio brought the Venusaur last game. We'll have to see if they flex into anything else, but Darko's play really, really impressed me from Phantom Slayers. I think if they want a comeback game, it's going to be on the back of that team.
Oh, yeah, and then GigaChad has, of course, brought some very entertaining comps, but we are going to see whether or not they're going to be bringing those same comps as we're going to throw it to the casters one last time for today. Take it away, Spriggles and Doop Snacks.
Here we are, our final game. No more jokes, no more stares. Come on, the one time.
Hey, somebody's going to have to step their game up here for the last set of the day. That's without a doubt. Why not us? Keep the game from breaking again, eh?
That's right. Very smart as we head into our final match of the day to decide who is heading to London here in Group D. I cannot wait. Of course, tomorrow we have the NA Finals, so we have so much exciting Pokemon Unite this weekend. But this is our last match, Doop Snacks.
On the left-hand side, GigaChad Gaming, one of the strongest team names going. And the player I'm looking for in this one is not Dodo. On that Scyther in that Game 3 you watched, it looked mean.
If you're not looking for Dodo, who are you looking for? Here we go. Urshifu banned out. Espeon banned out. First pick over to GigaChad Gaming, and they take that Hoopa. They love themselves some Hoopa in EU.
Yeah, Indigo, again, was on the Hoopa in the Game 3 that we watched with GigaChad Gaming, and they were having some very clever movements across the map to circumvent things like the Snorlax block and stuff like that. So, hey, a great comfort pick for them. I'm happy they have it, and we'll see why the Hoopa has been banned so much today.
And there we have that Slowbro, essentially as our first pick for Phantom Slayers, and the Delphox right here. We're looking at the defender choice and another attacker choice. There's the Mew, there's the Trevenant. These are a lot of the Pokemon that we have been seeing today. I have to say, Delphox has really just not been setting the world on fire for me either in this first day of the Aeos Cup.
Yeah, well, it's been tough. It's been correctly aggroed as it should, to not let it take over the games. In other opportunities, it really hasn't gotten the spacing in front of it that it needs to really get in there and deal tons of damage. But, starting with the Slowbro into the Delphox, that's going to be an opportunity here. I love these two picks out of GigaChad Gaming. That Dodrio is going to be able to give Birdie-Lo a hard time if they are the ones that end up on that Delphox.
Yeah, that's right. Dodrio is just so amazing at chasing down Pokemon like this. However, maybe a nice counter to this Dodrio right here could be this Sylveon. Mystical Fire, it's sometimes a little difficult to sort of lock this Dodrio down, but Mystical Fire is just going to take those sure hits and make sure they do a lot of damage to this Pokemon. However, we could also see this Pokemon running a very popular build as well, the Hyper Voice build.
Not Dodo on the Dodrio. You love to see it. That's synonyms or whatever. Not synonyms. What's that word I'm looking for? Help me out.
I'm guessing
Put your glasses on and become smart Spriggles and help me. Holy. All right, final preparations are locked in. I'm glad to see Birdie-Lo on the Delphox. No, that's the opposite of synonym. That's not the word I'm looking for. Okay, ridiculous. Birdie-Lo on the Delphox is who I'm going to be leaning to for this particular squad. And of course, on the other side is not Dodo, who his sole responsibility here is going to be trying and causing static for that Delphox all game long.
I'm going to give it one more shot, but I don't think this is it. Cinnamon?
It's alliteration, I think, is the actual word I was looking for. I found it. Thanks for your help, smart Spriggles. Take the glasses off.
Oh, sorry, everybody. GigaChad Gaming, Phantom Slayers, here we go. Our final matchup of the day. Both of these teams having some amazing matches early. Obviously, GigaChad took Woof Woof to a Game 3 right here, and we just saw Phantom Slayers fighting Woof Woof as well. Both of these teams should be able to put on quite a show here.
Yeah, and great opportunity for them. You know, they put themselves in a phenomenal position being in this group now at 2-1 to try and take that second spot to get to London in 2 weeks for that top 8.
Here we go, Glaceon heading to the central area here for Giga Chad Gaming. We're seeing a lot of this, a lot of Glaceon heading to this central area here. And now the question is, are they going to be handing this red buff on over to this Hoopa? Very common strategy for teams to hand this over to either the Eldegoss or the Hoopa. Looks like maybe a bit of a miscommunication on the side of Phantom Slayers, because usually that buff would head over to that Eldegoss.
Yeah, and we see both of those support Pokemon making their way to the top path. A fun little stat and a surprising one for me. Urshifu ban rate 21% and only a 20% win rate. That is incredibly surprising to me for such a strong Pokemon.
Yeah, Urshifu not really getting it done in a lot of these matches here, it seems like. Another Pokemon that we're really not seeing at all in EU is Comfey. Comfey seems to be nowhere here in EU. I wonder if NA is going to be playing a little more of it.
Yeah, having an almost 0% win rate in the matches we watched during the March finals really, I guess, put a bad taste in the collective EU mouth for Comfey. So instead, NA took that mantle, and EU doing it in a different way here. Really finding holy. Did you see that? A nice little push by Not Dodo. You want to talk about a game breaker. That was a heck of a drill peck, unlocking the KO streak of 2 for the Mew and tons of points into that goal zone. Not Dodo setting the team up for success.
Yeah, and you can see Giga Chad Gaming, you know, making this play, bringing them all up with this hyperspace highway here to the top path, and they were able to use that to great effect. Big triple KO right here. Here comes another drill peck. Looks like actually misfired a little bit. They're going to try to put 4 points in and continue to stack up with the bird.
Yep, and Hoopa doing a great job giving the escapability opportunity for Not Dodo. A little punch from the Lucario to try to keep them from resetting, but alas, it was unsuccessful, and Dodrio is back just in time for the 8-minute birds.
And here we have the 8-minute birds taken away by another big bird there. Dodrio, here we go, almost level 7 already on our Dodrio as they're looking to make something happen here in the top path. There is going to be their 7, and they're going to have their next move unlocked. Oftentimes with this build, that is Jump Kick.
I love what Giga Chad Gaming is doing. They're actually using Indigo as a bait to try and get the Phantom Slayers to collapse on them. Meanwhile, hiding out is the Glaceon in the Dodrio, ready to jump in and really ransack the opposing squad. The hyperspace hole has put on the goal pad, which means you can jump down to the exterior goal pad down there. Kind of a bait to see if anybody from Phantom Slayers tries to follow, but they're sticking to the top path. Big Solar Beam comes through, and the E-Speed Lucario is trying to find their way into some KOs, but it's Indigo that locks them down. Not Dodo jumps for the KO, and Niels with the boosted auto sorts them out as the Mew, and now they're putting tons of pressure on the in the face of this Delphox, and it's going to be easy for this Dodrio to find an opportunity here if they can shade this Eldegoss.
Yeah, I thought that was a really interesting play there from Giga Chad. I think they were probably trying to convince Phantom Slayers that they were heading down bottom just to turn around and make a play there at the top path. Reg Ice already getting very, very low right here as we are looking for the secure. Here comes the Dodrio, and here comes the Mew with the Electro Ball.
Yeah, and Nails is doing a great job with secures, doing tons of damage, working very well with the rest of the team. A huge drill peck KO, 2 players down from Phantom Slayers. And I'll tell you what, Giga Chad Gaming is turning the Phantom Slayers into ghosts themselves as they are dusting them off this map. Holy.
Yeah, here we go. 30 points heading into this goal, and they're actually going to continue this push. They have a lot of Aeos energy on them, and if they can make it happen, they're going to be able to score on this bottom goal. Big Unite move here from the Glaceon, and everybody is scoring here for Giga Chad Gaming. They are totally in control of this match right now. Phantom Slayers just looking for something to hold on to as they start to fight this Regieleki in the top path. No one from Giga Chad here, so they should be able to get a pretty easy secure.
Yeah, this is a consolation prize if I've ever seen one. It's going to go fly in the face of Giga Chad Gaming. They haven't done much to that goal zone. That's a big Unite move by the Dodrio into the fanciful fireworks, and can they convert on something? Everyone's out of the fireworks zone. Nobody worried about that show right now. Solar Beam comes through, falls a little shy. The birds are up, but it looks like the fight between these two teams, for the moment at least, is on pause.
Yeah, it looks like they're heading back to Mew, picking up that Slowbro with the Solar Beam. You always get shocked by the amount of damage that this Pokemon outputs. Another big Solar Beam as they are pushing on to this goal right here. The question is, do they really want to break this goal and give them the experience? They're actually very, very interested in breaking it. An even break there. 10 points into a 10-point goal. They wanted this positional advantage for sure.
Well, we'll see how they leverage it, as you can immediately see all of the Phantom Slayers players that are just taking all of that free from. They're actually working through it as a trio there, taking all of that for what it's worth. And now Giga Chad Gaming, however, 20 seconds till the next basement Reggie, and they have a very strong position here.
Yeah, they do. Here comes Trevenant inside the central area of Phantom Slayers, just kind of being pushed out a little bit as both teams get ready for a big fight. We've got 3 Unite moves on the side of Phantom Slayers right now, and we've got 4 Unite moves on the side of GigaChad Gaming. Hoopa could bring the whole team in at any moment, but almost all of them except for Mew are there. There's the Hoopa Unite move.
Dodrio Unite across the other side to split this thing up. Trevenant catches 3 and they're pushing forward. Slowbro's locked down and they use their Unite move back on the Trevenant. Their push is on and it's the Slivion that locks it down for Phantom Slayers. What a look here, what a play. Dodrio gets credit for the Slowbro. 4 players down for Phantom Slayers, but essentially they turned a bad situation into the best possible one. As soon as I say that, the Delphox stayed way too long. They clutched out the basement Reggie, which is at least something, but if they didn't get that, you could have called that a complete wash.
Nice telekinesis here onto our Dodrio. They're in trouble. Another Scald as well. Having to run out of here. Here comes the eject button, but no, they don't continue to chase it down. Dodrio actually able to get out of that one.
Yeah, they're going to hit a reset, get their HP back, breathe a sigh of relief that they didn't get KO'd there, and get ready to go to work in the top path.
And here we have the 4-minute mark. This is one of those moments inside of a match of Pokemon Unite where you know that either team, if they have any Unite moves up, you can throw them right here, you can use them on your opponents, and you will definitely have them back for Rayquaza. And we see that right there in Delphox, which has a Unite move all the time. Sylveon coming in with the Unite move as well as they continue to push this fight towards GigaChad Gaming. Glaceon going down.
Yeah, Eldegoss getting credit for that. Woodhammers are trying to buy space as the push continues. Regieleki hits, but that is not worth much as it hits and closes out the gold zone itself. They're trying to hold it down. There's 2 players down for GigaChad Gaming, but Nils is launching huge solar beams from a distance. The safety of their own gold pad, and Phantom Slayers are moving back across the map, ready to eat up some wild Pokemon for experience.
That Lucario almost going down on the side of Phantom Slayers, but you had multiple members of Phantom Slayers standing in front of that Mew boosted attack, making sure that they ate it instead of that Lucario there. Really nice play from Phantom Slayers as they are down by a little over 100 points here, heading into about the 2-minute 45-second mark as we have a bottom Reggie spawning here in 10 seconds. This is really great for GigaChad Gaming, and no one from Phantom Slayers is anywhere close right now.
Yeah, they're taking all their safe, wild experience, Spraggles, to make sure that they can guarantee their levels. They want to take another awful fight right before Rayquaza, and because they're so late showing up to that objective, you might as well not show up at all and don't even risk one of your players going down here, because Rayquaza is going to hit the map in about 20 seconds, and you want to make sure that everybody is up, is healthy, and earning their Unite moves for that final fight.
Look at the forward positioning here from Phantom Slayers. This is extremely aggressive. They are looking for a catch right here. They're looking to find someone who does not expect this to happen. Maybe Glaceon wanders into this Slowbro. Do we see a Unite move come out? We do have the eject button into the Unite move. Delphox moving in.
Trevenant comes in and backdoors them, able to use their Unite move and catches 2. 3 make it. Fireworks come out as well, and they're trying to leverage that into KOs, but the GigaChad Gaming squad already lost 2 players. This very forward position from the Phantom Slayer seems to have worked, at least for now. Mew comes up, the Hoops are unbound, and the Hoopa pulls the team through. They're shooting all the fists and the laser beams from space. The space Pokemon trying to get it done. Mythical Dodrio gets Lucario. Words that have happened. Delphox takes out the Rayquaza. Phantom Slayers find themselves an opportunity here, and they can go scramble and score some points if they have the shields to stand it.
There we go. Phantom Slayers, what incredible positioning right there. I mean, just an amazing fight from them as they start to rain points in. Now they are at 245. Very, very close right here. The game is incredibly close still, even after that fight. What a great fight from them. And I'm really excited that you said the mystical, because that takes away all the mistakes I've made today. I'm sure of it.
There you go. Well, you're welcome, Spraggles. It's a close battle. Phantom Slayers might mistakenly think they have a lead, but they don't have any shields to try and score here. They get a cheeky 6 points, which ties it up on the nose. Glaceon takes out the Slowbro, and that might be, that puts this thing down to the wire for sure. Is Phantom Slayers going to keep this push going? Dodrio scoring on the backside. They got 291. Phantom Fireworks there sieging this goal zone. Trevenant Unite is all over him. The Eldegoss takes to the skies. They crash land, and they get a KO on the Glaceon. The Woodhammers are out. Can they stand this defense here? The Dodrio back in the action after scoring a bunch of points to put them in the lead, but it's a KO streak of 2 for the Eldegoss. Delphox and Lucario stand scratched at just the Delphox. They're trying to make their way out, and they get KO'd. Now the Slowbro's back up. The rest of the team has been KO'd, Spraggles. Call the Pokemon Center, let Nurse Joy know we got lots of bodies showing up. GigaChad Gaming playing some solid D and winning this one.
What an incredible fight. And, you know, they have to also be, look, they were going to win regardless, but it was going to be a draw win right there, which is maybe one of the most heartbreaking ways to lose a match of Pokemon Unite. Of course, that came very close to our orange team scoring in that moment. They were not able to do it, however. Wow. What a finish there. I mean, I love the positioning, but they just weren't able to capitalize on that big win.
Yeah, because they were playing so aggressive and where they were positioned, yes, they're able to take Rayquaza, but in that moment, everything that GigaChad Gaming was throwing at Rayquaza was collateral damage to the Pokemon and eviscerated those shields as soon as they earned them.
And look at this. For a moment, our scores were exactly the same between these two teams. Again, it would have been even more of a heartbreaker for Phantom Slayers as they achieved the score after GigaChad Gaming, meaning the team who hits that score first, they win in the event of a draw. Very, very rare in Pokemon Unite, but it does happen.
And it would have been amazing to see in the UCS right now, but I want to highlight Niels real quick. 94k damage. They did a ton of work protecting Goal Zone, enabling sieges of Goal Zone, working in tandem with Dodo to get big time KOs. Those two were joined at the hip, and it paid dividends for them as they were able to really systematically eliminate players from Phantom Slayers.
Yeah, I mean, they were incredible. Once again, this Glaceon Mew just so incredibly difficult to deal with. And even though the Phantom Slayers were not able to win that one, I do have to give it up to them a bit. You know, something I love to see is when a team is behind, they know they are behind, but they have a strategy, they have a plan. That extremely aggressive positioning that they had inside that Rayquaza pit was just so amazing. They pick up a couple of KOs, they take the fight right there, they take Rayquaza. That is exactly what you need to do when you're behind. You need to make a play, you need to have a plan, you need to try to win a match, and not every team is able to do that.
No, they really had ice in their veins to execute on a strategy that is rather uncommon, especially when you're down or out-leveled, and they found a way to get it done. It was just a little bit shy. This is an amazing push by GigaChad Gaming here after taking the first Reggie off the map, that Reg Ice, and here they are, they're rolling back, and they get a nice little overdunk of 14 points.
Yeah, continuing to put points in these goals into this bottom tier 2 here. And it's interesting, from GigaChad Gaming, some teams really, really concerned on overdunking, you know, perfectly, making sure they have the exact right amount of points. Later in this match, we see this top goal broken of Phantom Slayers with an exact score here. And I think because they have that Dodrio, they know that it's okay if we don't have the perfect overdunks because we can always send it back to score.
Yep, and we'll see that get broken here in short order, but good spacing by the Trevenant. Woodhammer catching two players there, really allowing these points to go in, that goal zone to go down, and a nice cohesive push here. But this is that early engage that we were talking about, or the blah, 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 blah engage, as I've so called it now. And the Trevenant picking up 3 is huge here. The Dodrio using their Unite move to kind of escape. Phantom Slayers executed perfectly, just caught so many strays. Their shields were eviscerated, like I said, as soon as they took this Rayquaza.
Yeah, they get the Rayquaza, and you can see all the damage being output. The Hoopa Unite move, they're still in it. They're still dealing damage. The Trevenant with the Woodhammer, the Glaceon with the Icy Wind. I mean, amazing, amazing stuff. This siege on the bottom goal looked incredible. We had this Lucario just doing an insane amount of work, but they weren't able to put points on the board, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, and the residuals here was the Slowbro coming in, putting in a couple points to tie the score, but on the backside was not Dodo fighting their way on that tier 2 goal zone in the top path, getting 40 points in to give their team the lead. That ended up being the difference, 133 points, 8 assists, 9 KOs.
We talked about Dodrio. Dodrio is a difference maker, and you always have to wonder if a team is going to let you get Dodrio again after you see it do that. It dominated early game, and that drill peck at the end of the game on that tier 2 was the reason they were not able to score. You got massive KOs right there. That drill peck was huge. Yep. I don't know if they want them to pick up Dodrio again.
It looked great, and not Dodo was moving across the map. For me, the bigger issue that they were really having trouble sussing out and taking care of was the Mew. The Dodrio was everywhere, but the Mew was just stymieing them at every objective, unlocking pushes and sieges on goal zones. So they've got really 2 points of concern here going into this next game. The Phantom Slayers have the opportunity to maybe ban one of them out, but in retrospect, does that unlock the Espeon? You know, so there's a lot of balls to juggle here, and you know, it's a circus act, it's a balancing act, and we're going to see how they figure it out. Because Phantom Slayers are good at counter-picking specific Pokemon, but have always seemed to fall a little short when it's time to get to those backline attackers.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got some exciting stats to show you here from the day. No, they're not about the stairs anymore. These are the Aeos Cup Finals averages up until this point. The amount healed, the #1 Pokemon of the day here is Blissey. Damage taken, 103,000. Amount healed, 115,000. I mean, take a look at some of this here. I love to see the amount healed coming out from Trevenant, too, just healing itself there.
Yep. Great numbers. Damage taken is very surprising to see Blissey actually on top of the stack there. You know, in all the other Pokemon, as we're taking a look, 103K damage taken. That's a massive amount. You are catching a lot of knocks to the chin with 103K damage. But hey, when you're healing it back to yourself and your team, it's worth it.
Take a look at this. The assist-wise, we talked about this earlier. Eldegoss just in every single fight, it feels like when a team has an Eldegoss, they are always there. They are always on top of it. They're outputting tons of damage. They're healing their team. They're shielding everyone. Of course, that Unite move also, the amount of control that you have with it, being able to do damage and push your opponents as well as heal all of your allies. Eldegoss is just involved. They're very involved.
Yeah, and the fact that their auto attacks can hit at range, whereas, for example, Blissey might not be in the, you know, all completely in the thick of the action. It's just trying to heal, but Eldegoss able to do both is a great look and a reason why it really racks up those assists.
Here we are, game #2, Phantom Slayers, Giga Chad Gaming. Giga Chad Gaming wants to shut this down right now, 2-0 this series. They want to try to secure their spot to London. They looked amazing in game #1. Phantom Slayers, I'm so impressed by that final fight. They just need to be able to convert on it next time.
Yeah, it looked great. They've got themselves an amazing Pokemon here in the Espeon. Yes, Mew is on the other side, but I think you're a lot more comfortable with the setup as you have it now if Mew's going to be locked in. Slowbro, an easy pick here for Giga Chad Gaming, and we're going to see where the Slayers go. They want Blastoise, and they want Trevenant again.
Yeah, very, very bulky setups from a lot of these teams here, as it looks like Giga Chad Gaming is going to decide what Pokemon to bring into it. I'm not sure if you're as excited about using Dodrio if you're looking at a Trevenant and a Blastoise on the enemy team. We're going to have to find out.
Locking in the Glaceon, we kind of mentioned this before. Sometimes you can make a pick that is kind of like a pseudo ban on the other side. When you have Mew and Glaceon, it makes it incredibly difficult for your other team to choose the Dodrio for themselves because you have 2 insurance policies against it. And because of that, Phantom Slayers goes in the route of Delphox and Clefable. They have loved this Clefable, and Elda, every time we've seen him, has been over 100K healed.
And here we go. That Dodrio is locked in for Giga Chad. And I think the second you see the Delphox on the enemy team, like the Espeon, it's pretty tasty. And then the Delphox, I mean, that's good eats for the bird. So I think they're excited about that. Maybe not excited to battle into that Blastoise, however.
Yeah, well, when you're Dodrio and you can run around the map kind of with no caution to the wind, if you will, it's easy to kind of circumvent those 2 Pokemon and get to the back line. And really, if you're exchanging your Dodrio for the Delphox, that's not necessarily an awful exchange for how their composition is currently set up.
You know, let me tell you, Dupe Snacks, I thought the dynamic duo today was going to be me and you, but I think it's Mew and Glaceon. We're just seeing it in every game, and it is really a dominant force.
They work so well in tandem because of the sure hits, and they can kind of focus fire down one target without really having to rely on a crazy skill shot or anything. You're just saying, okay, we are going here, bang, all of the abilities, and, you know, Electro Ball, Icy Wind hits the same target. You have one other chip shot in there, a boosted auto, and that's a wrap for most of the Pokemon in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're able to do this at such extreme range, which we're just seeing, you know, provides so much value. A Pokemon that I've always felt just has so much value inside the game is Mew. It plays at fantastic range. It does insane damage. And even when you get close to it, you really can't KO it. It can run away from you. It can turn essentially invincible with its Unite move. Oh boy, Mew, oh boy, game 2. Here we go. Phantom Slayers, your purple team. Giga Chad Gaming, your orange team. They are up 1 game. Phantom Slayers is going to need to win 2 here.
Giga Chad Gaming taking the red buff on Indigo. That Gossifleur going to be able to put some pressure on Darko themselves. Now they're just A button gamers, right? They're going to use Leafage. They're going to press their A button and try and keep Darko from scoring. They're caught on the backside. Doduo picks up that berry, and now they're in the slow zone there, that speed flux zone. Are they going to get out?
Come on! The great escape! Here they come! Oh, they're able to take it down. I was hoping that Squirtle was going to make it home. It got home in one way, just through the Pokemon.
That Squirtle had so little HP, Gossifleur took it out with its allergies or something, right? Just a little, and just sorted it out in short order. But that was almost, like you said, the escape of the century. Good little look by Giga Chad Gaming to stay committed to that and run that Pokemon down, make sure they lock up that KO.
Squirtle is back now. Delphox also up in this top path here as we're looking to secure some of this and possibly get our level 5 on Dodrio. They don't take enough of it, however, and we still have a Doduo here for Giga Chad Gaming.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for Phantom Slayers to really crank up the heat on that Doduo specifically. Keep it from hitting Dodrio. If this points go in, that might be enough to tick it over here. Oh, there it is. I was going to say, it's just a bit shy. Maybe the experience here helping out there. Indigo on the retreat, picking that up, but they were definitely going Drill Peck again. That looked very good in that first game.
Oh, yeah, it was absolutely dominant in that first game. I wonder if this Clefable could be a little bit of a counter to it. You know, if they have gravity, they're able to set up situations where Dodrio really can't do the work that it wants to do. Dodrio just spinning around in a bush here. It's actually not just for fun, that's keeping that sprint gauge charged up so it can use its big moves.
Yeah, Darko with a good little retreat there, able to not get poached by the big Drill Peck as Giga Chad Gaming gets a decent amount of that experience here as Dell, the Espeon, just trying to stay above board. They're about to take over to level 6, but they need to get much bigger if they want to have an impact in this game.
Ooh, big Psyshock unfortunately misses the Slowbro right there. Actually, Mew eating a lot of that, but it was already full health. The Icy Wind, oh, here we go, as they actually push in Mew. Once again, just taking a huge amount of damage, but able to pull back. Phantom Slayers almost picking up a KO on Mew or Glaceon there. Both of them, again, just at crazy amounts of range, and they weren't able to close the gap.
Toby with a great surf to cut off the Espeon to keep it from getting a KO. That is a very good look from the defender, just using its ability very defensively, allowing the rest of the team to escape. As upstairs, I mean, that Dodrio is just getting bigger and bigger, taking all the farm with the Eldegoss in his pocket.
Here we go, back down to our bottom path. 5 seconds right now until the bottom Reggie. It feels like we're just having fight after fight after fight. I'm surprised that this is already on the map. It is being ripped down by Phantom Slayers. Here comes Dodrio coming in for a little bit of a sneaky move, but there's the gravity to stop it.
We see Mew lining up, boosted auto, solar beam, but it's the Glaceon that sorts it out for Giga Chad Gamer. They're going to use that to push 2 players down. Trevenant's sorted out by the Glaceon in short order. Dodrio getting the Espeon, but the push is still raging here. Giga Chad Gaming all over them. Delphox going down to the Eldegoss Icy Wind combo is huge, and now they're all over this goal zone. Are they going to close it out? They certainly do. Giga Chad Gaming 132-44 for Phantom Slayers, and if they can get this 30 banger into good look, everybody needs to peel out and retreat. Can they get out of here without getting KO'd? That's the big question. Surf is in, trying to buy space. Dodrio's on the backside. They sort out Clefable, and the push continues for Phantom Slayers as they are like, okay, if you're going to stick around, we're going to try and get it. Espeon Unite is out. Can they leverage it into anything? Glaceon sorting out the Trevenant, and here we are. Giga Chad Gaming may have overextended their welcome, but man, are they getting some KOs to boot.
What an incredible play there from Giga Chad. I have to say, that's one of my favorite plays in the entirety of Pokemon Unite, is when you win the fight at the bottom Reggie, you break the Tier 1 goal, and you immediately rush their Tier 2. It's such a great play. They don't yet have their jump pads up. We'll take a look at that big Unite move from Blastoise. It's not going to be enough, though, to stop Giga Chad Gaming.
No, Dodo's so big at level 9 already. I know the Blastoise is as well, but they have so low HP. They use their Unite move and immediately ate a Drill Peck for a KO. We see Janola poaching some of the experience for their team, putting on their side of the map. Not a bad look, but Giga Chad Gaming is putting the pressure on Spraggles, forcing Phantom Slayers to stick on their own goal pad.
Look at this. We have 5 members here from Phantom Slayers, and we do have members of Giga Chad Gaming here, but Dodrio seems to be on a little bit of a solo mission, kind of doing their own thing, scoring in the bottom path. Glaceon Unite move coming out. Blastoise pushing forward here with the rapid spin. Regieleki getting very, very low right here. The solar beam comes out. Does it get the secure? No, Espeon able to pick it up.
Yeah, not much damage done if you're Giga Chad Gaming. You can just kind of defend this on your pad and feel pretty comfortable about it. However, Glaceon's looking to scrap. They're peeling down here. The gravity is out, maybe cutting off the approach here from the Glaceon itself. But that basement Reggie is populated on the map, and it is up. Eldegoss and Slowbro peeling down, but it's the Dodrio there to meet any players from Phantom Slayers that might show up.
That's right, as we're heading down towards this bottom fight following our slow board here, we can see the Dodrio. It really is engaging right there, using its Unite move to get away from this rapid spin, but I got caught right there. Huge Psyshock somehow getting out of this fight as Slowbro throws a big Unite move.
Yeah, slow beam on the Delphox to get the Dodrio out as is necessary. Regirock still stands, and the Trevenant is chucking in mean wood hammers on Toby. Espeon gets that KO for them, but the Blastoise is getting very low. They're on a sliver of health. Icy Wind actually hits Janola. Mew gets a KO on the Trevenant, and now they're pushing forward. GigaChad Gaming looking for more opportunities, and they're finding them. 3 players down, 4 players down, 5 players down. Spraggles, everyone from Phantom Slayers absolutely deleted by GigaChad Gaming. And look at the Eldegoss, Battle Goss, 2 KOs for themselves. Mew sorts out the Regirock.
Beautiful plays here from GigaChad. They are playing like they want to go to London. They want to compete here in the top 8. They want that $10,000 first place prize. And if they can shut down Phantom Slayers, that might just be the ticket.
Well, it's certainly the right place to start. Having a 2-1 record in the group really puts the power in your hands. Phantom Slayers, they're down, but they're certainly not out. There's plenty of time on the clock here to get some points in, but they're all over this goal zone. GigaChad Gaming, Delphox Unite, Fanciful Fireworks is going to get the spacing they need. A KO on the Slowbro is a good start, and they're pushing them out with the Rapid Spin Water Spout Blastoise. GigaChad Gaming not going to overextend their welcome.
While this is happening, Dodrio continuing to score, breaking the bottom goal here from Phantom Slayers. So they have an open home goal right now, and they're trying to punish this Glaceon, but again, it just attacks at so much range. They can't get next to it, Doob Snacks.
Yeah, the Eldegoss has done a great job with spacing and support on their main damage-dealing Pokemon. You really have to tip the cap to them for that work. I mean, Indigo has just been everywhere as the supporter for this team and really making it happen. Big Surf in, and that's a Surf Plus, my friend. One of my favorite moves in the game. Slowbro really causing havoc in the face of the Phantom Slayers.
You know, we both really like water moves. I'm a huge Water Pulse Plus fan on Azumarill. I just love it. Surf Plus on Slowbro. For those at home that might not know, the reason Doob Snacks loves this so much is now Surf will knock up their opponents every single time it hits with a wave. It is so incredibly disruptive and mean. It is just an amazing move for Slowbro.
I'm taking a look here. Not enough time to take care of the basement Reggie. It looks like Regieleki is going to be fawned over, but not taken by anyone, as they're just going to space each other out and get ready for the Rayquaza fight.
Now here we have 3 seconds until Rayquaza, and Phantom Slayers, they have not found themselves in the position they did last time. They have not set themselves up for a big, exciting catch. They are just walking in here, trying to figure out where GigaChad is. GigaChad way up on the scoreboard right now, just using their long-range moves to do some damage to them before they decide when the fight starts, and it's happening right now with the big Delphox Unite.
Espeon Unite and Fanciful Fireworks doesn't really catch anybody, but it's Dodrio on the backside that comes through and cuts through Delphox. The chase is on. Slowbro sorts out the Espeon, and very, very quickly, Delphox gets the Dodrio. That's a huge pick for Phantom Slayers. This can turn the tide. Trevenant Unite hits just the Slowbro. They're going to put the pressure on. Toby is getting ran down a little bit. Gravity stems the push, and Blastoise is down as well. So GigaChad Gaming holding pretty strong in the face of, you know, that big pick on the Dodrio.
Yeah, the Dodrio goes down, but GigaChad's doing okay as they put in another 100 points here. Now, Phantom Slayers way behind. They're going to need to win a massive fight because the scoreboard does not look good for them. Slowbro in a lot of trouble, though, as Phantom Slayers are pushing in. They know they need this Rayquaza, and they are working it. They're going to put all their damage on it, and they're going to try to take this thing in the face of GigaChad, but here comes the Dodrio picking up massive KOs.
Dodrio off the respawn is making its impact felt. Hydro Typhoon just catches the Glaceon, but they are shot in the face by Mew Solar Beam style, and now it's just a Clefable, known for its secures, air quotes, as no, they are rinsed, scrubbed, cleaned up, and put away. GigaChad Gaming gonna put in some points. Hundo Burgers ducking time.
Rayquaza is gonna stay there in the center of the map. It will not be KO'd today as GigaChad continues to put points on the board, 66 to 671. As soon as Dodrio got back into that fight, it made, as you would like to say, short work of the Phantom Slayers, wiping out the entire team with help from the rest of GigaChad Gaming.
A couple conciliatory KOs here for the Phantom Slayer squad, but they don't have enough time to cross the map and get some points in, so this one is going to go to GigaChad Gaming.
Huge congratulations to GigaChad. What a match. Game 2, you know, they were ahead in Game 1. but Phantom Slayers really were able to pull an amazing play. Game 2, however, that was completely controlled by Giga Chad all the way through. Even in moments where the fights were going well for Phantom Slayers, you have to realize Giga Chad was taking that opportunity to send one of their Pokemon away from this big fight to continue scoring. So while it felt like Phantom Slayers were a little bit ahead, they were also fighting an uneven fight and still not fully winning.
Yeah, the big story in Game 2 versus Game 1 is Phantom Slayer's inability to score points and keep pace with what Giga Chad Gaming was doing, and we can kind of see that as the score line is literally a flat line for Phantom Slayers. Giga Chad Gaming getting all their points in kind of a violent fashion after they took those 5 KOs.
And here we go, taking a look at the recovery on the side of that Clefable, looking amazing, 117k recovery. And there's that damage that we talked about, this range, this just extreme damage from range from Glaceon and from Mew.
Yeah, I'm taking a look, like you said, Glaceon, 102k damage. That is nothing to scoff at. On the other side, the Espeon sitting at 77k, not bad. Birdie Low, 64k. Again, they did some reasonable damage, but they just couldn't convert those into crucial KOs in important moments. And at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how much damage you do if you're not getting the KOs in those pivotal moments, in those crucial team fights at objectives. It just doesn't quite matter.
Yeah, absolutely. What a day of games here, Doob Snacks. This has been an absolute pleasure. We will be back tomorrow with the NA Finals for the Aeos Cup. But before we go anywhere, we got to hear from our analysts. Zoinks, Wonder Chef, take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Spraggles and Doob Snacks. And I mean, yet another great game of competition to close this one out. Giga Chad seals their ticket to London. They are going to be participating in the EUIC Top 8 in just a couple of weeks. But yeah, this game played out in a very interesting way. I know, Wonder Chef, you had some thoughts on the draft before we even really headed into game number 2.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's so surprising to me. We had Nils on the Mew and Dodo on the Dodrio, both absolutely wrecking havoc, and it just didn't seem like there were any sort of bans or counter picks or attempts to steal that we saw from the Phantom Slayers. Maybe they just didn't have a comfort pick for that, but at least, at the very minimum, the ban, I'm surprised that we didn't see them, because in Game 2, they managed to do the exact same thing along with some of their other Pokemon that ended up doing well.
Yeah, Not Dodo is an absolute superstar, and giving them the best Pokemon they have in their arsenal is a tough ask on draft mode. I mean, you must be pretty afraid of the Hoopa. Phantom Slayers, unfortunately, could not find a lot of traction in that game number 2, and Giga Chad Gaming, on the other hand, just having a fantastic game number 2. I shout out Dodo a lot here, but take a look at the Slowbro for Giga Chad Gaming. I mean, they do get to lead it, but the sustainability they had for what seemed like 30 seconds previous to that, thanks to Pollen Puff and Cotton Guard and even Slowbro's natural defenses and healing, was absurd into those final moments. So fantastic composition built sometimes just around that Slowbro. Fantastic work from Giga Chad Gaming. Let's take a look at the finished group stage that we have had for Aeos Cup today.
And here we can see the players that have, or sorry, the teams that have topped each group. Tally Bobo Believers 3-0 in A, Nouns Esports 2-1, tied actually with Summer House, also 2-1 in B. We have Time to Shine 3-0 in C, and Woof Woof 3-0 in D. But of course, that is not the, I mean, the first place is very important, but it's the top 2 that make it out. And honestly, there were some showings even from, for example, Piplup Bubble Beam that defeated Nouns that isn't going to qualify, but we still, I mean, absolutely are proud of them and would love to see some more of that. But let's take a look at who's actually qualifying for the EUIC Finals.
There is that top 8, and what a formidable one it is. EU putting out a great selection of teams for the Aeos Cup. Tally Believers holding down that number 1 spot, of course. Giga Chad Gaming, Zephyr Esport, Off Meta, and Summer House, I think all teams that we thought were very strong, but we weren't sure they were for sure going to be getting into this tournament. So a great performance from them today, but a Time to Shine, Woof Woof, and Nouns and Tally, of course, all teams we expected to be here. What we know is that the competition is going to be amazing in EUIC in a couple of weeks, but let's take a look at the prizing that's going to be available for these 8 teams. $25,000 total dollars in the prize pool. First place taking home $10,000. $2,000 a player is a pretty nice paycheck for a tournament in London.
Yeah, and congratulations to those teams we just saw, all guaranteed at least at the $750 mark. So they are going to not only be playing at the EUIC, but they're already in the money, which is a great thing to see. They have all absolutely earned it. This was a ridiculous set of groups. I got to ask you, did you have any favorite moment, any favorite match of the day, or is it just too hard? Because it's probably too hard for me to decide.
I watched Buzzwole and Machamp throw Pokemon to every corner of the map and then flex after doing so. Not hard for me to pick a favorite moment. How about you, Wonderchef?
I mean, I'm going to have to go with the stairs. It seems like the stairs were kind of the MVP of the day, but, if I had to go for gameplay, it's hard for me not to choose that. I really liked watching the score comp. It's definitely going to hurt playing some solo queue after that, but I love the fact that we got to see that level of commitment. But regardless, they're all MVPs to me today. I think this was an incredibly entertaining day of super high-level Unite.
True. Well, thank you so much to everyone for watching the top 16 of the Pokemon UNITE Aeos Cup for the EU region. The group stage was amazing. We had so much fun, and I cannot wait to see the top 8 play in EUIC in just a couple of weeks with a $10,000 prize pool. You will have to tune in April 14th and 15th to find out who becomes the champion of EU. And don't forget, the season continues. Registration for the April Cup opens next Saturday, April 8th at battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite. If your team needs members or if you're a solo player, don't worry. After registering, you can find a team in the official UNITE Championship Series Discord.